Chapter 151. The stronger Han Yan's performance was, the more determined Fan Kuan was to kill him. For the sake of the Northern and Southern dynasties' ambitions, he wanted to help the Northern and Southern dynasties get rid of all obstacles. More importantly, with Fan Kuan's current status in the Black Sect, no one dared to offend him. He liked the feeling of being arrogant, suppressing whoever he wanted, killing whoever he wanted. The feeling of being in a superior position, being able to control people's lives, it was a wonderful feeling and he enjoyed it. On the other side, Wang Yun placed his hand on Yan Chenyu's wrist. All the surrounding people had serious expressions on their faces, but Wang Yun had an even more serious expression on his face. Han Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Wang Yun. "How is it?" Han Yan asked. "Senior disciple Yan's pulse is very weak. She has fallen into a deep coma. Furthermore, her life force is very weak, and it's slowly fading away. Her situation is not looking good." Wang Yun shook his head and said, "Roar!" Right after Wang Yun's words left his mouth, Han Yan threw his head back and let out a furious roar. The sound of the roar echoed throughout the entire Black Mountain. Han Yan's fury had turned into a tangible form, and the ancient divine devil behind his back began burning. "Fan Kuan, if anything happens to Yan Chenyu, I can guarantee you that Jiang Chen will cut you into 1,000 pieces." Han Yan's voice became hoarse. "Haha, what a joke. It's hard to say if Jiang Chen can come back or not. Han Yan, you and Jiang Chen are both demons. Killing you today is the same as killing the evil for the Black Sect." Fan Kuan burst into laughter. He didn't take Han Yan's threat seriously at all. Han Yan unleashed a ferocious devilish dragon and attacked towards Fan Kuan. "You're courting death. Prison of one." Fan Kuan had a sneer on his face. He formed a seal with both of his hands and drew out a character. In an instant, it transformed into a golden prison. Not only did it destroy Han Yan's devilish dragon, it also trapped Han Yan within it. Fan Kuan attacked with all his strength. He unleashed a vast amount of Yuan energy, making the prison even stronger. Han Yan kept roaring furiously, but he couldn't break the prison at all. This was a powerful combat skill that could imprison the enemy in a short period of time, turning them into lambs at his mercy. "Han Yan, don't waste your energy. You won't be able to break out of my single-word prison. Today, I'll kill you in front of everyone." Fan Kuan's chi soared to the sky and he suddenly struck out with his palm. This palm strike landed squarely on Han Yan's chest. Everyone could hear a cracking sound. That was the sound of bones breaking. Han Yan's entire chest caved in. Puff! Han Yan violently spat out a mouthful of blood. What came out of his mouth were pieces of his internal organs. Because Fan Kuan's strength was too great, Han Yan's body smashed into the already broken house behind him, turning it into ruins. "Senior brother Han!" Wang Yun shouted out in shock. Fan Kuan's palm strike was too powerful. If it was an ordinary mid-heavenly core warrior, the combination of the single-word prison and this palm strike would have killed him instantly. Roar! Han Yan didn't die. He let out another furious roar and crawled out from the ruins. His pupils had turned pitch black, and on his body, ancient devilish scales could be seen. There were many ancient runes engraved on them. An evil devil is an evil devil. Killing you is the right thing to do. Fan Kuan moved his body and dashed forward like an agile snake. He was extremely fast, and he moved in a straight line. Once again, he struck out with all his strength onto Han Yan's chest. With this strike, the devilish flames in Han Yan's body immediately disappeared, and he returned to his original state. However, he was still lying on the ground after being hit by Fan Kuan, and it looked like he was in the same situation as Yan Chenyu. Swoosh! A sharp sword that was glowing with a cold light appeared in Fan Kuan's hand. He walked towards Han Yan step by step. "Evil devil, death is the final path for you." Fan Kuan's killing intent soared into the sky. It looked like he was going to chop off Han Yan's head with the sword in his hand. Seeing this, Wang Yun and the others became nervous. Their eyes were filled with hatred as they stared at Fan Kuan. Fan Kuan was a representative of the inner circle disciples, but he had killed a fellow disciple in the Black Sect. He didn't respect the rules of the Black Sect at all. He kept saying that Han Yan was an evil devil, but everyone knew that it was just an excuse. The Gu Tianma bloodline in Han Yan's body was under his control. That meant, he had the power of Gu Tianma, but he didn't have the heart of a devil. From the fact that he was willing to risk everything to save Yan Chenyu, one could easily tell that Han Yan was a man who valued friendship and justice. However, Wang Yun and the others didn't dare step forward and stop Han Yan. They didn't even have the guts to say anything, because they knew that if they dared to say anything, Fan Kuen's sword would immediately chop off their heads. With their status, if they were killed by Fan Kuen, they would die in vain, and they wouldn't even have a chance to seek justice. At this point, Wang Yun could only hope that sect elder Guoshan would show up soon. If not, Han Yan would be finished. Stop! Right at this moment, a loud shout came from afar. A figure appeared in front of Fan Kuen like a ghost, blocking his path. It was Guoshan. After Guoshan appeared, he immediately threw his glance at Yan Chenyu. With his identity as an alchemist, he could instantly sense how bad Yan Chenyu's condition was. He then looked at Han Yan's condition, and it seemed like he wasn't any better than Yan Chenyu. Seeing this, Guoshan's anger immediately rose. His eyes became bloodshot, and he stared at Fan Kuen like a hungry wolf. Sensing the killing intent coming from Guoshan, Fan Kuen's expression immediately changed. In the Black Sect, Guoshan was the only person he was afraid of. Damn it! I thought that old man was in secluded cultivation? Why did he come out so quickly? Someone must have informed me. Fan Kuen cursed in his mind. Fan Kuen, what have you done? Guoshan shouted out. He was filled with regret right now. He had made a promise to Jiang Chen. When Jiang Chen left, he had promised to keep Yan Chenyu safe. But now, Yan Chenyu had been killed by some scoundrel, and even Jiang Chen's good brother, Han Yan, had been killed. Once Jiang Chen came back, how was Guoshan going to explain this to Jiang Chen? How was he going to face Jiang Chen again? Thinking up to this point, Guoshan couldn't help but become furious. Fan Kuen, you've killed a fellow disciple. I, the sect elder, will kill you in front of everyone. Guoshan unleashed the energy of a divine core warrior. He stretched out his hand and formed a gigantic palm with his yuan energy. Then he threw it towards Fan Kuen. Under the pressure of a divine core warrior, Fan Kuen couldn't even move. Grandpa, save me! Fan Kuen shouted out loudly. Right at this moment, a golden beam shot towards Guoshan from afar. The golden beam was like a sharp sword, and it struck Guoshan's attack, shattering it into pieces. Guoshan, you're a sect elder. How could you attack a disciple? Don't you think this is beneath your status? Fan Zhongtang appeared and stood in front of his grandson. Fan Zhongtang, I want an end to what happened today. Guoshan was furious. He had never been so furious before. He wished he could tear Fan Kuen into pieces. If it wasn't for Fan Zhongtang stopping him, he would have killed Fan Kuen at all costs. I know what happened today. This is a competition between disciples. We sect elders shouldn't interfere too much. Fan Kuen did something inappropriate today. I'll punish him when I get back. After saying that, Fan Zhongtang brought Fan Kuen and flew into the sky, flying towards the Black Sect. Stop right there. Guoshan blocked their path and said, Fan Zhongtang, Fan Kuen killed a fellow disciple. I want to punish him. Humph. Guoshan, remember your place. Even if Fan Kuen did something wrong, it's not your place to punish him. I'm the acting sect chief now. I'll punish Fan Kuen myself. You don't have to worry about that. Fan Zhongtang let out a cold snort. Then he brought Fan Kuen and left. Good. Fan Kuen, Jiang Chen will never forgive you. Both of you, grandpa and grandson, just wait to face the wrath of Jiang Chen. The entire Black Sect, just wait to face the wrath of Jiang Chen. Ha ha ha. Guoshan suddenly burst into laughter. He knew Jiang Chen too well. Jiang Chen was a true king. He was born with the aura of a king. He was a true dragon, and every dragon had a reverse scale. Anyone who touched it would die. Yan Chenyu and Han Yan were Jiang Chen's reverse scales. Guoshan knew something big was about to happen. The Black Sect wouldn't have many peaceful days left. Once Jiang Chen returned, the Black Sect would be turned upside down. Guoshan didn't continue arguing with Fan Zhongtang, because he knew it wouldn't do him any good. Fan Zhongtang was now the acting sect chief, and he was stronger than Guoshan. Guoshan couldn't do anything to this grandpa and grandson. Besides, Guoshan was worried about Yan Chenyu and Han Yan's injuries. Right now, the most important thing was to find a way to save their lives. Guoshan carried Yan Chenyu with one hand and Han Yan with the other. Then he flew towards his own mountain peak. Next, he was going to use all of his cultivation, all of his abilities, and try his best to save the lives of these two. Right now, Guoshan's heart was filled with endless regret. He had failed Jiang Chen's trust, and he didn't know how he would be able to face Jiang Chen in the future. He hated himself for cultivating in secluded cultivation. The great soul derivation skill was too tempting. Gua Shan had focused all of his attention on this skill, and he didn't expect Fan Kuan to be so daring as to attack Yen Chen Yup. Brother, I'm sorry. I'll try everything I can to save their lives. Once you come back, I'll let you do whatever you want to me. Gua Shan's vision became blurry as he stared towards the north. He couldn't imagine what would happen when Jiang Chen returned. This incident had thrown the outer circle into chaos, especially those disciples who had witnessed how Jiang Chen had caused a huge commotion in the outer circle. In their minds, Jiang Chen was a lawless man, and there was no way he would be able to resolve this peacefully. The words Gua Shan said before he left were still lingering in everyone's ears. The Black Sect wouldn't have many peaceful days left. Chapter 152. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. He had a bad feeling about this. He had lived 2 lives, and in his past life, he was the greatest saint in the world. His mind was as firm as a rock, and no ordinary man could compare with him. Even if he was faced with a life or death situation, he would be able to face it calmly, and his mind wouldn't be disturbed at all. But just now, Jiang Chen's heart that was as calm as still water actually showed signs of restlessness. Jiang Chen didn't know how long it had been since he felt this way. I hate this feeling. A cold light emerged from Jiang Chen's eyes. He was ready to deal with Lord Bloodmoon tonight, but now, his mood had become extremely bad. The restless mood made him wonder if something bad had just happened, or if something bad was about to happen. Buddy, what's wrong? De Huang Dog could sense the change in Jiang Chen. He had been following Jiang Chen for a long time, but he had never seen Jiang Chen act like this. In his mind, Jiang Chen was a cunning old fox, and no matter how dangerous the situation was, he would always be able to face it calmly. But today, Jiang Chen had suddenly become restless, and this really puzzled him. Nothing. I just felt restless all of a sudden. Jiang Chen shook his head. Are you worried about that Lord Bloodmoon? I don't think this Lord Bloodmoon is easy to deal with, and the Valley of Een spirits was left behind by Bloodmoon Shaman. If I'm not mistaken, Lord Bloodmoon must have obtained the inheritance left behind by Bloodmoon Shaman. In the Valley of Een spirits, Lord Bloodmoon must be like a fish in water, and he will be very difficult to deal with. De Huang Dog said. No matter what, I have to meet Lord Bloodmoon tonight. If not, I won't have the chance to do so. Jiang Chen and Lung Lung said. Lord Bloodmoon hadn't attacked anyone for the past few days, and obviously, he was waiting for tonight's blood sacrifice ceremony. Once the blood sacrifice ceremony was successful, he would most likely break through to the divine core realm, and at that point of time, there was no way Jiang Chen could defeat him. The entire Yellowstone region would become Lord Bloodmoon's slaughterhouse, and tonight was Jiang Chen's only chance. However, Jiang Chen's mind was still in a mess, making it hard for him to calm down. This was definitely not the pressure from Lord Bloodmoon, as Jiang Chen had never been afraid of his enemies being powerful. However, that feeling of irritation did not dissipate at all. I, Jiang Chen, have never been afraid of anything. This time is no exception. A ruthless glint appeared in Jiang Chen's eyes. He used the Great Soul Derivation technique to forcibly get rid of the agitation in his heart, and put all of his attention on dealing with Lord Bloodmoon at night. Jiang Chen would never have thought that something big had happened in the Black Sect. The irritation in his heart was because of Yen Chen Yu and Han Yen, who he didn't even know were dead or alive. At dusk, Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog followed Yu Zihan and flew towards Yellowstone City. With their speed, it would only take them 15 minutes to travel from Red Sun Town to Yellowstone City. Yellowstone City, the Yu family, Yu Tianlong was pacing back and forth in the main hall. His face was gloomy, and he was waiting anxiously. The 2 heavenly core old men next to him were restless as well. Chief, young master is back, and he brought someone with him. Right at this moment, a guard walked in from outside. It must be young master Jiang Chen. Please come in. Yu Tianlong's eyes lit up. He didn't dare show any hesitation. During this period of time, Jiang Chen's name had spread across the entire Yellowstone region. His achievements in killing blood devils were unparalleled. Now, if the Yu family wanted to save Yu Ziyan, they would have to rely on Jiang Chen. Not long after that, Yu Zihan brought Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog into the main hall. Yu Tianlong and the 2 old men quickly stood up and welcomed them. Dad, this is Jiang Chen, and this is De Huang. Yu Zihan introduced them. I've long heard about both of you. Yu Tianlong greets young master Jiang Chen. Yu Tianlong cupped his fist and bowed toward Jiang Chen. With his status, it was rare for him to show such respect to a young man. However, Yu Tianlong knew how frightening Jiang Chen was. In the world of cultivation, age and seniority didn't matter. All that mattered was strength. Yu Zihan had told Yu Tianlong everything about Jiang Chen. Apart from killing blood devils, he also told Yu Tianlong about what happened in the Black Sect. Besides, the news of Jiang Chen becoming the champion of the Qi province competition and challenging the northern and southern dynasties had spread across the entire Qi province. Yu Tianlong had indeed heard about Jiang Chen's name. The dog beside Jiang Chen was also someone who couldn't be underestimated. In the information Yu Zihan had given him about the battle between Red Sun Town and the Blood Devils, this dog was mentioned in detail. Therefore, Yu Tianlong didn't dare show any neglect. Chief Yu, you're welcome. Can the Yu family confirm the news about Lord Bloodmoon? Jiang Chen asked. Yes, I've confirmed it. Lord Bloodmoon is going to perform a blood sacrifice in the Valley of Een Spirits tonight, and my daughter Ziyan is among them. I sincerely hope young Master Jiang Chen can save her. If you can save my daughter's life, the entire Yu family will be grateful to young Master, and will be at your disposal in the future. Yu Tianlong said with a serious tone. He was worried about his daughter's safety, and he couldn't wait to leave for the Valley of Een Spirits. He didn't know if Jiang Chen could defeat Lord Bloodmoon, but with the current situation, Jiang Chen was his only hope. I don't think there are too many blood devils this time. I've killed quite a lot of them in Red Sun Town, and it looks like all the remaining blood devils are in the Valley of Een Spirits. Let's head to the Valley of Een Spirits now. I want to meet that Lord Bloodmoon and kill all these blood devils. Jiang Chen released his energy. Yu Tianlong and the two old men could sense the faint aura of a king that was being emitted from Jiang Chen's body. They couldn't help but feel shocked. This young man who looked so young had such an aura. All right, we'll listen to young Master Jiang's arrangement. Let's depart now. Yu Tianlong couldn't wait any longer. The sky was now completely dark, and if they left for the Valley of Een Spirits now, it would be night time. No one knew when Lord Bloodmoon's blood sacrifice ceremony would begin, and Yu Ziyan was in Lord Bloodmoon's hands right now, and her life would be in danger at any moment. In this Yellowstone region, Yu Tianlong was obviously very familiar with the terrain. Under Yu Tianlong's lead, the group started flying towards the direction of the Valley of Een Spirits. Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog, Yu Zihan, Yu Tianlong, and 2 men from the Yu family. A total of 6 heavenly core warriors. Going to the Valley of Een Spirits with such a lineup was basically no different than going there to die. But with Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog here, there was still hope. The Valley of Een Spirits was located at the border of Yellowstone region. The Valley of Een Spirits had a circumference of a few hundred miles. The terrain here was dangerous, and it was filled with Een Spirits all day long. No birds or beasts could live in this place, and it had become a forbidden place. Normally, no one would be able to withstand the corrosion of the Een Spirits in the Valley of Een Spirits. That's why no one dared to approach this place. When Jiang Chen and the group arrived at the Valley of Een Spirits, it was already nighttime. The darker it was, the stronger the Een Spirits in the Valley of Een Spirits became. Even though they were far away from it, they could still feel the gloominess coming from it. This was a barren land. No plants, no birds or beasts could live here. The only sign of this place was the gloomy and cold Een Spirits. Young Master Jiang, the Een Spirits in this place are very strong, and the deeper you go, the stronger the Een Spirits will be. I heard that the Een Spirits in the inner part of the Valley of Een Spirits are so strong that even late heavenly core warriors can't withstand it. Yu Tianlong said. His tone was filled with fear towards the Valley of Een Spirits. Jiang Chen gazed into the distance. This was indeed a dangerous place. The murderous aura was like a haze, and if any ordinary warrior went too deep into this place, the Een Spirits would immediately corrode his body, and all his internal organs would be corroded. But Jiang Chen didn't care about this Een Spirits at all. He was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, and his blood and qi were like dragons. Every single muscle and energy in his body was filled with the purest yang energy. In other words, Jiang Chen was the nemesis of these Een Spirits. De Huang, go in and check out the situation first, Jiang Chen said. Today was the big day of Lord Bloodmoon's blood sacrifice ceremony, and the entire Valley of Een Spirits would be filled with blood devils. This place could be considered as the center of the blood devils, and with De Huang Dog's abilities, it was the perfect place for him to check out the situation. Swoosh! As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, De Huang Dog turned into a beam of light and disappeared into the Valley of Yin Spirits. Yu Tianlong and the others widened their eyes. They saw that De Huang Dog didn't use any Yuan energy to resist the corrosion of the Yin Spirits when he entered the Valley of Yin Spirits. It was as if the Yin Spirits that everyone feared had no effect on him at all. Magical indeed. Yu Tianlong couldn't help but let out a sigh. There were some existences in this world that couldn't be judged with common sense. Big Yellow possessed the bloodline of a divine beast, and just like Jiang Chen, he was an existence with the purest yang energy. He was the bane of all Yin energies. De Huang Dog entered the Valley of Yin Spirits for half an hour, and then he came back. How is it? What's the situation inside? Jiang Chen asked. There is a black altar in the center of the Valley of Yin Spirits, and Lord Blood Moon is on top of it. There are at least thousands of blood demons around the altar, and they are worshipping the altar. Beside the altar, there are a total of 99 girls who are tied up. The blood sacrifice hasn't started yet. De Huang Dog said. Although he had only used half an hour, he had already grasped the situation inside the Valley of Yin Spirits very clearly. Moreover, he didn't want to be discovered by the blood demons. Just this ability alone was enough to make people give him a thumbs up. Are there any blood demons keeping watch outside? Jiang Chen asked. Yes, but I have bitten all of them to death. You guys follow me. We can go straight to the altar. De Huang Dog said. Good, well done. Let's go. Jiang Chen revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Under the lead of De Huang Dog, the group of people quickly ran into the Valley of Yin Spirits. Master, the Yin Spirits are getting more and more powerful. We can't hold on much longer. Yeah, if this continues, I'm afraid we won't be able to reach the center of the Valley of Yin Spirits, and we will fall early. Moreover, if we encounter the blood demons in this situation, we can only wait to be killed. Chapter 153. Falling down before encountering any enemies. This was the biggest tragedy. The murderous aura of the Valley of Yin Spirits lived up to its name. Even Yu Tianlong and Yu Zihan were having a hard time resisting the murderous aura. If they were to reach the center of the Valley of Yin Spirits, even they would fall. I've heard that the Yin Spirits in the Valley of Yin Spirits are terrifying. I've finally witnessed it today. I heard that even late Heavenly Core warriors couldn't resist the Yin Spirits in the center of the Valley of Yin Spirits. I'm afraid we won't even have the ability to reach the altar. Yu Tianlong had a bitter smile on his face. When they looked at Jiang Chen and Big Yellow who had relaxed expressions on their faces, they couldn't help but feel gloomy. Comparisons were odious. The gap between them was just too big. Brother Jiang, what should we do now? It seems like we've become your burden. Yu Zihan looked at Jiang Chen. Among them, Jiang Chen was definitely the center of attention. Jiang Chen had a calm expression. He didn't show any signs of panic. He flipped his palm and took out a jade bottle from his storage ring. The energy spring water in this bottle can help you resist the Yin Spirits. Take it. When you feel like you can't hold it anymore, just take a sip. Jiang Chen handed the jade bottle to Yu Zihan. Energy spring water? Yu Zihan and Yu Tianlong shouted out at the same time. They stared at the jade bottle in disbelief. There was so much energy spring water in it. It was an eye-opening experience. The energy spring water was a pure yang item. It could help them resist the Yin Spirits, and it would bring them great benefits as well. I've dripped a drop of my blood into the energy spring water just now. My blood is the purest yang energy in the world. It's the nemesis of the Yin Spirits. After you drink it, you won't need to fear the Yin Spirits for a short period of time. Jiang Chen said. The shocked expressions on Yu Tianlong and the other three men's faces became even more obvious. In their minds, Jiang Chen was a peerless monster. Young Master Jiang, this energy spring water is too precious, but we won't reject it. If I, Yu Tianlong, can walk out of this Valley of Yin Spirits alive, everyone in the Yu family will follow young Master Jiang's orders, even if it means death. Yu Tianlong said solemnly. Such an expensive gift, if it was any other time, it would be hard for him to accept it. But now was a special situation. It was not the time to be pretentious. Yu Zihan opened the jade bottle and drank a mouthful of energy spring water. After that, Yu Tianlong and the other two also took a mouthful of energy spring water. As the spiritual spring water entered their bodies, the four of them instantly felt a scorching stream of air spreading throughout their bodies. Under the effect of this scorching stream of air, the baleful energy was directly repelled. The four of them felt an indescribable sense of comfort. The effects of the baleful energy from before had unexpectedly disappeared. The four of them were horrified. Even the spirit spring water could not have such an effect. It was simply heaven-defying. The spirit spring was a pure yang attributed object. After adding in Jiang Chen's blood, its quality rose significantly. It was no longer a problem for it to resist the baleful qi. The group continued to move forward. The blood demons guarding the path that De Huang Dog had chosen had already been killed by De Huang Dog. Therefore, the group's journey was uneventful as they directly arrived at the center of Dark Fiend Valley. Do you see that? There's a small mountain up ahead, and behind that mountain is a valley. The altar is right there. De Huang Dog said. It's so quiet, it seems like the blood sacrifice ceremony hasn't started yet. Yu Zihan said. Midnight is the time when the baleful energy is the densest. If I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid that Lord Blood Moon will choose to start the blood sacrifice ceremony at midnight. Jiang Chen said. The few of them completely concealed their aura and walked step by step towards the direction of the small mountain. When they reached the top of the small mountain, they each stuck their head out and looked down at the valley. The entire valley was filled with darkness. There were blood demons everywhere. The blood demons were kneeling on the ground according to their cultivation level. None of them dared to raise their heads. In front of them was a black altar. It was completely made out of human skeletons. It looked extremely eerie and terrifying. On top of the altar, a young man wearing a blood-red robe was sitting cross-legged with both of his eyes closed. He looked extremely demonic. His black lips and the black light that was emitting from his body made this young man look like he had just walked out from hell. The young man's eyes were closed, and there was a mysterious rune between his eyebrows. Beside the altar, there were 99 young girls standing side by side. All of them seemed to be in a trance, as if they had been greatly stimulated. There was a faint layer of black fog surrounding their bodies. It was blocking the baleful energy outside, protecting the young girls from being affected. Ziyan. Little sister. Yu Tianlong and Yu Zihan both saw the young girl standing at the front of the group. The young girl was wearing a long blue dress. Her body was slim, and her delicate face made her look more beautiful than the other young girls. Her big eyes, which were supposed to be full of life, looked dull and lifeless at the moment. When they saw Yu Zihan, Yu Tianlong and his son's emotions immediately fluctuated violently. Luckily, they were not ordinary people, so they didn't do anything out of line. Young Master Jiang, when are we going to make our move? Yu Tianlong stared at Yu Ziyan without blinking his eyes. Looking at his beloved daughter's current state, he felt like his heart was being stabbed by a sharp knife. However, Jiang Chen was looking at Lord Blood Moon. With his eyesight and the great soul derivation skill, he could immediately see through Lord Blood Moon's cultivation level. This Lord Blood Moon had a very strong aura, and his cultivation level had reached the peak of the heavenly core realm. Besides, it was obvious that Lord Blood Moon had obtained the inheritance from Blood Moon Shaman, and he had mastered the Blood Devil skill. Although he might not be as strong as the northern and southern dynasties, he was definitely at the same level as Guaniyun and Liang Shao. Comparing Fan Kuan and Lord Blood Moon, the gap between them was huge. A man like this, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to handle. Lord Blood Moon isn't easy to deal with. Besides, I don't know what kind of powerful trump card he has obtained from Blood Moon Shaman's inheritance. If I attack him recklessly, even I won't be his match. That's why we have to wait. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He had formed 120 dragon marks now, and with his current combat strength, he could easily kill any ordinary late heavenly core warrior. He could also handle geniuses like Fan Kuan, but if he were to encounter someone like Guaniyun, it would still not be enough. Besides, this was the Valley of Spirits, the territory of Lord Blood Moon. Jiang Chen wouldn't believe that Lord Blood Moon didn't have any trump cards other than his cultivation level. How long do we have to wait? Yu Zihan asked. I know all of you are worried about Yu Ziyan, but if we attack now, not only will we not be able to save her, none of you will be able to leave this place alive. Even if I can deal with Lord Blood Moon, how are you going to deal with thousands of blood devils? Jiang Chen glanced at Yu Tianlong and Yu Zihan, then he continued, I have to wait until midnight, for Lord Blood Moon to start the blood sacrifice ceremony. A blood sacrifice ceremony like this can't be completed in one go, It will take a long time, and once the process is interrupted, even Lord Bloodmoon won't feel good. I'll wait until he is fully immersed in the blood sacrifice ceremony. Then I'll strike and give him a fatal blow." Jiang Chen had a sneer on his face. A true warrior, not only did he have extraordinary combat strength, he also needed to have extraordinary intelligence, courage and strategy. This was the true quality of a real man. Jiang Chen's combat strength was very strong, but he never lacked strategies. He would use different methods to deal with different enemies. Only by doing this could he have the confidence to win. Even if he had to risk his life, he had to do it with confidence. He, Jiang Chen, would never do anything that he wasn't confident about. "Master, what young Master Jiang said is right. It's useless for us to panic now. If we strike now, Lord Bloodmoon will be at his peak condition. We won't be able to deal with him," one of the Yu family's guests said. Yu Tianlong took a deep breath and nodded his head. He knew that Jiang Chen's decision was correct. Only by doing this would they have a chance. However, he suddenly thought of something. He couldn't help but say, "Young Master Jiang, you said that we have to wait until Lord Bloodmoon is fully immersed in the blood sacrifice ceremony. Doesn't that mean we have to wait until the ceremony begins before we strike?" "I've said it before, this blood sacrifice ceremony requires a long time. All 99 girls will be sacrificed one by one, not at the same time. You just have to pray that Lord Bloodmoon won't sacrifice Yu Ziyan first," Jiang Chen said with an indifferent face. "Brother Jiang, if that's the case, then one of those girls will have to sacrifice themselves," Yu Zihan said. "Someone has to sacrifice themselves. One person's sacrifice is better than all of them dying. It's not that I don't want to save her, it's because I want to save more people." Jiang Chen's face was as calm as still water. It was hard to imagine that a 16-year-old young man could view life so lightly. However, what Jiang Chen said was right. Sometimes, someone had to sacrifice themselves, even if it was their life. Jiang Chen had to wait until Lord Bloodmoon's blood sacrifice ceremony began before he could strike. This was the only chance he had to deal with Lord Bloodmoon. Once he succeeded, he would be able to save the others by sacrificing one of them. Other than that, there was no other way, or else, everyone would have to die. "I'll listen to young Master Jiang." Yu Tianlong's breathing quickened. He was very worried, because Yu Ziyan was currently standing at the closest spot to the altar, which meant that if Lord Bloodmoon decided to start the blood sacrifice ceremony, Yu Ziyan would most likely be the first one to start. "Little sister, your fate will depend on your luck." Yu Zihan clenched his fists tightly. Yu Tianlong's eyes had turned red. To them, every second was a torture. The feeling of watching someone struggling in a pit of fire, while they could only watch helplessly, was something that no one could imagine. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. This kind of family love made him feel warm, but at the same time, it also made him feel helpless. Life was like this, there would always be a lot of helpless situations, and you would always have to make all kinds of choices. Sometimes you would have to choose between life and death. Even if you didn't have a choice, you still had to make a choice. Chapter 154. Swoosh. The moment Lord Bloodmoon opened his eyes, an eerie gust of wind swept across the entire valley. The gust of wind formed into a dark cloud, hovering above Lord Bloodmoon's head, making him look even more eerie and creepy. Bloodmoon, Bloodmoon, Bloodmoon. The thousands of blood devils who were lying on the ground started cheering. Their voices resonated throughout the entire valley of Yin spirits. The dense Yin chi in this place was deadly to outsiders, but to these blood devils, it was a great nourishment. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, Lord Bloodmoon let out a loud laugh. His voice was extremely high-pitched, just like a woman's. He shook both of his arms, and a dark gust of wind rushed out from his body, merging with a dark cloud above his head. Gradually, the dark cloud turned into a creepy huge black face. Swoosh! The gust of wind became even stronger. Those teenage girls suddenly woke up from their dispirited state. They raised their heads and saw the huge black face of the blood devils. They immediately screamed out in fear. The teenage girls were in a daze before, so they were able to keep quiet. But now that they had woken up, they had never seen anything like this before. They were so scared that they hugged each other and shivered. Seeing this, Yu Tianlong and Yu Zihan, who were standing behind the short hill, suddenly had a joyful look on their faces, because when the 99 teenage girls hugged each other and pushed each other, the order in which they were standing had changed. Yu Ziyan, who was standing at the first position and was the closest to the altar, had been pushed to the center. The center position was undoubtedly the best position, No matter which side Lord Blood Moon wanted to start the blood sacrifice, Yuzi Yen would be safe for the time being, unless Lord Blood Moon wanted her to be the first one to be sacrificed. If that was the case, her luck would be really bad. The blood sacrifice begins now. Young Master Blood Moon said in an enigmatic tone. Those blood devils who were cheering immediately stopped. Their facial expressions became extremely solemn, as if they were welcoming a sacred being. Puff! After that, all the thousands of blood devils let out a light shout at the same time, and each of them spat out a dark red ball of blood essence towards the huge black face above Lord Blood Moon's head. Pop pop! The blood that had been spurted out by the blood demon gathered together, turning the originally black face into a blood-red color. Under Lord Blood Moon's control, drops of blood rained down from above. When the blood rained on Lord Blood Moon's body, it was immediately absorbed into his body. When the blood rained down on the altar, the entire altar was dyed in a blood-red color, which made it look extremely terrifying. The blood sacrifice is about to begin. Jiang Chen's gaze was as sharp as a sword, and he stared at Lord Blood Moon, who was standing on the altar, without blinking his eyes. With his eyesight, he could tell that this was an extremely cruel method of blood sacrifice, and it was 100 times crueler than the real demon races. A blood sacrifice like this is way too cruel. If we don't get rid of this blood demon, the entire Qi province will never have peace. Yu Zihan's face turned extremely gloomy. The way that Lord Blood Moon used living people as a blood sacrifice could only be described as insane. The entire valley was covered by the chilly wind. A scene like this could make anyone's heart tremble in fear. When the blood rained down on the entire altar, Lord Blood Moon started to move as well. Lord Blood Moon extended his huge hand towards a teenage girl who was the closest to him. The teenage girl immediately let out a miserable shriek, and her body flew uncontrollably onto the altar. The teenage girl's face turned pale with fright, and she kept screaming in fear. When the blood rained down on her body, the teenage girl immediately let out a miserable shriek. Under the horrified gazes of the 98 teenage girls, the teenage girl who was grabbed onto the altar was instantly covered in blood. Her body started rotting bit by bit, and in just the time of 3 breaths, the teenage girl's miserable shriek stopped, and her entire body turned into a pile of bloody flesh, dripping onto the altar. Lord Blood Moon put his hand into the bloody flesh and absorbed its essence, and his face was filled with enjoyment. No, when the remaining teenage girls saw this, they all let out miserable shrieks. This scene was way too horrifying, and to them, they would never have imagined that they would experience something like this. Behind the short hill, Yu Tianlong and Yu Zihan were secretly sweating. If it wasn't for that chilly wind, the one who would be sacrificed would be Yu Ziyan. All of their gazes fell onto Jiang Chen at the same time. Jiang Chen's face was filled with indifference, and he didn't seem to be nervous at all. His calm demeanor, as if even a mountain was collapsing right in front of him, was truly admirable. In Jiang Chen's eyes, other than indifference, there was only calmness. The miserable shrieks of the teenage girls couldn't shake his mind at all, and the horrifying scene of the blood sacrifice was just like nothing to him. Jiang Chen stared at Lord Blood Moon's face with his sharp gaze. The blood sacrifice had just begun, and it was still not the best time for him to strike. The expression of enjoyment on Lord Blood Moon's face was getting more and more intense. Soon, Lord Blood Moon was completely immersed in the enjoyment, and gradually, he closed his eyes. Right at this moment, the altar was letting out a buzzing sound, and the huge red face on top of it was still dripping blood. The teenage girls were about to be completely sacrificed, and the whole scene seemed to be resonating with each other. Thousands of blood demons were kneeling on the ground and murmuring something. Now, you guys go and save the girls. I'll go straight for Lord Blood Moon. Jiang Chen's aura stopped for a second, then he turned into a beam of light and dashed out. In a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the altar, and swung the battle axe in his hand towards Lord Blood Moon. Lord Blood Moon, prepare to die. Jiang Chen's Qi let out a loud roar, and his powerful Yuan energy was like a raging ocean. He had unleashed the thunder strike to its limit. He was sure that Lord Blood Moon had already fallen into the blood sacrifice, and he couldn't spare any time to deal with him. Once the blood sacrifice had started, it couldn't be stopped in the middle, and if it was interrupted by force, Lord Blood Moon would be severely injured. Therefore, this was the only way for Jiang Chen to deal with Lord Blood Moon. Swoosh! Sensing the sudden and powerful attack, Lord Blood Moon suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 beams of blood-red light shot out from his eyes like 2 sharp swords. The blood sacrifice had been interrupted by someone, and his eyes were obviously filled with anger. How dare you interrupt my blood sacrifice? You're courting death. Lord Blood Moon suddenly threw out a palm attack, and a huge blood-red palm print, which was like a bloody mountain, rushed towards Jiang Chen from all directions. Rumble. The battle axe and the huge blood-red palm print collided with each other, producing a deafening sound. The battle axe had shattered the huge palm print into pieces, and Jiang Chen had also received a great shock, and his body had been pushed back by 100 feet. Lord Blood Moon is really terrifying, and with my current battle power, I'm still not his match. However, the blood sacrifice has restricted him completely, and as the saying goes, take advantage of his weakness and kill him. Jiang Chen's aura was like a rainbow, and he turned into a beam of light. He carried the golden battle axe and dashed towards Lord Blood Moon once again. Stop him! Lord Blood Moon shouted out coldly. In an instant, 3 powerful Blood Devil leaders dashed forward and blocked in front of Jiang Chen. All 3 of them were late Heavenly Core leaders, and they were the only 3 late Heavenly Core Blood Devils among the group of Blood Devils. Those who stand in my way will die. Jiang Chen waved his battle axe in the air, and all 120 dragon marks were circulating within his body. With his current combat strength, ordinary late Heavenly Core warriors were no match for him. Slash! In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen had slashed a late Heavenly Core Blood Devil leader in half. Kill! Yu Tianlong shouted out loudly. The combat weapon in his hand drew a bright arc in the air, and he was the first one to dash forward. De Huang Dog was the most ferocious of them all. With his muscular body, he dashed into the group of Blood Devils in an instant. Wherever he went, blood and flesh would fly in all directions. All of this happened too quickly and too suddenly. Not to mention these Blood Devils, even Lord Blood Moon didn't expect that someone would come here to cause trouble. It should be known that this was the center of the Valley of Een Spirits, where the dark evil energy was extremely dense. If an ordinary person came here, he or she would be courting death. Yu Zihan and the others had also dashed into the group of Blood Devils, and they immediately started killing. These brutal Blood Devils were devoutly worshipping the altar, and when they were attacked by the sudden attacks, they would definitely be severely injured. Kill them all. How dare they disturb young master's blood sacrifice? You're courting death. Suck their blood dry. All the Blood Devils were shouting out loudly. The stronger Blood Devil leaders took out their devil weapons and started attacking the group. Among them, there were more than a dozen Heavenly Core Blood Devil leaders. In terms of numbers, Yu Zihan and the others were no match for them, and they were easily drowned by these Blood Devils. However, the 3 strongest late Heavenly Core Blood Devil leaders had gone to stop Jiang Chen. The rest of the Blood Devil leaders were under the lead of De Huang Dog, and it was very difficult for them to cause any real harm to Yu Zihan and the others. De Huang Dog was too frightening. He was like an ancient beast, and those Blood Devil leaders were no match for him. If they dared to attack, they would be killed by De Huang Dog, let alone those ordinary mortal core Blood Devils. Zihan, go and save your sister. Yu Tianlong shouted out loudly. Then, Yu Zihan flew towards the group of teenage girls. Brother! When Yu Ziyen saw her brother, she immediately screamed out. Tears of joy flowed down from her face. Her heart that was filled with despair had once again been filled with hope. Sister, calm them down, tell them not to be afraid, we'll get you out of here, Yu Zihan said to Yu Ziyen. He wanted Yu Ziyen to take care of the teenage girls. He still had to fight the Blood Devils himself. Arg! On the other side, a shrill scream pierced through the night sky. The last late Heavenly Core Blood Devil had been killed by Jiang Chen's battle axe. In just a few breaths' time, all 3 Heavenly Core Blood Devil leaders had been killed by Jiang Chen's battle axe. Jiang Chen's overbearing and ferocious methods had completely frightened Yu Tianlong and the other 2 men. They had witnessed Jiang Chen's performance, and they were extremely shocked. They had never seen a man who could be so overbearing. Chapter 155. Ah! Horrible shrieks sounded out from the Valley of Een Spirits, blood splashed everywhere. Although the men from the Yu family were surrounded by Blood Devils, with the help of the abnormal De Huang Dog, they hadn't suffered any injuries yet. But the Blood Devils had suffered serious injuries. Not to mention the 3 late Heavenly Core leaders who were killed by Jiang Chen. De Huang Dog's attack on the rest of the Blood Devils was a deadly blow to them as well. Normally, Jiang Chen and his men coming here to attack the Valley of Een Spirits was no different from seeking death. But the situation was different now. Lord Blood Moon's blood sacrifice ceremony had begun, and he couldn't attack at all. This gave Jiang Chen and his men the opportunity to kill all the Blood Devils. Lord Blood Moon was the only mission Jiang Chen had to worry about. As long as Lord Blood Moon was kept busy, no matter how many Blood Devils there were, they would end up just like those in Red Sun Town. The captured teenage girls huddled together. Their faces were pale. This scene, this experience, it was destined to leave an unforgettable scar in their hearts. Such a bloody and brutal scene had made them realize the dark side of the world. Fear filled their hearts. The only thing that made them feel lucky was that the shadow of death was slowly disappearing. The sudden appearance of these few men had given them hope of surviving. Yu Ziyan was born in a big family, so her temperament was much stronger than the other teenage girls. After seeing her father and brother, she had calmed down, and she was comforting the frightened teenage girls. Yu Zihan stood in front of the teenage girls, killing the Blood Devils who kept attacking them. Lord Blood Moon, face your death. After killing the 3 late Heavenly Corps leaders, Jiang Chen's energy had become even stronger. He swung the axe in his hand towards Lord Blood Moon, who was sitting cross-legged on the altar. Humph. You're just a small fry. You're overestimating yourself. Die now. Lord Blood Moon let out a cold snort. He waved his hand again and unleashed a huge blood-red palm towards the axe. Bang! The intense collision caused the entire valley of Een spirits to shake. Lord Blood Moon's attack was powerful. He had once again forced Jiang Chen back. However, Lord Blood Moon had attacked twice in a row, and it had already affected the condition of his blood sacrifice. His complexion started to turn pale, and his aura started to become chaotic. Moreover, the flesh and blood of the girl from before were about to be used up, so he had to capture the second girl to continue. Haha, Lord Blood Moon, you are finished. Jiang Chen laughed heartily and completely released his powerful aura. His entire body was surrounded by blood-colored dragon shadows. He took a step forward and 9 identical Jiang Chen appeared in the void. The 9 Jiang Chen surrounded the blood-red sacrificial altar, all of them dashing toward Lord Blood Moon at the same time. Jiang Chen had already seen through this blood sacrifice. He was certain that Lord Blood Moon would not be able to stop halfway through the blood sacrifice. Therefore, there was a limit to what he could do. Otherwise, not only would the blood sacrifice fail, Lord Blood Moon himself would also receive a powerful backlash and be severely injured. Therefore, when Jiang Chen used the 9 phantom wolves to confuse his opponent, not only did he manage to dazzle Lord Blood Moon for a short period of time, he also managed to distract him. Such a strange movement skill. Lord Blood Moon's complexion changed. Even with his eyesight, he couldn't tell which one was the real one from the movement skill Jiang Chen had used. However, even though Jiang Chen's speed was fast, Lord Blood Moon's movement was even faster. He waved his hand and coldly shouted, "You idiots, how dare you disturb my blood sacrifice? You are seeking death. I will kill you first, then I will take care of them." Blood Banner. A huge blood-colored banner shot out from Lord Blood Moon's body. It was 100 zhang long blood-colored banner. Once the huge blood-colored banner appeared, it immediately enveloped all 9 Jiang Chens and sucked Jiang Chens into the blood banner. Swoosh swoosh. The chilly wind whistled, and waves of heart-wrenching screams came from the blood banner. The dense blood-colored light filled the entire sky above the valley of Een spirits. The chilly wind whistled, and the ghostly wails and howls could be heard. The blood banner was too terrifying, and one after another, hideous ghostly faces could be seen on it. Just by looking at the blood banner, it would make one's heart tremble with fear, and it would make one's soul feel like it had fallen into hell. Oh my God, that's the blood banner. Lord Blood Moon has actually obtained the blood banner. He has obtained the inheritance of the Blood Moon Shaman. When Yu Tianlong, who was fighting against the blood demons, saw the appearance of the blood banner, he immediately let out a cry. A few decades ago, the Blood Moon Shaman slaughtered hundreds of thousands of living beings and used their souls to create the blood banner. With this banner, the Blood Moon Shaman wreaked havoc in the Qi province, killing countless powerful warriors and plunging the entire Qi province into misery and suffering. Even the strongest warriors of the 4 big sects were no match for him. In the end, the 4 of them had to work together to kill the Blood Moon Shaman. I heard that the sect masters of the 4 big sects did not have a glorious victory. I never thought this Lord Blood Moon would have obtained the inheritance of the Blood Moon Shaman, and he even obtained the blood banner that had disappeared without a trace. There are 100,000 ferocious souls contained within the banner, and it's filled with ferocious energy. Even a divine core warrior can't withstand it. Lord Jiang Chen has been sucked into the blood banner, and he's probably going to die soon. The two guest masters from the Yu family had worried expressions on their faces. Yu Tianlong and Yu Zihan had dark expressions on their faces as well. Initially, they wanted to attack Lord Bloodmoon during the blood sacrifice ceremony, and kill him and all the blood demons in one fell swoop, then save these innocent girls. But they never expected Lord Bloodmoon to have such a powerful weapon. Now that Jiang Chen was being controlled by the Blood Banner, he had a slim chance of survival. Haha, once you've been sucked into the Blood Banner, even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, you'll still die a horrible death, and become one of the ferocious souls. This is the consequence of offending me. Lord Bloodmoon's voice was sharp, and he had a sneer on his face. The Blood Banner kept fluttering in the sky, and the ferocious soul's roars could send shivers down one's spine. Humph. Lord Bloodmoon let out a cold snort. He stretched out his hand and forcefully broke through Yu Zihan's defense. Then he grabbed 3 young girls. When the young girls stepped onto the fighting stage, they immediately became covered in blood, and were sacrificed by Lord Bloodmoon. At the same time, Lord Bloodmoon threw his glance at Yu Tianlong and the other men. Lord Bloodmoon's face was filled with a sneer. He didn't attack these people, all he needed to do was to remember their faces. He didn't even need to remember them. Once he successfully sacrificed them, the entire Yellowstone region would become his food. As for now, the blood sacrifice was the most important thing. Lord Bloodmoon had to spare some of his attention to control the Blood Banner to fight against Jiang Chen, so he wouldn't have the chance to attack Yu Tianlong and the other men. That was the real reason why he didn't attack them. In Lord Bloodmoon's eyes, among all the people in front of him, only Jiang Chen alone could pose a threat to him. As for the others, he didn't take them seriously at all. Right at this moment, countless ferocious souls inside the Blood Banner were fiercely pouncing towards Jiang Chen. They were trying to tear Jiang Chen into pieces. The ferocious energy released by the 100,000 ferocious souls had condensed into a solid form, and it had directly formed into a ferocious storm. The countless ferocious energies were like countless sharp blades, and Jiang Chen felt like he was in the center of the storm, which was formed by the sharp blades, like a small boat in the middle of a vast ocean. If an ordinary person entered the Blood Banner, he or she would immediately be devoured by the countless ferocious souls. Even without the attacks from the ferocious souls, just the influence of the ferocious energies would be enough to make a person's mind collapse. However, at this moment, the person who was sucked into the Blood Banner was Jiang Chen, the world's greatest saint. Roar! Jiang Chen let out a light shout and released the sonic hawk cry. Countless rays of golden yuan power shot out from his mouth and turned into a sound wave that swept forward. His body was surrounded by illusionary dragon shadows, and the golden light illuminated the pitch-black Blood Banner. Roar! Those ferocious and ferocious souls, after coming into contact with the golden light from Jiang Chen's body, let out heart-wrenching screams. Their faces were filled with fear, as if they had seen their natural enemy. Humph! I have the might of a saint, and I am the incarnation of a true dragon. I am not someone you can threaten. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. His entire body was emitting a superior aura. He stood there like a god of war, like an immovable mountain. Those ferocious souls and ferocious energies couldn't even get close to his body. Jiang Chen had the mind of a great saint, and he had experienced death and rebirth. It was very difficult for ordinary evil beings to affect his mind. He cultivated the dragon transformation skill, and his body contained the bloodline of several kinds of strange beasts. Every drop of blood essence and qi in his body contained the purest yang energy, which was the nemesis of all evil beings. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Jiang Chen was the incarnation of a true dragon. He cultivated the dragon transformation art, and he was slowly transforming into a true dragon. Sooner or later, he would become a true dragon and soar in the sky. Rumble! Jiang Chen raised the gigantic axe in his hand and swung it toward the Blood Banner. A golden beam pierced through the darkness like a rainbow. But too bad, the axe was like a rock sinking into the ocean. It didn't cause any damage to the Blood Banner. This banner is formed by ferocious souls and ferocious energies. It is extremely frightening. It is a true evil spirit. Even though the Axe of Thunder is an earth combat weapon, it can't break this Blood Banner. Although I'm not afraid of the ferocious souls and ferocious energies in this place, it won't be easy for me to leave the Blood Banner, unless I can control it. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows, but the Blood Banner has been completely absorbed by Lord Bloodmoon, and it's connected to his bloodline. It's impossible for me to control it. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. He couldn't keep staying in the Blood Banner, as Lord Blood Moon was at the critical moment of the blood sacrifice ceremony. Now that something like this had happened, Lord Blood Moon would definitely speed up the blood sacrifice ceremony. Once Lord Blood Moon completed the blood sacrifice ceremony and broke through to the divine core realm, he would turn around and focus on Jiang Chen. At that point of time, not only would Jiang Chen's life be in danger, the entire Qi province would once again be filled with blood devils. Lord Blood Moon's talent wasn't any weaker than Blood Moon Shaman's. His methods and style were exactly the same as Blood Moon Shaman's. Now that he had the blood banner, once he broke through to the divine core realm, he would become a huge threat to Jiang Chen. With the help of the Blood Devil skill, Lord Blood Moon would quickly grow and become the second Blood Moon Shaman. Chapter 156. Rumble. Continuous rumbling sounds kept coming out from the blood banner. The shock waves from Jiang Chen's attacks were getting stronger and stronger, and some golden lights were leaking out from the blood banner. Look, the blood banner is shaking violently. Young Master Jiang Chen is attacking it. One of the guests from the Yu family said in surprise. Young Master Jiang Chen is really powerful. He is emitting the purest yang energy from all over his body, and the evil energy from the blood banner can't do anything to him. However, with young Master Jiang's abilities, I'm afraid it won't be easy for him to break out from the blood banner. Although Yu Tianlong was shocked as well, since Jiang Chen could still attack, it meant that Jiang Chen was still safe for now. This was good news for him. Chief, what should we do now? If young Master Jiang can't break the blood banner, we won't be able to stop Lord Blood Moon's blood sacrifice. Another guest said with a worried tone. Up until now, De Huang Dog had killed all the Blood Devil leaders. Although there were still a lot of Blood Devils left, they were all mortal core Blood Devils, so they weren't a big threat to them. But the real threat was still Lord Blood Moon. As long as Lord Blood Moon was alive, he would be able to raise thousands of Blood Devils. Therefore, even if these Blood Devils were killed, Lord Blood Moon wouldn't feel sad at all. Looking at the current situation, Yu Tianlong and the others had fallen into a dilemma. These Blood Devils weren't a big threat to them, but they couldn't stop Lord Blood Moon from carrying out the blood sacrifice either. Once Lord Blood Moon's blood sacrifice was over, everyone here would die a horrible death. The only thing they could do now was to bring all the girls away with them. But this was impossible. Lord Blood Moon would never allow this to happen. If they tried to do this, Lord Blood Moon would definitely stop them even if it meant risking his life. At that point of time, Lord Blood Moon would be completely enraged, and what awaited them would be Lord Blood Moon's greatest killing intent. I have an idea, De Huang Dog suddenly said. What is it? Yu Tianlong looked at De Huang Dog in surprise. This dog was incomparably mystical. At this time, perhaps only by relying on De Huang Dog would there be hope. De Huang Dog didn't say anything. All of a sudden, his expression turned incomparably solemn. An invisible divine will shot out from his mind. De Huang Dog's divine will was extremely mystical. It actually passed through the blood banner and entered Jiang Chen's ears. Brat, don't waste your energy. With your current strength, it is impossible for you to break the blood banner. Right now there is only one way, and that is to temporarily cut off the connection between the blood banner and Lord Blood Moon. Then you can quickly take control of the blood banner. Once you lose control of the blood banner, Lord Blood Moon will suffer a huge backlash and become a fish on the chopping block. De Huang Dog said. Do you have a way to cut off the connection between the blood banner and Lord Blood Moon? Jiang Chen was startled. The blood banner had already been completely refined by Lord Blood Moon, and their origins were connected. It would be extremely difficult to forcefully cut off the connection between the two. Let's give it a try. After saying that, De Huang Dog opened his mouth and spat out a huge broken sword. The broken sword fell onto the ground and made a clanging sound. It was the broken sword fragment that he had obtained from the wasteland of the Whirling Sun City. De Huang Dog's expression turned solemn. He spat out a mouthful of blood. It was the blood essence of the dragon horse. When the blood essence fell onto the broken sword that was originally like a piece of scrap metal suddenly started shaking violently. The shaking of the broken sword became more and more intense. After obtaining the blood essence of De Huang Dog, it was like a piece of land that had been dry for a long time had suddenly been moisturized by rain. As the shaking of the broken sword became more and more intense, under the control of De Huang Dog, the broken sword flew up into the sky. Roar! De Huang Dog suddenly let out a loud roar. Countless rays of light rushed out from his body, and all of them went into the broken sword. For a moment, The broken sword was dancing in the air and slashing towards the blood-red altar. What is that? What a powerful pressure. It's a holy aura. It makes me feel like I'm facing a god. It's too scary. Yu Tianlong and the others looked at the golden broken sword in the sky in shock. That holy aura made them want to worship it. That kind of aura was so high and mighty that it seemed to have surpassed the heavens and the earth. Swoosh! The broken sword slashed out a golden curtain of light, which rushed toward the altar. Lord Blood Moon, who was in the middle of the blood sacrifice, had a drastic change in his expression. He could actually sense an extreme danger from the golden curtain of light. What kind of treasure is that? Lord Blood Moon was shocked. He quickly moved his body sideways and dodged the attack of the golden light screech. Damn it, I can't even unleash the slightest bit of its power. Otherwise, I would have killed Lord Blood Moon in an instant. However, it's enough to cut off the connection between him and the blood banner. De Huang Dog cursed. The golden light screen that was slashed out by the broken sword formed a barrier between Lord Blood Moon and the blood banner. Lord Blood Moon's expression changed drastically in an instant, because at this moment, he was actually unable to feel the connection between him and the blood banner. That golden barrier contained an indescribable sacred aura. It was like a world barrier that could cut off everything. Inside the blood banner, Jiang Chen could clearly feel the change of the blood banner. The aura that was being controlled by someone had disappeared. With Jiang Chen's experience, he instantly understood that De Huang Dog had succeeded in cutting off the connection between Lord Blood Moon and the blood banner. This dog is indeed powerful. Lord Blood Moon, you're finished. Blood banner, take control of it. With Jiang Chen's abilities, even if he was only given an instantaneous skill, he would still be able to win the battle by surprise. With the help of the Great Soul Derivation skill, he instantly found the source of the blood banner. His divine sense was like a sharp sword. It shattered the last bit of divine sense that Lord Blood Moon had left in the blood banner. After that, he forcefully took control of the blood banner and completely took control of it. It was very easy for Jiang Chen to control the blood banner. With the help of the Great Soul Derivation skill, it was extremely easy for him to obtain a combat weapon. Besides, all the ferocious spirits in the blood banner were afraid of Jiang Chen's aura. Once they lost Lord Blood Moon's control, they would immediately be subdued by Jiang Chen. Swoosh! At this moment, the golden light screen disappeared as well. The old broken sword fell onto the ground with a clang, and returned to its original broken state. At this moment, De Huang Dog's vision darkened, and he fell onto the ground. De Huang! Yu Zihan cried out in fear. He immediately rushed to De Huang Dog's side, and protected De Huang Dog. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen walked out from the blood banner. The huge blood banner was now completely under his control, and he kept it into his storage ring. No! Lord Blood Moon, who was in the middle of the blood sacrifice, let out a scream. He couldn't accept losing the blood banner. The blood banner was his foundation, and it was his most powerful skill. He never thought that he would fail miserably today. Pooh! Lord Blood Moon coughed out a mouthful of blood. He held his head with both of his hands, and let out a scream. His face was filled with pain, and one after another, ugly blood marks covered his face. After losing the blood banner, and having his blood sacrifice interrupted, Lord Blood Moon had become an arrow at the end of its flight. Lord Blood Moon, prepare to die. Jiang Chen took a step forward and arrived on top of the altar. He grabbed Lord Blood Moon's head with one of his golden palms, and forcefully twisted Lord Blood Moon's head off his body, along with the demonic core in his body. Ah, young master! Seeing that Lord Blood Moon had been killed, all the other blood devils started roaring out. For them, Lord Blood Moon was their spiritual pillar, and he was their god. Now, even their god had been killed. How could they accept this? Blood devils are insane. They are a freak in this world. They shouldn't even exist. All of you die now. Jiang Chen took out the blood banner. The huge blood banner opened up, and it looked like a huge mouth of a devil. Countless chilly winds started blowing out from it, and the remaining few hundred blood devils were all absorbed by Jiang Chen. With their mortal core cultivation level, if they were to enter the blood banner, they would be killed by Jiang Chen. Now that Lord Blood Moon had been killed, all the blood devils in Yellowstone had been killed, and not a single one was left alive. For Lord Blood Moon, this was no doubt an irony. He had obtained Blood Moon Shaman's inheritance, and he was planning to create a huge wave in the Qi province. His goal was to spread the name of the blood devils across the world, but he had bumped into Jiang Chen. Not only did he lose his life, The blood banner had also changed its owner. For Jiang Chen, this trip to Yellowstone to kill all the blood devils had brought him a lot of benefits. Not only had he broken through to the heavenly core realm, just this blood banner alone was already an unimaginable reward. Although this banner was an evil item, it could still be considered as a life-saving skill, and a powerful trump card. The restless valley of Yin's spirits suddenly quieted down. Yu Tianlong, Yu Zihan and the others raised their heads and looked at Jiang Chen, who was floating in the sky. He was wearing a clean white robe, and his body was glowing in a faint golden light. His eyes were bright like stars, and his black hair was dancing in the wind. He looked like a real god of war, and his body was emitting an aura of superiority that could make anyone submit to him. The current Jiang Chen had a magical charm to him. Even those frightened teenage girls were mesmerized by him. Out of the 99 teenage girls, 8 had been sacrificed by Lord Blood Moon, and there was only one left. Nothing was perfect in life, and sometimes, someone had to be sacrificed. This was something that couldn't be helped, and Jiang Chen had tried his best. He really killed Lord Blood Moon, and he killed all the blood devils. An old man from the Yu family murmured, "This is what you call a true genius. He has a great destiny. He is a natural-born king. His future achievements are limitless. From now on, the Yu family will follow young Master Zhang's lead, and we will follow young Master Zhang's orders." Yu Tianlong had made up his mind. He wasn't an idiot. He could see Jiang Chen's potential. A genius like this, no one could predict his future. He was a rare genius that only appeared once every 10,000 years. I, Yu Zihan, consider myself a genius, but compared to him, I'm not even worth mentioning. I believe 1 year later, the duel between him and the northern and southern dynasties will be very exciting. Chapter 157. Lord Blood Moon had been killed, and all the blood devils had been eliminated. It could be said that the Blood Devil riot had been completely stopped by Jiang Chen before it even started. Lord Blood Moon had even helped Jiang Chen. Not only did he help Jiang Chen break through to the heavenly core realm with the help of the blood devils, he had also obtained a powerful treasure like the blood banner. Jiang Chen punched out and unleashed a huge golden beam, destroying the blood-red altar. After that, he landed next to De Huang Dog. He could feel how tired De Huang Dog was right now, and he had fallen into a coma. De Huang Dog had been following Jiang Chen for quite some time. He was a true descendant of the dragon horse, and he possessed the complete bloodline of a divine beast. He was an abnormal monster amongst all abnormal monsters. But now, he had fallen into a coma due to exhaustion. How could Jiang Chen not be shocked? What happened? Jiang Chen asked. When De Huang Dog attacked just now, he was inside the blood banner, so he didn't see what happened outside. Brother Jiang, it's this broken sword. Yu Zihan pointed his finger at the broken sword that fell next to Big Yellow. Then he told Jiang Chen everything that happened just now. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He looked at the broken sword. He knew exactly where it came from. Back in the Whirling Sun City, De Huang Dog didn't want anything except this broken sword. It can actually cut off the connection between Lord Blood Moon and the Blood Banner. With De Huang Dog's strength, he could barely control this broken sword, and he fell into a coma due to exhaustion. What kind of treasure is this? Jiang Chen was shocked. With his vision as the greatest saint in the world, even if an invincible peerless saint weapon was placed in front of him, he would still be able to see through it. But this broken sword in front of him, he couldn't see anything special about it. It was just an ordinary piece of scrap iron. Jiang Chen extended his hand and grabbed the broken sword. He circulated his yuan energy and injected it into the broken sword. But too bad, the broken sword didn't move at all. Jiang Chen's yuan energy couldn't affect the broken sword at all. If this broken sword isn't just an ordinary piece of scrap iron, then it must be something beyond a saint weapon. It must be something from the realm of immortals. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. De Huang Dog had proven that this broken sword wasn't just a piece of scrap iron, but Jiang Chen couldn't see anything special about it. The only explanation was that this broken sword had surpassed a saint weapon. As for why De Huang Dog was able to unleash the power of this broken sword, but Jiang Chen couldn't, Jiang Chen, it was because of his bloodline. Young Master Jiang, will De Huang be all right? Yu Tianlong asked worriedly. They were very grateful to De Huang Dog. In today's battle, if it wasn't for De Huang Dog, they would have died here. They couldn't even withstand the Gore Fiend's attack. He'll be fine. He's just too tired because his energy has been sucked dry. Jiang Chen said. He knew very well how strong De Huang Dog was. Right now, De Huang Dog was only sleeping. No one knew how long this sleep would last, but once he woke up, his cultivation would probably increase by another level. This was the most enviable and also the most speechless part. The bloodline of a divine beast might be nothing in the beginning, but as one's cultivation continued to increase, the power of the bloodline would gradually reveal itself. Just like De Huang Dog, his future cultivation would definitely become more and more terrifying. But we need to replenish his energy immediately. If not, he might fall into a deep sleep, and that would be bad. After saying that, Jiang Chen took out a jade bottle from his storage ring. This was a storage container, and it contained all the remaining energy spring water he had. Jiang Chen squatted down, opened De Huang's big mouth, and poured all the energy spring water into De Huang Dog's mouth. After devouring so much energy spring water, although De Huang Dog hadn't woken up yet, his condition was obviously much better than before. A faint golden light had started leaking out from his body, and the golden light enveloped De Huang Dog. Let's go, we need to leave this place as soon as possible, Jiang Chen said. He carried De Huang Dog on his shoulder, and under the control of a few heavenly core warriors, all the teenage girls were lifted into the air. Soon, the group left the Valley of Een Spirits and headed towards Yellowstone City. Along the way, everyone had happy expressions on their faces, especially the people from the Yu family. Yu Ziyan had returned safely, and this gave them no reason to be unhappy. Besides, they had never thought that the Blood Devil Rebellion would be settled so easily. Everyone's eyes fell onto Jiang Chen. They looked at this handsome young man, and their hearts were filled with gratitude. Jiang Chen's image in their hearts had become extremely high. Not only them, everyone in Yellowstone wanted to thank Jiang Chen. Not only was Jiang Chen the benefactor of Red Sun Town and the Yu family, he was also the benefactor of the entire Yellowstone region. He was the benefactor of their lives. The way the teenage girls looked at Jiang Chen, aside from gratitude, there were also shyness and admiration. A man like Jiang Chen who was filled with a domineering and masculine aura was simply a girl killer, a man that countless girls yearned for. Yellowstone City. Yu family. Jiang Chen was sitting in the main seat of the Yu family's main hall. Besides Yu Tianlong, this was the first time an outsider had sat in this seat. However, no one felt that it was inappropriate. Yu Tianlong and Yu Zihan looked at each other and nodded their heads at the same time. After that, they stood up at the same time and bowed deeply towards Jiang Chen. "What are the two of you doing?" Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. The kindness that young Master Jiang has done for the Yu family and the entire Yellowstone region is beyond words. From now on, the Yu family will represent the entire Yellowstone region and will follow young Master Jiang's orders without hesitation. In the future, as long as young Master Jiang Chen gives the order, the Yu family will not hesitate to go through boiling water and tread on fire. Yu Tianlong said in a serious manner. The Yu family, and even the entire Yellowstone region, had to surrender to Jiang Chen. Besides, Yu Tianlong wasn't an idiot. He could see the potential of Jiang Chen. Following a peerless genius like this was definitely a good thing. After all, not everyone had the ability to kill Lord Bloodmoon. "Brother Jiang, my dad is going to build a statue for you in the center of Yellowstone City, so that the future generations will remember the great kindness that you have done for Yellowstone," Yu Zihan said. In the Saint Origin realm, it was rare to see someone build a statue for you. Only people of virtue and prestige would receive such treatment. However, Jiang Chen had given the entire Yellowstone region a new lease of life. To put it bluntly, without Jiang Chen, Yellowstone wouldn't be as peaceful as it was today. Therefore, it was reasonable for Jiang Chen to receive such treatment. This was a supreme honor that was destined to be praised for generations to come. "It's just a small matter. There's no need to make such a big fuss." Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulder. He didn't seem to mind. "Young Master Jiang, please don't decline. I've already decided, you are qualified to receive such treatment," Yu Tianlong said. At this moment, a young girl in purple clothes walked in. She had a delicate face and a dignified body. She looked to be around 14 to 15 years old. She had a graceful body, bright eyes and white teeth, and a pair of thin red lips. She was indeed a beautiful girl. This young girl was none other than Yu Ziyan. Right now, Yu Ziyan was no longer panicking like last night. She had regained the appearance of a young lady from a wealthy family. Yu Ziyan held a cup of tea in her hand and walked to the side of Jiang Chen. She raised her head and looked at Jiang Chen. Her face showed a trace of shyness. She said, "Thank you, young Master Jiang, for saving me last night." Ziyan offers young master a cup of tea. "Miss Ziyan, you're welcome." Jiang Chen took the cup of tea, took a sip and put it back on the table. Seeing this, Yu Tianlong and the others couldn't help but let out a sigh. Obviously, Jiang Chen's heroic action yesterday had left an unforgettable impression in Yu Ziyan's heart. As the saying goes, young girls yearn for love. Who wouldn't fall in love with a man like Jiang Chen? Unfortunately, the falling flower wants to follow the flowing water, but the flowing water doesn't love the falling flower. All of them could see that although Yu Ziyan had feelings for Jiang Chen's heart was as firm as a rock. He didn't seem to have any other thoughts. "Ziyan, you can go and have a rest. Take care of those girls who were frightened yesterday," Yu Tianlong said. "Yes, Dad." Yu Ziyan left the main hall. She couldn't help but feel disappointed. "Chief Yu, the blood devils have been dealt with. I'll return to the Black Sect tomorrow to report on my mission. I'll be taking my leave now." After saying that, Jiang Chen stood up from his seat. "Great, I'll be returning to the Black Sect tomorrow as well. Why don't Brother Jiang stay at the Yu family's place today? And we'll return to the Black Sect together tomorrow." Yu Zihan said, "I'll return to Red Sun Town first. I have a mansion there, so I won't bother you anymore. Tomorrow, you can come find me in Red Sun Town, and we'll return to the Black Sect together." Jiang Chen said, "That's a good idea." Yu Tianlong nodded his head and didn't try to persuade him to stay. He knew that Jiang Chen was a man with his own mind, and he wouldn't easily change his mind. Jiang Chen brought the sleeping De Huang dog and left. The reason why he wanted to return to Red Sun Town was because of De Huang dog. De Huang dog had consumed a huge amount of energy to activate the broken sword, and even with all the energy spring water, he still couldn't wake up. Therefore, Jiang Chen decided to let De Huang dog stay in Red Sun Town to absorb the energy vein and help him wake up and recover. Besides, he had gained a lot this time, and he needed some time to digest it. "Zihan, you have to befriend young Master Jiang in the future. A man like him is rare, and he will definitely become someone great in the future." Yu Tianlong told his son. "Of course, Brother Jiang is my idol." "All right, Dad, I think you should tell Ziyan to stop thinking about Brother Jiang. He already has someone in his heart, and she's also a peerless genius." Yu Zihan reminded. Everyone in the Black Sect knew about the relationship between Jiang Chen and Yan Chen Yu. In Yu Zihan's mind, the main reason why Jiang Chen didn't want to talk to Yu Ziyan was because of Yan Chen Yu. It's hard to persuade her when it comes to love. Just let nature take its course. Yu Tianlong shook his head. In the middle of the night, Yu Tianlong spread the news about the extinction of all blood devils to every single place in Yellowstone. When Jiang Chen returned to Red Sun Town, he was greeted by a joyous celebration. Chapter 158. Jiang Chen didn't accept the townspeople's invitation. He brought the sleeping De Huang dog back to his mansion. The townspeople knew that De Huang dog had fallen into a coma because of the battle with Lord Bloodmoon, and all of them were praying for De Huang dog. Within a room in Jiang Chen's mansion, Jiang Chen placed De Huang dog on a cushion, allowing him to absorb the energies from the energy vein. With the help of the energy spring, De Huang dog's recovery would be much faster. Jiang Chen chose to enter secluded cultivation as well. He had gained a lot from this trip to the Valley of Een Spirits. Aside from the Blood Banner, he also had 4 powerful devil cores. One of them was from Lord Bloodmoon, and the other 3 were from late Heavenly Core warriors. Devil cores of this level were very useful to Jiang Chen, especially the devil core from Lord Bloodmoon. It contained a huge amount of energy, and if Jiang Chen absorbed it, he would be able to form a lot of dragon marks in his Qi. Besides absorbing the devil cores, Jiang Chen also needed to cultivate to stabilize his cultivation. Early the next morning, Jiang Chen woke up from his cultivation. Right now, his energy was much stronger than before. 4 late Heavenly Core devil cores had given him a huge impact, especially the one from Lord Bloodmoon. All 4 of them combined had helped Jiang Chen form 30 dragon marks. Before absorbing the devil cores, Jiang Chen had 120 dragon marks. Now, he had 150 dragon marks, and his combat strength had increased tremendously. He was now one step closer to the mid-Heavenly Core realm. As long as he could form 200 dragon marks, he would be able to break through to the mid-Heavenly Core realm, and his combat strength would increase further. When Jiang Chen walked out from the mansion, Yu Zihan had been waiting for him. Jiang Chen told Zhang Zhen to take care of De Huang Dog, and no one was allowed to step into the mansion. After everything was settled, Jiang Chen and Yu Zihan flew up into the sky and started flying towards the Black Sect. Brother Jiang, you've killed the Blood Devil and Lord Blood Moon this time. When we return to the faction leader will definitely reward you. Yu Zihan said with a smile on his face. Jiang Chen came to Yellowstone because he accepted the mission given by the sect chief. Now that he had completed the mission, Jiang Chen's reputation had once again risen to another level, and he had become the #1 genius in the Black Sect. Jiang Chen just smiled and didn't say anything. Right now, he just wanted to get back to the Black Sect as soon as possible, because when he was on his way back, the restlessness in his heart had once again emerged. This was a rare occurrence for him, and he had a feeling that something bad had happened. When Yu Zihan saw that Jiang Chen seemed to have something on his mind, he didn't say anything and just kept on walking. Whoosh! When both of them arrived in the sky above a desolate mountain range, a bright figure suddenly appeared in front of them and blocked their way. The man wore a gray robe, and his face carried a domineering expression that couldn't be hidden. He was Liang Xiao from the Tianjian Gate. Jiang Chen and Yu Zihan steadied themselves. Liang Xiao was no stranger to them, and Jiang Chen's enmity with the Tianjian Gate wasn't something new. As for Yu Zihan, as an inner circle disciple of the Black Sect, how could he not know one of the top 4 geniuses of the Qi province, Liang Xiao? Liang Xiao suddenly appeared here. Even an idiot could figure out why. Everyone knew about the enmity between Jiang Chen and the Tianjian Gate, and Liang Xiao's appearance was obviously because of Jiang Chen. I never expected that Lord Blood Moon to be so weak. He was actually killed by you. What a disappointment. Liang Xiao stared at Jiang Chen with his sharp eyes, and a shocked expression could be seen on his face. What surprised me even more was, from the Qi province competition until now, you've actually grown so much in such a short period of time. After sensing Jiang Chen's energy with his own eyes, Liang Xiao couldn't help but feel shocked. From the Qi province competition until now, it had only been a month, but in just a short month, Jiang Chen had broken through from the early mortal core realm to the early heavenly core realm, and he had even killed Lord Blood Moon. How could anyone not be shocked by this? Did Fan Kuan tell you that I'm here? Jiang Chen said with a sneer on his face. Yellowstone was under the jurisdiction of the Black Sect, and it was very far away from the Tianjian Gate. The incident with the Blood Devils had just started, and it hadn't spread across the entire Qi province yet. Since Liang Xiao was waiting for him here, it was obvious that someone had told him about it. This person must be someone from the Tianjian Gate. Besides Fan Kuan, Jiang Chen couldn't think of anyone else. That's not important. What's important is that today will be the day you die. Once I, Liang Xiao, attack, you will die for sure. I suggest you don't fight a pointless battle. Just give yourself up, and maybe you will die a quick death. Liang Xiao said casually. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was already a dead man. Brother Jiang, what should we do now? Liang Xiao is not easy to deal with. Yu Zihan's expression darkened. Liang Xiao was not someone that Fan Kuan could compare with. As one of the top 4 geniuses, he was someone who was at the same level as Guan Yiyun. Although Jiang Chen had killed Lord Blood Moon, Jiang Chen knew the reason behind it. If it wasn't for Lord Blood Moon's blood sacrifice, Jiang Chen would have been no match for him. Perfect. I also want to see how strong Liang Xiao really is. A faint smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. The current him was no longer the same person who had just broken through to the heavenly core realm. 150 dragon marks had given him enough confidence. With his current combat strength, it would be hard for him to find a match in the heavenly core realm. The appearance of Liang Xiao was the perfect opportunity for him to test his true combat strength. Yu Zihan's heart trembled. He stared at the confident Jiang Chen in disbelief. This man was really daring. He wasn't even afraid of Liang Xiao. Zihan, step aside for now, Jiang Chen said to Yu Zihan. With a sway of his body, he arrived not far away from Liang Xiao. His body was glowing in a golden light, and he was filled with fighting spirit. Good Jiang Chen. How dare you show your fighting spirit in front of me, Liang Xiao. If that's the case, I'll kill you now. Liang Xiao unleashed his energy. It was obvious that he didn't want to waste any more time. He immediately stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Jiang Chen. Humph! Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. He clenched his fist tightly, and his fist was glowing in a golden light. With an energy that could even lift a mountain, he punched towards Liang Xiao. Bang! The violent collision between two mighty warriors created a massive shockwave that shook the heavens and earth. The shockwave turned into colorful ripples that spread in all directions, and even the small hill underneath them was shattered into pieces. Jiang Chen took 3 steps back. When he looked at Liang Xiao again, he saw that he hadn't moved at all. In this fight, Liang Xiao had the upper hand, but the advantage Liang Xiao had shown wasn't obvious. This result had really shocked Liang Xiao. What a strong guy! He's just an early heavenly core warrior, but he can fight me to this extent. This is unbelievable. This man has incredible talent. I have to kill him as soon as possible. If not, he will become a huge threat in the future. The light emitted from Liang Xiao's eyes was getting colder and colder. His entire body was filled with killing intent. It was a desire to kill. Today was a rare opportunity. He had to get rid of this threat. If Jiang Chen returned to the Black Sect, it would be difficult for him to kill him again. However, Jiang Chen wasn't too surprised by the result of the fight. Although his combat strength had improved a lot, Liang Xiao was still one of the top 4 geniuses of the Qi province, and he was the representative of the Tianjian Gate. No ordinary late heavenly core warrior could compare with him. There was a gap of 2 stages between Jiang Chen and Liang Xiao, so it was normal for him to be suppressed in terms of combat strength. Jiang Chen, you really are a peerless genius. I have no choice but to kill you today. Liang Xiao's killing intent skyrocketed. He shouted out loudly, "Great Fist of Destruction!" Bang! Following Liang Xiao's shout, he unleashed countless beams of light from his fist, causing the air to tremble. The beams of light quickly condensed into a huge golden fist. The fist was more than 30 meters long, and it carried an energy that could destroy everything. It enveloped Jiang Chen's energy and dashed towards Jiang Chen. 6 solar fingers. Jiang Chen shouted out loudly. Then he unleashed the 6 solar fingers. This time, he unleashed 4 huge golden fingers. With Jiang Chen's current cultivation level, being able to unleash the 4 solar fingers was an incredible feat. Bang! The 2 powerful attacks collided once again, and the shockwave that was unleashed from the collision was at least 3 times stronger than before. Facing such a powerful shockwave, even Yu Zihan, who was standing far away, had his face turned pale. With his current strength, if he were to join the battle, he would most likely be killed in an instant. Both the Great Fist of Destruction and the 6 solar fingers were Earth Realm combat skills. But no matter their grade or power, the 6 solar fingers was incomparable to the Great Fist of Destruction. During the collision, both Jiang Chen and Liang Xiao were shaken violently. Jiang Chen's combat strength was as vast as the ocean, and with his powerful combat skills, he was able to close the gap between him and Liang Xiao. For example, in this collision, both of them were equally matched. In other words, the current Jiang Chen was no longer someone that Liang Xiao could kill. Even if he could slightly suppress Jiang Chen, it was still impossible for him to kill Jiang Chen. How could it be so powerful? That combat skill just now, it's even stronger than my Great Fist of Destruction. Liang Xiao was shocked. The Great Fist of Destruction was his most powerful combat skill, and he thought that he could defeat Jiang Chen in an instant, but he never expected that his opponent would have such a powerful skill as well. Liang Xiao, it's still uncertain who will die today. 9 Phantom Wolves. Jiang Chen was also filled with killing intent. Liang Xiao wanted to kill him, and he also wanted to kill Liang Xiao. With the addition of another 30 dragon marks, plus Jiang Chen's hidden skills, he was confident that he could kill Liang Xiao's. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the blink of an eye, 9 Jiang Chens appeared at the same time. At this moment, Liang Xiao's expression changed. What a strange movement skill. He can actually release so many phantoms. Facing such a powerful Jiang Chen, Liang Xiao lost his initial calmness and confidence. With 9 Jiang Chens appearing, even he could not instantly tell which one was Jiang Chen's real body. 9 Jiang Chens extended their palms at the same time, attacking Liang Xiao. The dazzled Liang Xiao used the Great Fist of Destruction again and destroyed 5 of Jiang Chen's phantoms. Moreover, Liang Xiao's reaction was extremely fast. At the last moment, he found Jiang Chen's phantoms and punched at Jiang Chen's hand. Chapter 159. Both of them had unleashed their strongest attacks. Although Jiang Chen's 9 phantom wolves didn't really confuse Liang Xiao, it still managed to make Liang Xiao panic. Just like now, when Liang Xiao struck out with his Great Fist of Destruction, he attacked Jiang Chen with his fist, but he didn't notice the green light on Jiang Chen's palm. If it was any other time, with Liang Zhao's reaction speed, he would definitely be able to notice the existence of the green light, but because of the 9 phantom wolves, Liang Zhao didn't notice it at all. Bang! Both of them collided with each other once again. When it came to physical attacks, Jiang Chen definitely had the upper hand. Ever since he started cultivating the dragon transformation skill, every time he formed a new dragon mark, his body would become stronger. Now, the strength of his body was not something that Liang Zhao could compare with. Under such a powerful counterforce, both of them were forced back at the same time. Jiang Chen was calm, but Liang Zhao was different. He felt that Jiang Chen's body was as strong as a diamond, and the counterforce made his arm feel numb and sore. This guy is really abnormal. I wonder what kind of powerful skill he has cultivated. His body is so strong. I didn't kill him that day, and now I've left him with such a huge threat. Not good. Liang Zhao's expression suddenly changed, because he could feel that his arm wasn't just numb and sore anymore. He lowered his head and saw that his entire palm had turned green, and the green air currents were like snakes that were corroding his palm. He was poisoned. Liang Zhao wasn't an idiot. He immediately knew that he had been poisoned. He wasn't paying attention just now, and he had fallen into Jiang Chen's trap. He immediately circulated his yuan energy in an attempt to expel the poison from his body, but he realized that it was useless. The poison was like a tarsal bone. It could even corrode his yuan energy. The green hellish python's poison was no joke. Besides, Jiang Chen's poison had been mixed with the poison from the silent poisonous needle. If a heavenly core warrior was poisoned by this poison, he would definitely die. Even with Liang Zhao's abilities, it would be impossible for him to get rid of the poison in a short period of time. Shameless, you actually used poison. Liang Zhao was furious. Haha, Liang Zhao, when facing an enemy, you have to do whatever it takes. To tell you the truth, this poison of mine is a combination of the green hellish python and the silent poisonous needle. If a late heavenly core warrior is poisoned by this poison, his entire body will rot and die. Even you, Liang Zhao, will need at least a month to get rid of this poison, and your cultivation might even suffer a great loss. Of course, I won't give you the time to get rid of the poison. Jiang Chen let out a loud laugh. He unleashed his energy, and once again dashed towards Liang Zhao. Now that Liang Zhao was poisoned, even if he didn't die, his combat strength would be greatly reduced. This was the perfect opportunity for Jiang Chen to kill him. In the Qi province, Liang Zhao was a rare genius. He had reached the peak heavenly core realm, and he might break through to the divine core realm at any time. Once Liang Zhao broke through to the divine core realm, it would be extremely difficult for Jiang Chen to kill him. Therefore, since Liang Zhao was here to stop Jiang Chen, it was the perfect opportunity for Jiang Chen to kill him. Swoosh! Jiang Chen transformed into a hawk and flew above Liang Zhao. He opened his mouth and let out a hawk cry. Layers of powerful sound waves spread out like ripples towards Liang Zhao. The sonic hawk cry was the blood-winged hawk's innate ability. Since Jiang Chen had obtained the blood-winged hawk's bloodline, this ability would continue to grow with him, and his cultivation level would also become stronger. Besides, sound wave attacks were the hardest to defend against. Liang Zhao's expression changed dramatically. Right now, he had to split half of his focus to fight against the poison in his body, so it was a bit too much for him to defend against Jiang Chen's sonic hawk cry. Clang! Liang Zhao swung his arm, and a golden long sword appeared in his hand. The sword energy that was unleashing from the long sword carried a threatening aura that made it hard for anyone to defend against. A high-ranked combat weapon. Yu Zihan, who was watching the fight from afar, had a change in expression. Liang Zhao actually had a high-ranked combat weapon. Even ordinary divine core warriors didn't have a high-ranked combat weapon. Liang Zhao was indeed the #1 genius of the Tianjian Gate. He had a fortuitous encounter, and he even had a high-ranked combat weapon. However, Yu Zihan wasn't worried at all. He had seen the battle axe in Jiang Chen's hand before, and it was also a high-ranked combat weapon. Besides, right now, Yu Zihan was still in a state of shock. He had never thought that the battle between Jiang Chen and Liang Zhao would reach this stage. Although Jiang Chen's cultivation level and combat strength were weaker than Liang Zhao's, Jiang Chen had some unimaginable abilities. These abilities had given him the upper hand, and he was showing signs of killing Liang Zhao. If Jiang Chen really killed Liang Zhao today, it would be a shocking event. Great Slash of Destruction. Liang Zhao shouted out loudly as he unleashed the Great Slash of Destruction sword skill. The long sword in his hand unleashed a golden barrier that blocked Jiang Chen's sound waves. At the same time, Liang Xiao cut off Jiang Chen's barrier and flew far away. Liang Xiao had run away. Just this alone would be enough to ruin Liang Xiao's reputation, and he would never be able to raise his head again. However, Liang Xiao had no choice but to run away. He was in a very bad condition right now, and if he didn't run away as soon as possible, he might really die here. He had to find a way to get rid of the poison in his body, so he could still control it before it reached his heart. Want to run? Stay here. Jiang Chen shouted out loudly. The blood-red wings spread out from his back. Now that he had broken through to the heavenly core realm, the blood-red wings and the dimensional shift had increased his speed to the maximum. Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen had caught up with Liang Xiao, who was running away. In Jiang Chen's hand, a battle axe appeared. Jiang Chen was as ferocious as a dragon. The battle axe was glowing with symbols, and he swung it towards Liang Xiao. If he was in his prime, Liang Xiao wouldn't be afraid of Jiang Chen at all. Even if he didn't fight, he would still be able to run away easily. But too bad, Liang Xiao had fallen into Jiang Chen's trap, and the poison had invaded his body. His combat strength had been greatly reduced, and he was no longer a match for Jiang Chen. Great Slash of Destruction. Liang Xiao had no choice but to unleash the Great Slash of Destruction once again in order to block Jiang Chen's attack. Clang! The long sword and battle axe collided violently. The collision between the two high-ranked combat weapons created a huge amount of sparks and turned into a sea of flames. Liang Xiao's body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Feeling his condition getting worse and worse, Liang Xiao spat out another mouthful of blood. This mouthful of blood was because he was extremely angry. Liang Xiao felt really gloomy right now. His original plan was to kill Jiang Chen, but he didn't expect himself to end up like this. He didn't even know if he could escape alive. Liang Xiao die. Jiang Chen didn't show any mercy after gaining the upper hand. He raised the battle axe in his hand high up, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Liang Xiao. The sky-piercing axe light turned into a beam of light and pressed down towards Liang Xiao's head. Arg! Liang Xiao let out a loud roar. He was really angry now. He circulated all his combat strength and wielded the long sword in his hand, blocking Jiang Chen's battle axe. Clang! Liang Xiao was once again sent flying away. Haha, clang clang clang. Following that, Jiang Chen kept letting out wild laughter, and kept attacking Liang Xiao with his battle axe. Liang Xiao was pushed back 100 miles in a row, and eventually, Liang Xiao couldn't withstand Jiang Chen's fierce attacks anymore. His entire body was covered with blood, and his aura was in a mess. The poisonous gas was attacking his heart, and he was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Swoosh! With a leap, Jiang Chen arrived in front of Liang Xiao, and placed the battle axe on Liang Xiao's neck. The sharp axe light kept glowing, and as long as Jiang Chen pushed forward, he would be able to chop off Liang Xiao's head. Yu Zihan, who had been following closely behind the battle, was shocked to the extreme. His heart was in turmoil, and Jiang Chen's position in his heart had once again risen to an insurmountable height. Yu Zihan knew that Liang Xiao was finished. The genius who had once shaken the entire Qi province would fall today. With Jiang Chen's methods, he would never give Liang Xiao the chance to live. And from the battle just now, Yu Zihan had witnessed Jiang Chen's methods. This man was meticulous, and had a rich combat experience. Throughout the entire battle, every single step was carried out according to Jiang Chen's plan. This kind of combat experience shouldn't be possessed by a 16-year-old young man. This was the experience of someone who had been through hundreds of battles, thousands of battles, and even tens of thousands of battles. Jiang Chen's cultivation and combat strength were obviously weaker than Liang Xiao's, but he was able to turn the tables and turn the tables, forcing Liang Xiao into a hopeless situation. A battle like this, if Yu Zihan didn't witness it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Puh! Liang Xiao, who was forced into a hopeless situation, spat out another mouthful of blood. The poisonous gas had penetrated into his internal organs. Even if Jiang Chen didn't kill him, Liang Xiao wouldn't be able to be saved. Liang Xiao, I'm going to kill you now. Do you surrender? Brother Zhang's voice was cold. The axe had already cut open the skin on Liang Xiao's neck, and blood was oozing out. Ha ha ha, I never thought that I, Liang Xiao, with my illustrious reputation, would be ruined by you, Jiang Chen. Today, although I was careless and underestimated my opponent, I still surrender. Come kill me. Liang Zhao's laughter was filled with bitterness and unwillingness. But today, he was defeated by Jiang Chen. He didn't feel the slightest bit of unwillingness. This was the way of life and death battles. There was no victory or defeat, only life and death. If Jiang Chen was in his place, he would kill Jiang Chen without hesitation. Fine, Liang Xiao, you're a man after all. I'll give you a quick death. Jiang Chen nodded his head. At the last moment of life and death, Liang Xiao didn't kneel down and beg for mercy. He was actually very tough. But Jiang Chen had to kill him no matter what. Swoosh! The sharp axe slashed across Liang Zhao's neck. Blood sprayed out like a fountain, and under the reflection of the morning sun, it looked extremely enchanting. Yu Zihan, who was standing not far away, had his mouth wide open. Liang Xiao was killed by Jiang Chen. If this news were to be spread out, it would definitely shake the entire Qi province. And today's battle would definitely solidify Jiang Chen's position in the younger generation, and he would become a tycoon like Guan Yiyun. In the one-year war with the northern and southern dynasties, it was hard to tell who would win or lose. Chapter 160. Liang Zhao's death represented the fall of a genius, and he died in this nameless place. Before he came here, Liang Xiao would never have thought this would happen. He had never thought that he would die in a place like this, and he would die in the hands of Jiang Chen. Impermanence in the world. The fight between Jiang Chen and Liang Xiao had taught Yu Zihan another lesson. Never underestimate your opponent. If you did, the consequences would be dire. With a thought, Jiang Chen opened Liang Zhao's storage ring. When a man died, his consciousness would dissipate, and the will that Liang Xiao left in his storage ring would disappear as well. Anyone who obtained his storage ring would be able to open it. Jiang Chen sent his will into Liang Zhao's storage ring, and he found out that it was filled with human elixir. The amount of wealth shocked Jiang Chen. Besides, the space inside Liang Zhao's storage ring was at least 5 times bigger than Jiang Chen's storage ring. Jiang Chen did a rough calculation and found out that there were 200,000 human elixir in Liang Zhao's storage ring, and there were also 10 earth elixir. 10 earth elixir was equal to 100,000 human elixir. In other words, there was a total of 300,000 human elixir in this storage ring. For a heavenly core warrior, this was an unimaginable amount of wealth. Haha, Liang Xiao is indeed the #1 genius of the Tianjin Gate. His wealth is amazing, but it's all mine now. Jiang Chen laughed heartily and kept the wealth as his own with a clear conscience. He had to do this kind of shady business of killing people. It was intolerable for him to leave such a huge amount of wealth behind. Jiang Chen took out his own storage ring and put it into Liang Zhao's storage ring. With this, the storage space was much bigger. Besides the 300,000, there were dozens of precious herbs in Liang Zhao's storage ring. Each of them was at least 100 years old, and they were worth a fortune. Besides that, there was also a small golden book in the storage ring. Jiang Chen took it out with his will, and he saw the words Great Destruction Combat Skill written on it. This combat skill carried an aura of destruction. Although it was only a low-rank earth combat skill, it was still extraordinary. It was not easy for a heavenly core warrior to possess an earth combat skill. Yu Zihan walked up to Jiang Chen, calmed himself down and said, "Brother Jiang is really powerful. You even killed Liang Xiao. In the entire Qi province's younger generation, I'm afraid only one man from the northern and southern dynasties can fight Brother Jiang. I don't take Liang Xiao seriously at all, but the northern and southern dynasties can't be underestimated. This man has a great destiny, and Liang Xiao can't compare with him. With my current strength, if I were to fight with the northern and southern dynasties, I would be no match for them." As the once greatest saint in the world, Jiang Chen had a prideful temperament. The fact that he paid so much attention to someone like that was enough to prove how powerful the northern and southern dynasties were. That's nothing. Brother Jiang's speed of growth is really amazing, and it has reached an unimaginable level. When the duel is held in a year's time, it will be hard to tell who is stronger between you and the northern and southern dynasties. Yu Zihan said. He now admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of his heart. This was the most powerful and abnormal genius he had ever met. The northern and southern dynasties are all geniuses. They are not ordinary people. He has the aura of a king, and a man like him will never bow down to anyone. Jiang Chen said. He was a man who could see through people. The northern and southern dynasties were all real geniuses, and they didn't even put the entire Qi province in their eyes. A man like this had the aura of a king, and no matter where he went, he would be the king. According to Jiang Chen's estimation, the Qi province would sooner or later be in turmoil because of the northern and southern dynasties. Thinking about this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. With a man like this as his enemy, not only was he not afraid, he felt excited and excited. With such a powerful enemy, he wouldn't feel lonely anymore. Zihan, what do you think about this great destruction technique? Jiang Chen handed the great destruction technique to Yu Zihan. This belongs to Brother Jiang. I don't dare to accept it. Yu Zihan hurriedly declined. Just take it. This great destruction technique is useless to me, but Liang Xiao was able to rely on this technique to get to where he is now. That means this technique is really amazing. Also, this sword, I'll give it to you as well. Jiang Chen took out the sword he took from Liang Xiao and the great destruction technique and handed it to Yu Zihan. Yu Zihan's expression instantly changed. This was too precious. Putting aside the great destruction technique, just the high-ranked combat weapon itself was a priceless treasure. Even ordinary Divine Core sect elders in the Black Sect couldn't get their hands on a high-ranked combat weapon. Brother Jiang, this, Yu Zihan wanted to decline again, but he was interrupted by Jiang Chen. Zihan, I'm giving you these things because I treat you as one of my own. As long as you work hard for me in the future, you'll get even more benefits. If you don't accept them, that means you're treating me, Jiang Chen, as an outsider. Alright, if that's the case, it would be impolite of me to refuse. From now on, as long as Brother Jiang gives the word, I, Yu Zihan, will do anything for you without any hesitation. Yu Zihan immediately accepted the great destruction technique and the high-ranked combat sword. He knew Jiang Chen's character, he was a man of his word, and if he didn't accept it, it would make him look like a coward. Besides, what Jiang Chen said was right. This technique and combat weapon were useless to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's methods were much more powerful than this. Let's go back to the sect, Jiang Chen said. Both men flew up into the sky and flew back to the Black Sect. Brother Jiang, you've killed Liang Xiao. The Tianjin Gate won't let this go easily. Yu Zihan worriedly said. So what? It's their misfortune that the Tianjin Gate offended me. I have the blood banner with me now. Even if a divine core warrior wants to kill me, it won't be an easy task. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. His goal was the divine continent. Not to mention the small Qi province. Even the entire eastern continent was nothing in his eyes. In his mind, the eastern continent was just a springboard for him, and anyone who tried to stop him would never have a good ending. Yu Zihan gasped. He could sense an unprecedented overbearing aura from Jiang Chen. This was a man who was on the same level as those in the northern and southern dynasties. With these two men in the Qi province, sooner or later, the Qi province would be overturned. Who could have thought that the dark horse who appeared out of nowhere during the Qi province competition would grow to such a level in just a month's time? Yu Zihan didn't dare imagine how strong Jiang Chen would become when the year comes. The Black Sect was in an uproar right now. The news of Jiang Chen killing Lord Bloodmoon and eliminating all Blood Devils had spread to the Black Sect, and everyone in the Black Sect knew about it. Everyone was shocked. Jiang Chen had just completed an impossible mission, and once again created a miracle. This was an exciting piece of news, but no one felt excited at all. Everyone knew that the Black Sect was going to be turned upside down again. With Jiang Chen's character, once he returned to the Black Sect and found out about Yan Chen Yu and Han Yan, no one knew what he would do. In such a short period of time, he killed all the Blood Devils, and even killed Lord Bloodmoon. This Jiang Chen is really incredible. He has now broken through to the Heavenly Core realm. I wonder how strong he will become. He is a rare monster that only appears once every 10,000 years. Killing all the Blood Devils, this is a top priority mission. Once the sect chief comes out from his secluded cultivation, I'm sure he will reward Jiang Chen with a huge amount of money. After all, this mission is related to the stability of the Qi province, and Jiang Chen's contribution can't go unnoticed. Let's not talk about the reward for now. Yan Chen Yu and Han Yan are both severely injured, and we don't even know if they are still alive. With Jiang Chen's character, once he returns, he will definitely not let this matter go. That's right, once Jiang Chen hears about his return, he will definitely explode, and the Black Sect will once again fall into chaos. Jiang Chen has the credit of killing all the Blood Devils. The sect chief will definitely give him an explanation. But Fan Kuan has a powerful grandfather behind him. This is going to be a tough problem. Everyone were talking about Jiang Chen's triumphant return after killing all the blood devils was supposed to be a joyous occasion for the Black Sect. But now, this joyous occasion might turn into a huge problem that would be hard to resolve. On Guoshan's mountain peak, Guoshan stared at the two men who were lying on the bed. He couldn't help but shake his head and let out a sigh. I've tried my best. I've used up all the herbs I've collected throughout my life and concocted 3 types of pills that can help with the quenching of the source, but that was all I could do to save their lives. Guoshan looked like he had aged a few hundred years. During this period of time, he had been concocting pills and living in regret every single day. He had no idea how he was going to face Jiang Chen when he returned. Yan Chenyu and Han Yan's injuries were too severe. That day, Yan Chenyu had chosen to cut off her own heart in order to escape from Fan Kuen's torture. Even with Guoshan's ability, he could only temporarily keep the last thread of life from dying. However, it was impossible for them to wake up. Fan Kuen, Fan Zhongtang, get ready to face Jiang Chen's wrath. Guoshan's eyes were about to burst into flames. He was clenching his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. No one knew better than him how frightening Jiang Chen was. Those who went against Jiang Chen would never have a good ending. This was a miraculous young man. Guoshan firmly believed in this. Being able to kill Lord Bloodmoon was enough to prove Jiang Chen's abilities. At the same time, deep within the inner circle of the Black Sect, within Fan Zhongtang's residence. I never expected that guy to be so tough. Not even Lord Bloodmoon was able to kill him, and he was killed by him. Fan Zhongtang's expression turned cold. Don't worry, Grandpa. It was just an accident that Jiang Chen killed Lord Bloodmoon. Jiang Chen is at most an early heavenly core warrior now, and Liang Xiao from Tianjin Gate is on his way back to the Black Sect. With Liang Xiao's abilities, even if there were 10 Jiang Chens, he still wouldn't be able to survive. I'm sure he won't be able to return to the Black Sect alive. Fan Kuen had a confident expression on his face. An evil smile could be seen on his face. Maybe he didn't know much about Lord Bloodmoon, but he did know Liang Xiao. As the #1 genius of Tianjin Gate, and one of the 4 most powerful men of the younger generation, killing Jiang Chen was a piece of cake for him. Right when Fan Kuen was certain that Jiang Chen was going to die, 2 figures appeared outside the Black Sect's main gate. Chapter 161. Look, that's Jiang Chen and Yu Zihan from the inner circle. Jiang Chen is back. Heavens, he's back so soon. Something big is going to happen. Something big is going to happen today. Last time, only a few outer circle disciples were beaten up, and Jiang Chen caused such a huge commotion. Now, Yan Chenyu and Han Yan are still missing. I'm afraid Jiang Chen is going to cause a huge commotion. The Black Sect is going to be in chaos. Jiang Chen has even killed Lord Bloodmoon, and his cultivation has improved tremendously. I'm afraid even Fan Kuen is no match for him now. Everyone were shocked. Jiang Chen's return was like a huge mountain crashing into the ocean, creating huge waves. Jiang Chen and Yu Zihan were flying in the sky above the Black Sect. Jiang Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows. He felt that the atmosphere in the Black Sect was a bit unusual today, and the uneasy feeling in his heart had become even stronger. Without saying anything, Jiang Chen flew towards his own residence. Yu Zihan also felt the unusual atmosphere, so he followed behind Jiang Chen. Outside Jiang Chen's courtyard, there were a few men standing there. The 2 in front were Wang Yun and Huang Zheng. After being taught by Jiang Chen, Wang Yun had broken through to the early heavenly core realm, and was now an inner circle warrior. Ever since Yan Chenyu and Han Yan were killed, the few of them had been waiting here every day. They believed that Jiang Chen would definitely come back. When they saw Jiang Chen return, the few of them immediately greeted him. What happened? Jiang Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows when he saw the panicked expressions on these men's faces. Normally, when he returned after completing his mission, everyone should be celebrating. Even if these men weren't happy to see him, they shouldn't be frowning. Furthermore, Jiang Chen didn't see Yan Chenyu anywhere. Senior disciple Jiang. Something bad has happened. Huang Zhang said with a sobbing tone. Speak. Jiang Chen's face turned cold as he said in a deep voice. His entire body was emitting an aura that no one dared to defy, causing people to be terrified. The hearts of Wang Yun and the rest trembled, and they did not dare to hide anything. After all, this kind of matter was something that could not be hidden. Wang Yun took a deep breath and said, Senior brother Jiang, Something happened to senior sister Yen and senior brother Han. Something happened? What happened? Where are they? Jiang Chen's heart trembled. Sure enough, something had happened. It was not without reason that he had been feeling restless these past few days. Senior disciple Jiang, a few days ago, Fan Kuan tried to violate senior disciple Yen, but senior disciple Yen resisted. She was attacked by Fan Kuan, and she was severely injured. At the same time, senior disciple Han Yen came out from his secluded cultivation and broke through to the heavenly core realm. He couldn't defeat Fan Kuan, and he was severely injured as well. Both of them were severely injured, and we don't know if they are still alive or not. They were brought away by sect elder Guoshan. Not daring to hide anything, Wang Yun recounted everything that happened that day. Senior disciple Jiang, Fan Kuan. Before Huang Zhang could finish his words, Jiang Chen had already disappeared from their sight. He was flying towards the direction of Guoshan's mountain peak. All of them could see a raging flame burning on Jiang Chen's body. It was the flame of anger. Are Yen Chen Yu and Han Yen in danger? Yu Zihan asked with a worried expression. I don't know. I checked senior disciple Yan's pulse that day, and her vital signs are very weak. Senior disciple Han Yen is in a similar situation. Sect elder Guoshan is a divine core warrior, and he is also a great alchemist. I think he should be able to save their lives. Wang Yun said. Sigh, something big is going to happen. Yu Zihan let out a long sigh. After spending some time with Jiang Chen, he had a thorough understanding of Jiang Chen's character. Jiang Chen would never show any mercy to his enemies. Besides, what Fan Kuan did this time had crossed the line with Jiang Chen's bottom line. Even if Sect Chief Daoist Black were here today, he wouldn't be able to resolve this peacefully. Everyone looked at each other. The atmosphere was extremely tense. They all knew Jiang Chen's temper very well, and after what had happened, Jiang Chen wouldn't let this matter rest. On top of Guoshan's mountain peak, Jiang Chen appeared with lightning speed. When Guoshan saw Jiang Chen, a happy expression emerged on his face. Brother, you're back. Where are they? Jiang Chen's tone was extremely cold. He was worried about Yen Chen Yu and Han Yan's safety, so he wasn't in a good mood. Here. Guoshan brought Jiang Chen into the room. Jiang Chen walked up to Yen Chen Yu and Han Yen. He reached out both of his hands and placed them on their wrists. A stream of energy flowed into their bodies through their arms. In an instant, Jiang Chen's expression changed dramatically. How could this happen? The color of Jiang Chen's eyes changed, from a calm look to a faint red color. Both Yen Chen Yu and Han Yan's condition was really bad. Both their internal organs had stopped beating, and only a tiny bit of life force was left in the deepest part of their souls. It was simply too difficult to fully awaken their life force. Besides, if it wasn't for Guoshan's help, both of them might have died by now. Little Yu is a stubborn girl. She was afraid that Fan Kuan would do something to her, so she cut off her own meridians at the last moment. It's going to be extremely difficult for her to wake up. Han Yen has Gu Tianma's bloodline and power in his body, so he shouldn't have any problems. However, because of the severe injuries he suffered, all of his internal organs have been dislocated. It will be extremely difficult for him to fully recover. Guoshan told Jiang Chen about their situation. He didn't even dare look into Jiang Chen's eyes. Good, very good. Guoshan, what the fuck are you doing? What did you promise me before I left? Jiang Chen was extremely furious. His body was covered in blazing flames, and the aura of a supreme being that came from the source of his being had turned into an invisible pressure. Under this pressure, even Guoshan was forced to take 2 steps back. A frightened expression emerged on his face. At this moment, he felt like he wasn't facing a young heavenly core warrior, but a saint. Brother, Guoshan failed to protect little Yu, and I've failed you. Guoshan is willing to die as an apology. Guoshan bowed deeply towards Jiang Chen. He had been prepared to face Jiang Chen's anger. Regarding this matter, he didn't explain anything. Sometimes when something was wrong, it was wrong. The consequences had already been seen, and no matter how good an explanation was, it was useless. Then you can go and die. Scram, where are you going to die? Jiang Chen roared at Guoshan. No matter what, Guoshan had to bear some responsibility for this. He could guess that Guoshan must have been influenced by the great soul derivation skill, and couldn't help himself. If Guoshan had paid more attention, this wouldn't have happened. Guoshan accepted Jiang Chen's anger. He stood there without moving, and he didn't choose to die like he said. He still wanted to atone for his mistake. Jiang Chen turned around and looked at Yan Chen Yu and Han Yan, who were lying motionless on the bed. Then he said with an indifferent tone, "You should know that little Yu has the 9 meridians, and she has been suffering from the cold since she was 6 years old. When I brought her out, I promised her father, and I promised myself that I would never let anyone touch a single hair on her. She is the treasure in my heart, my reverse scale, and my bottom line. No one, no matter who, dares to touch her, will have to die. Han Yan is the first brother of mine, and he was willing to stand up for little Yu, and he didn't hesitate to give up his own life for her. My brother, Jiang Chen. No one can touch him either. You, Guoshan, I treated you as a brother, but you've disappointed me." "Brother," Guoshan's voice was choked with sobs. Jiang Chen's words had made him feel ashamed. Tears were rolling down his cheeks, and he wished he could kill Fan Kuan right now. "Little Yu, Brother Yan, just you wait, I'll avenge you right now, then I'll bring you away from this disgusting place." After saying that, Jiang Chen turned around and walked towards the door. When he walked out of the room, a powerful energy wave burst out from Jiang Chen's body. Roar! Jiang Chen let out a furious roar towards the sky. It sounded like a dragon's roar. His hair stood up on their ends, and he was extremely furious. He took a step forward and flew up into the sky, heading towards the depths of the inner circle. Today, Jiang Chen had unleashed his fury for the sake of his beloved woman. At this moment, the Black Sect, the Black Mountain, the Mission Taoist Black, all of them were just bullshit. Right now, there was only hatred in Jiang Chen's heart, a raging flame that could pierce the heavens. Buzz. This was the first time Jiang Chen was really angry since his reincarnation. The anger came from the source of his anger. Under the influence of this anger, the dragon transformation skill started circulating by itself, and a buzzing sound could be heard from within his chi. Jiang Chen's anger had actually stimulated the nature of the dragon transformation skill, causing it to become extremely restless. In an instant, Jiang Chen's entire body was resonating with the dragon transformation skill. This was a state that only happened once in 100 years, and the nature of the dragon transformation skill had changed. Under the influence of the dragon transformation skill, the dragon marks within Jiang Chen's chi started increasing one by one. 1, 2, 5, 10. In the blink of an eye, 20 dragon marks had formed within Jiang Chen's chi, making it a total of 170 dragon marks. As Jiang Chen's anger continued to burn, more and more dragon marks were forming. Jiang Chen was in a completely furious state. He didn't even notice that the dragon marks in his chi had increased drastically. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Fan Kuan. Rumble. Every time Jiang Chen took a step forward, the air would tremble, and the ground would tremble. "Fan Kuan, get your ass out here." Jiang Chen's anger soared into the sky, and his powerful energy shook the entire Black Sect. Everyone started rushing towards him, even the outer circle disciples. At this moment, everyone in the Black Sect could feel Jiang Chen's anger that could burn the sky. Oh heavens, Jiang Chen is really angry. Such a powerful anger. What a powerful energy. I feel like he is a god of war. This is too frightening. His energy is still increasing, and it seems like there are shadows of dragons flashing around his body. Looking at him, I'm afraid only the sect chief can solve this problem today. Even if the sect chief comes, he will have to give Jiang Chen an explanation. This time is different from the last time. We don't even know if Yan Chen Yu and Han Yan are still alive, and Jiang Chen has just returned from killing Lord Bloodmoon. His energy is at its peak. How can he let this matter go? Chapter 162. Waves of energy swept across the sky, and flames of fury danced in the air. Jiang Chen had transformed into a mighty god of war, and he walked step by step towards the inner circle. A dragon had a reverse scale, and touching it would result in death. A dragon had a divine aura, and it was inviolable. Yan Chen Yu and Han Yan were Jiang Chen's reverse scale. The fury of a dragon could overturn the seas and rivers, destroy the heavens, and destroy everything. Jiang Chen's fury was still rising. His eyes had turned blood red, and with every step he took, his energy would become stronger. Within his chi, more and more dragon marks were forming. 180 dragon marks, 190 dragon marks, 200 dragon marks. Roar! Jiang Chen let out a furious roar towards the sky. Sounds of firecrackers could be heard coming out from his body. It sounded like countless stars were shattering at the same time. Countless dragon marks emerged and surrounded Jiang Chen. It was an extremely mystical scene. Energy was rolling around like an ocean, and the entire black sect was shaking violently. Right at this moment, under the transformation of the dragon transformation skill, Jiang Chen had broken through the barrier and broken through to the mid-heavenly core realm. Oh heavens, his energy is so strong. In just a few breaths' time, he has broken through to the next stage. This is terrifying. This is the result of a heart attack caused by fury. Jiang Chen has turned his fury into energy, and unknowingly, he has broken through to the mid-heavenly core realm. Everyone were shocked. Yu Zihan had an infatuated look in his eyes. He knew that today, the Black Sect would lose a peerless genius like Jiang Chen, and this was an immeasurable loss. Brother Jiang has shocked the entire history. He is a rare genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. It will be a blessing for the Black Sect to have him, but if we lose him, it will be a great loss. Yu Zihan sighed and shook his head. With his understanding of Jiang Chen, from today onwards, Jiang Chen would definitely not stay in the Black Sect. Bang bang bang. The energy waves that were unleashed from Jiang Chen's body were like a tsunami, one layer after another, each stronger than the previous. Jiang Chen's energy was rising rapidly. Within his body, the human elixir was burning like it was free, and in the blink of an eye, 50,000 dragon marks were being formed. 210, 220. This was a rare opportunity. Jiang Chen's fury had stimulated the true meaning of the dragon transformation skill. Under the influence of the skill, Jiang Chen had experienced an unimaginable transformation. The true meaning of the dragon transformation art was to transform into a dragon. A dragon was a divine beast of the heavens and earth, the king of all beasts, a supreme existence. The rage of a dragon could burn the heavens and earth, and the dignity of a dragon could not be violated. Once it was provoked, it had to be destroyed. The true meaning of the dragon transformation skill was to transform into a dragon. If he couldn't kill Fan Kuan today, he would suffer a backlash from the dragon transformation skill, and from then on, he would never be able to obtain the recognition of the dragon transformation skill. Besides, Jiang Chen had to kill Fan Kuan today. If he couldn't, he would suffer a backlash from the dragon transformation skill, and from then on, he would never be able to obtain the recognition of the dragon transformation skill. This was a peerless skill. Only those who possessed the domineering aura of the heavens and earth were qualified to cultivate it, and only those who possessed the courage to slaughter were qualified to cultivate it. Every dragon had a reverse scale, and those who touched it would die. Right now, Jiang Chen was like a real dragon whose reverse scale had been cruelly torn off by someone. He had to kill the person who tore off his reverse scale. Only by killing that person would he be able to form a perfect fusion with the dragon transformation skill. Fan Kuan, come out! Come out! Come out! Jiang Chen's voice shook the skies, and his voice echoed throughout the entire Black Mountain. Many inner circle disciples who had just rushed out immediately turned pale when they sensed Jiang Chen's energy. They quickly moved to the side, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. Right at this moment, an inner circle disciple flew up. He had a handsome face, and he was a late heavenly core warrior. He had some responsibilities in the inner circle, and he usually helped the sect elders deal with the inner circle affairs. Junior disciple Jiang, we need to think about this carefully, don't act recklessly. This man was used to being a busybody in the inner circle, and he didn't know how to react. What good would it do to offend Jiang Chen at this moment? Get lost! Jiang Chen shouted out loudly. This shout carried the power of an eagle's cry, and the powerful sound wave covered the inner circle disciple. Arg! The inner circle disciple let out a shrill scream. His body was covered in wounds caused by the sound wave, and in the blink of an eye, he had turned into a bloody man. He fell down from the sky and died on the spot. Those who stand in my way will die. Jiang Chen was like an enraged devil king. In his eyes, all living beings were nothing but dogs. Anyone who stood in his way, would only have one ending, and that was the might of a dragon. Heavens, this is terrifying. He killed a late heavenly core warrior with just a roar. How strong is he? This is huge. This is going to be huge. Everyone, don't get close to Jiang Chen right now. He is in a state of extreme rage. Whoever dares to offend him will die. This is terrifying. He really is a peerless devil king. He will kill anyone who stands in his way. I wonder how Fan Kuan is going to deal with this. Everyone were terrified. Jiang Chen was too frightening. The disciple could be said to have died unjustly, but no one felt sorry for him. Even under such circumstances, he still dared to fight back. He was just an idiot. He was just courting death. Behind them, Guoshan was following from afar. His eyes looked gloomy. He had made up his mind today. He would fight alongside Jiang Chen. Even if he had to risk his life, he would avenge Jiang Chen. Fan Kuan, come out and face your death. Jiang Chen's voice was like a huge bell that shook the entire Black Mountain. Within his body, the number of dragon marks had reached 250. Furthermore, along with the dragon transformation skill circulating at high speed, a golden flame was slowly leaking out from Jiang Chen's body. This flame appeared in a very strange way, as if it had appeared out of nowhere. Jiang Chen's expression changed, and a strange message appeared in his mind. True Dragon Flame. That's right, this golden flame was the true dragon flame. The true dragon flame was the source flame of a dragon, and it was comparable to the cleansing flame of the heavens and earth. It was not something any ordinary beast flame could compare with. Right when the true dragon flame appeared, the flaming tiger's flame within Jiang Chen's body was immediately devoured. Today, Jiang Chen's entire body was covered with flames of anger. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill and avenge his enemies. Because of this, the dragon transformation skill had evolved and awakened the true dragon flame. However, the awakening of the true dragon flame was far from over. When Jiang Chen's entire body was covered with the true dragon flame, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had increased to 280. Right at this moment, another message appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. That's right, this was a combat skill exclusive to dragons, a powerful innate ability. When this strange message appeared in Jiang Chen's mind, Jiang Chen didn't even need to think about it or cultivate it. It was as if this innate ability had already been deeply rooted in his body, and he could immediately unleash it. Crack! Jiang Chen's palm trembled. On his palm, pieces of blood-red dragon scales started forming. They were real dragon scales, and each of them was as hard as diamond. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen felt like he had never felt so powerful before. It was an indescribable feeling. When Jiang Chen was about to reach the inner circle, he had already formed 300 dragon marks in his body. With his current combat strength and condition, he could easily kill any heavenly core warrior with a single blow. With the true dragon palm and the true dragon flame, even an ordinary early divine core warrior would be killed by him. If he also had the blood banner, he could even fight a mid-divine core warrior. This was really frightening. It had reached a heaven-defying level. Look, Jiang Chen's energy is getting stronger and stronger. Look at his hand, it's changing. What is that thing? It looks like a dragon scale. Oh heavens, the skill he is cultivating can actually evolve into a dragon. This is really frightening. Dragons are the legendary gods, the true kings of all beasts. Since the ancient times, there hasn't been a true dragon in the Saint Origin realm. Everyone were terrified. Even Guoshan and Yu Zihan couldn't keep their calm anymore, especially Yu Zihan. He had followed Jiang Chen back to the inner circle, and he had witnessed how frightening Jiang Chen was. But right now, Jiang Chen was at least 10 times stronger than when he first came back, and the aura he unleashed was enough to suffocate anyone who looked at him. Deep within the inner circle, Fan Kuan couldn't sit still any longer. His expression changed dramatically, and he panicked. Grandpa, what should we do now? That Liang Xiao didn't kill Jiang Chen, he just let him come back. Humph. Don't worry, Grandpa is the acting sect chief now, I can make all the decisions. If Jiang Chen goes too far, I can kill him myself. With Grandpa here, you will be safe and sound. Fan Zhongtang let out a cold snort. He was a mid-divine core warrior. That's why he didn't take Jiang Chen seriously. Bam bam bam. Jiang Chen continued walking deeper into the inner circle. Every step he took would cause the air to tremble, and the mountains to crack. All the inner circle disciples stood far away from him, not daring to get any closer. Jiang Chen, this is the inner circle, don't be presumptuous. Right at this moment, a deep voice sounded out. Two figures appeared in front of Jiang Chen, blocking his path. They were two old men, and both of them had powerful auras. Both of them were early divine core warriors. An inner circle sect elder is here to stop him. I wonder how Jiang Chen is going to deal with this. Let's wait and see. Jiang Chen won't give up so easily. But, since a divine core warrior is here, I'm sure he won't be able to deal with it. Everyone was terrified. The situation was getting out of hand. Even an inner circle sect elder had appeared, but no one knew what to do. Jiang Chen, although you've broken through to the heavenly core realm, you're still not an official inner circle disciple. You can't behave atrociously in the inner circle. The other old man shouted out loudly. Jiang Chen sneered. He knew these two men were sent here by Fan Zhongtang to stop him. Haha, you two old bastards better stay far away from me. Look at what this is. Jiang Chen let out a loud laugh. He flipped his palm and took out a head. Look carefully, this is the head of Lord Blood Moon. I've done a great deed by killing all these blood devils, and now, I'm going to use this merit in exchange for Fan Kuen's life. Anyone who tries to stop me will die, and you two are no exception. Get lost. Chapter 163. Wild, domineering, and extremely arrogant. He didn't even put the Divine Core Sect elders in his eyes. In the entire Black Sect, perhaps only Jiang Chen had such courage and boldness. It's the head of Lord Blood Moon. Jiang Chen has killed Lord Blood Moon and all the blood devils in Yellowstone. He has completed an impossible mission. For the entire Qi province, he has done a great deed. Lord Blood Moon's head is in our hands. It's definitely a great deed. Right now, Jiang Chen only wants to kill Fan Kuen. Anyone who tries to stop him will be his enemy. Humph. Fan Kuen deserves to die. He took advantage of Jiang Chen's absence and attacked Yan Chen Yu and Han Yen. What he did has violated the rules of the Black Sect. It's just that the sect chief is in secluded cultivation, and his grandfather is the acting sect chief. That's why Fan Kuen can do whatever he wants. Everyone were shocked. Jiang Chen was too domineering. Even when facing two Divine Core Sect elders, he didn't show any signs of backing down. He was holding the head of Lord Blood Moon in his hand, and this was a great deed. Even if the sect chief were here, he would still give Jiang Chen a great reward. A great deed like this was enough for Jiang Chen to ask for anything. The expressions of the two Divine Core Sect elders changed slightly. Jiang Chen had taken out Lord Blood Moon's head. It was a great deed, and it seemed like they couldn't stop him. However, they were ordered by Fan Zhongtang, and they were inner circle sect elders. If they just backed down like this, it would be too shameful. Jiang Chen, calm down first. You've killed all the blood devils and Lord Blood Moon. This is a great deed that no one can compare to. Once the sect chief comes out from his secluded cultivation, he will definitely reward you handsomely. As for the grudge between you and Fan Kuen, I'm sure the sect chief will give you an explanation when he comes out from his secluded cultivation. One of the sect elders said. Ha ha, what bullshit reward. Daddy doesn't care about it. Jiang Chen let out a hysterical laugh, and with a wave of his origin power, he directly shattered Lord Blood Moon's head. Jiang Chen was enraged. His black hair stood on end, and his fists were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. A cold light flickered in his eyes, and his entire pupils had turned blood red. He was like a bloodthirsty primordial beast that was on the verge of going berserk. I've said it before, I'll kill whoever gets in my way. You two old farts, go and die together. Jiang Chen went berserk to the extreme. His big hand grabbed the air towards an elder, and displayed the newly awakened True Dragon Palm. Rumble. A loud boom rang out in the air, and a blood-red dragon claw the size of a house suddenly descended from the sky. The True Dragon Palm directly locked onto the old man's aura, and fiercely clawed down. Daring to attack an elder, this is a great disrespect. Jiang Chen, you are courting death. The elder was also furious. He waved his hand and shot out a resplendent brilliance towards Jiang Chen's dragon claw. Rumble. The True Dragon Palm was a true dragon combat skill. It wasn't something that could be easily dealt with. Besides, Jiang Chen now had 300 dragon marks. He could easily unleash a force of 1.5 million kilograms. Ordinary Divine Core warriors wouldn't be able to withstand it. The True Dragon Palm smashed down with tremendous force, shattering the attack unleashed by the old man. The gigantic dragon claw grabbed onto the old man. Jiang Chen, how dare you attack me? The elder's expression changed. He never expected Jiang Chen to be so powerful, and he, a Divine Core warrior, was no match for him. True Dragon Flame, burn for me. Jiang Chen didn't give him any chance to escape from the dragon claw. In an instant, the blood-red dragon claw was engulfed by a sea of flames. Ah! The intense flames pierced through the old man's body like an awl, tearing his body apart. This was the true dragon flames, the king of myriad bestial flames. Now that it was unleashed by Jiang Chen together with the true dragon palm, it wasn't something that anyone could withstand. Furthermore, the old man was severely injured, and he had underestimated Jiang Chen. Furthermore, he was certain that Jiang Chen wouldn't dare kill him. That's why he was trapped by the true dragon flames. If not, with his divine core cultivation base, even if he couldn't defeat Jiang Chen, he wouldn't have fallen into Jiang Chen's hands so easily. A miserable shriek resounded throughout the entire Black Mountain range. In just 3 breaths of time, the old man's shriek disappeared. Under the burning of the true dragon flames, the old man was burned into ashes. Not even a single strand of his hair was left. Swoosh, this scene had frightened everyone. Right at this moment, everyone had their eyes wide open, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. A divine core inner circle elder had been killed by Jiang Chen in such a simple manner. If they didn't witness this with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. Oh heavens, what kind of flame is that? It's so terrifying. An early divine core warrior was burned to ashes in just an instant. Guys, look at the combat skill Jiang Chen used. It's a gigantic dragon claw covered in dragon scales, and it's emitting a mighty pressure. It's really frightening. Also, that frightening flame. It's as if it can burn anything under the heavens. How long has it been since he joined the Black Sect? It's been at most a month, but now, he can kill a divine core sect elder. Everyone thought he would definitely lose the 1-year war with the northern and southern dynasties, but looking at it now, it's hard to say who will win. More importantly, he actually killed a divine core sect elder. This is unbelievable. That was a divine core sect elder. In the history of the Black Sect, no disciple has ever killed a divine core sect elder. Jiang Chen is the first one. This shows how much he hates Fan Kuan. He swore he wouldn't stop until he killed Fan Kuan today. Everyone were shocked. Jiang Chen had even killed a divine core sect elder. He had killed 2 men in a row, an inner circle disciple and an inner circle sect elder. This clearly showed how determined he was to kill Fan Kuan. Jiang Chen, you, how dare you kill a sect elder? This is outrageous. Another divine core sect elder was so angry that his body was trembling. He pointed his finger at Jiang Chen and shouted out loudly. However, everyone could hear the trembling in his voice. Obviously, he didn't have enough energy to speak. Jiang Chen was swift and decisive, and he was ruthless. He had killed a divine core sect elder with ease, and this had left a shadow in his heart that he couldn't get rid of. Get the hell out of here if you don't want to die. Jiang Chen glanced at the sect elder Lung Lung. The sect elder's heart trembled, and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. This man was really frightening. What an eye-opener for me today. Yu Zihan took a deep breath. He couldn't describe what he was feeling right now. Jiang Chen's growth was really unbearable. Good brother. Guoshan had an excited expression on his face. Jiang Chen's performance today had gone far beyond his imagination. He had never seen anyone who could grow to such a level in such a short amount of time. It was like a sudden clap of thunder. Fan Kuan, come out and face your death. Jiang Chen took another step forward. His voice was loud and clear, and it resounded throughout the skies. He walked past the sect elder, completely ignoring him. Although the sect elder was furious, he didn't dare step forward and stop Jiang Chen. He had no doubt that if he tried to stop Jiang Chen, he would end up like the sect elder just now, pressing forward with an unstoppable force. The dragon transformation skills transformation had ended, and it had brought Jiang Chen huge benefits. 300 dragon marks, the true dragon flames, the true dragon palm, all of these were unimaginable gains. Now, as long as Jiang Chen could overcome all the obstacles and kill Fan Kuan, he would be able to completely merge with the dragon transformation skill. Up until now, no one dared to stop Jiang Chen anymore. This man was unstoppable, and only a mid-divine core sect elder or above could stop Jiang Chen. Humph. Right at this moment, a cold snort sounded out from deep within the inner circle. After that, 2 men flew out from the inner circle. They were Fan Zhongtang and Fan Kuan. Fan Zhongtang had a cruel expression on his face, and his gaze was like a poisonous snake as he stared at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, how dare you kill an inner circle sect elder? This is a heinous crime, and as the acting sect chief, I'm going to kill you. Fan Zhongtang said in a righteous manner. Swoosh. A man appeared next to Jiang Chen. It was Guoshan. When Guoshan saw the sudden appearance of the grandfather and grandson, he immediately recalled what happened that day, and he became extremely furious. Fan Zhongtang, Fan Kuan made a huge mistake, and Jiang Chen just wants justice. If you're the acting sect chief, you should be fair, and let Jiang Chen and Fan Kuan fight on the deathmatch stage. Life and death are determined by fate. Wealth and honor are determined by the heavens. Guoshan said in a righteous manner. Hearing what Guoshan said, the others nodded their heads in agreement. They had to admit that this was a fair solution. Of course, everyone knew that Fan Zhongtang would never agree with Guoshan's suggestion. Letting Fan Kuan and Jiang Chen fight a deathmatch was no different than sending Fan Kuan to his death. Jiang Chen could even kill a divine core warrior, and Fan Kuan was just too weak in front of him. Killing a sect elder is a crime punishable by death. It can't be compared. Fan Zhongtang Lung said. Guoshan wanted to say something else, but Jiang Chen waved his hand and interrupted him. Jiang Chen didn't want to argue with him. He wanted to kill Fan Kuan today, and no one could stop him. You grandfather and grandson have framed me multiple times, trying to kill me. This time, when I was killing all the blood devils in Yellowstone, you even informed Liang Shao from the Tianjin Gate and asked him to kill me on the way back. Too bad, you don't understand what I, Jiang Chen, am capable of. Someone like Liang Shao wants to kill me? After saying that, Jiang Chen took out a human head from his storage ring. When the crowd saw the human head, they immediately burst into an uproar. It really is Liang Shao. Jiang Chen killed Liang Shao from the Tianjin Gate. Heavens, this is so frightening. All 4 geniuses of the Qi province have fallen. But Jiang Chen can even kill a divine core warrior now, so killing Liang Shao isn't a big deal for him. If what Jiang Chen said is true, then Fan Kuan and his grandson have really crossed the line. They are just traitors. Everyone had recognized Liang Shao. Even Fan Zhongtang and Fan Kuan's expressions changed. They had never thought that Liang Shao would be killed by Jiang Chen. All the plans they had set up beforehand had been destroyed by Jiang Chen. Fan Kuan, you killed Yan Chen Yu and Han Yan. You have created a deep hatred between us. Today I will kill you. Jiang Chen threw his glance at Fan Kuan. Chapter 164. Jiang Chen forcefully tossed Liang Zhao's head into the air. Then it turned into a beam of light and flew towards the Fan family's grandfather and grandson. When the head got close to the grandfather and grandson, it exploded and turned into a blood mist. Fan Kuan's face turned pale, and he no longer had the arrogant look he used to have. Even Liang Shao was killed by Jiang Chen, so if he were to fight Jiang Chen, he would definitely die. There was no way he could survive. Right at this moment, Fan Kuan had truly become a tortoise, and all he could do was hide behind his grandfather's back. Even so, when facing Jiang Chen, who was as ferocious as a dragon, he was still scared. He had no doubt that as long as he took a step forward, Jiang Chen would tear him into pieces. Presumptuous! Fan Zhongtang shouted out loudly. Anger could be seen on his face. Jiang Chen's actions were an insult to him. No matter what, he was a respectable sect elder, and also the acting sect chief. But now, he was being humiliated in front of all the disciples of the Black Sect. How could he still have any face left? Haha, Jiang Chen let out a wild laugh. He was using his actions to tell Fan Zhongtang that there was something even more presumptuous than this. In an overbearing manner, Jiang Chen looked like a god of war descending from the heavens. Once again, he unleashed the true dragon palm toward Fan Kuan. How dare you! Fan Zhongtang was extremely furious. He waved his sleeve and unleashed a bright beam. The beam was extremely powerful. It contained the attack of a mid-divine core warrior. It collided with the true dragon palm, producing a loud explosion that shook the heavens and earth. Tap tap tap. Fan Zhongtang was a mid-divine core warrior after all. He was much stronger than that early divine core sect elder. The attack had pushed Jiang Chen a few steps back. Of course, it was just a slight push. Fan Zhongtang's attack didn't even harm a single hair on Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen, you're a traitor, you have no respect for your seniors, you killed our sect elders, you've been doing whatever you want, you've never taken the Black Sect seriously. Today I, the acting sect chief, will kill you. Fan Zhongtang's killing intent soared to the heavens. His face was filled with a malevolent smile. He wanted to take advantage of this great opportunity to kill Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had killed inner sect disciples and elders, giving Fan Zhongtong a very good excuse. Fan Zhongtong took a step forward, arriving in front of Jiang Chen. His robes fluttered in the wind, and his entire body was filled with killing intent. He struck out with his palm, and the golden palm transformed into a cage, pouncing towards Jiang Chen. Fan Zhongtang, you dare? Guoshan let out a loud shout. His body flashed and appeared in front of Jiang Chen, blocking Fan Zhongtang's attack. His yuan energy surged and he pushed both of his palms forward, unleashing a bright light that collided with Fan Zhongtang's attack. Bang! A fight between two divine core warriors. Just the impact alone was beyond anyone's imagination. Two great warriors, one of them was determined to kill, and the other was filled with regret and hatred. Both of them had unleashed their ultimate attacks. Bam! Although Guoshan was the #1 alchemist in the Black Sect, he was only an early divine core warrior. He was no match for Fan Zhongtong, and he was instantly sent flying away by Fan Zhongtong's palm. Jiang Chen reacted quickly. With a sway of his body, he arrived behind Guoshan, then he stretched out his hand and grabbed Guoshan's body. Brother! Guoshan stared at Jiang Chen, then he wiped the blood from his mouth with his hand. Let me handle this, you don't have to interfere, Jiang Chen said to Leng Leng. After that, he took a step forward and arrived in front of Fan Zhongtong. Fan Zhongtong, I'm going to kill Fan Kuan today, and there's nothing you can do to stop me. Also, you better remember this, as long as I have the ability to kill you, you will have to die as well. Both you and your grandson will die in my hands. Jiang Chen spoke with a calm tone, as if he was talking about something very normal. He knew his own abilities. Although he now had 300 dragon marks, and his combat strength had skyrocketed, coupled with the true dragon palm and true dragon flames, which gave him the ability to kill an early divine core warrior, it was still far from enough to fight a mid-divine core warrior. However, he had made up his mind to kill Fan Kuan today. Even if there was a mighty warrior like Fan Zhongtong standing in front of him, there was nothing he could do. Shameless boasting. Fan Zhongtong's aura was unparalleled. Both of his palms drew in the air, and his tide-like essence force transformed into a golden shield. The golden shield was 10 meters in size, and it was overflowing with light. It had simple runes on it. Many people shouted out in shock. Fan Zhongtong was a mid-divine core warrior, and he was using his powerful combat skill to deal with Jiang Chen. This showed how determined he was to kill Jiang Chen. However, many people could understand why Fan Zhongtong did this. This grandfather and grandson duo had tried to kill Jiang Chen before, and now, Jiang Chen was trying to kill his grandson. If it was anyone else, they would definitely try their best to kill Jiang Chen. Brother, be careful. That's the dark gold shield. It's extremely powerful. Guoshan shouted out from behind. Humph. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. With a flip of his palm, a huge blood banner suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Jiang Chen injected all his yuan energy into the blood banner, and the huge blood banner let out a loud buzzing sound. Under Jiang Chen's control, it dashed towards Fan Zhongtong. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this moment, the chilly wind was howling, and devilish waves were soaring into the sky. The devilish energy emitted from the blood banner covered the sunlight, and the howls that came out from the blood banner sent chills down everyone's spines. Ghostly faces could be seen everywhere, and the howls didn't stop. The entire Black Sect had fallen into a gloomy atmosphere. Oh heavens, what is that thing? It's so scary. That's the blood banner. It's Blood Moon Shaman's magical weapon. Blood Moon Shaman killed hundreds of thousands of people. Then he used their souls to craft this banner. It's the most vicious magical weapon in the world, and I heard that many divine core warriors were killed by this blood banner. I didn't expect it to fall into Jiang Chen's hands. He must have gotten it from Lord Blood Moon. Jiang Chen killed Lord Blood Moon, and he even took the blood banner from him. This is really frightening. This is a true evil weapon, and it should be destroyed, but Jiang Chen just used it. It looks like he's going all out just to kill Fan Kuan. Damn it, there are hundreds of thousands of souls in that blood banner. If Jiang Chen unleashes all of them due to his anger, the entire Black Sect will turn into hell. Everyone were shocked, even Guoshan was shocked. Who would have thought that Jiang Chen would use a magical weapon like the blood banner at the last moment? Bang! The blood banner and Fan Zhongtong's dark gold shield collided with each other. Dark mists and devilish energies filled the air, and the huge blood banner kept vibrating. It turned into a huge black mouth, trying to suck Fan Zhongtong into it. Bang! Fan Zhongtong let out a loud shout and unleashed 2 runes, blocking the suction force from the blood banner. He was pushed back dozens of meters, and a serious expression could finally be seen on his face. This was the blood banner that could make anyone tremble in fear. It was an item that had caused a huge storm in the Qi province, and even Fan Zhongtong had to be afraid of it. The blood banner was in Jiang Chen's hands. Jiang Chen wasn't a demonic cultivator, and if Blood Moon Shaman was the one controlling the blood banner, he would have been devoured by it. Woo! Cries of ghosts and howls of wolves could be heard. The chilly wind was blowing, and even the sky had changed colors. Jiang Chen held the blood banner with one hand, and he looked like a peerless devil. Jiang Chen, how could you use such an evil weapon like the blood banner? You're insane! Fan Zhongtong scolded with a loud voice. Haha! You've killed my lover and my brother. I, Jiang Chen, will definitely kill you. Not to mention this blood banner, even if I have to use the most vicious methods in the world, I'll still kill Fan Kuan today, and no one can stop me. Don't bullshit about your so-called righteous morals, and don't tell Daddy about the black sect's rules. Believe it or not, I'll release all those ferocious souls and turn the black sect into hell. Jiang Chen let out a wild laugh. He had completely transformed into a peerless madman. This was the unyielding nature of a man. If a man couldn't even protect his lover and brother, then what kind of man would he be? If he couldn't avenge this, then what kind of man would he be? Hua! Jiang Chen's words caused everyone's expressions to change. No one dared doubt the authenticity of Jiang Chen's words. With Jiang Chen's unyielding nature and his unbridled courage, it was highly possible that he would release all those ferocious souls from the blood banner. If he really did release them, although it wouldn't cause a complete disaster to the black sect, it would definitely cause a huge loss. Besides, if all those ferocious souls were able to escape, even if they could only survive for a short period of time after being released from the blood banner, with such a huge number of ferocious souls, it would still be more than enough to destroy a huge area. How dare you? Fan Zhongtong's expression changed as well. He had never seen such a ferocious man. It's not up to you to decide whether I dare or not. I'm going to kill Fan Kuan today, and I'd like to see if you have the ability to stop me. After saying that, Jiang Chen shook the blood banner once again. Hundreds of ferocious souls were released from the banner. These ferocious souls were ferocious, and they leapt towards Fan Zhongtong. After that, the blood banner was pushed forward as well. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, Jiang Chen unleashed the 9 phantom wolves. At this moment, there were 9 Jiang Chens, 9 blood banners, and all those ferocious souls. Even Fan Zhongtong was dazzled by this, and he couldn't tell which one was real and which one was fake. Not good. Fan Zhongtong was surrounded by the ferocious souls and 9 Jiang Chens. He had a bad feeling about this, but it was too late. Break for me! Fan Zhongtang let out a furious roar. A shining golden blade appeared in his hand. He unleashed all his abilities and killed hundreds of ferocious souls in just a blink of an eye. At the same time, he shattered all of Jiang Chen's phantoms. At the same time, Jiang Chen's real body had already arrived in front of Fan Kuan. A blood-red dragon claw transformed into a sturdy cage, and tightly restrained Fan Kuan. Only then did Fan Kuan wake up. He realized that he had fallen into Jiang Chen's hands. He was so scared that his soul almost left his body. Cold sweat dripped down his back. He tried his best to resist, trying to break free from Jiang Chen's dragon claw. However, to his horror, he realized that he was so weak in front of Jiang Chen. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move the dragon claw at all. "Grandpa, save me!" Fan Kuan shouted. He was scared. He could already feel the aura of death looming over him. This feeling was something he had never felt before. "Jiang Chen, let go of my grandson." Fan Zhongtong's expression changed. He had underestimated Jiang Chen's abilities. Even under his heavy protection, Fan Kuan was still being controlled. In this situation, with Jiang Chen's killing intent, how could Fan Kuan survive? Chapter 165. Jiang Chen's performance was really frightening. It made everyone in the Black Sect feel like they were suffocating. With just a mid-heavenly core cultivation base, he had forcefully broken through the defense of a mid-divine core warrior and controlled Fan Kuan. Such a heaven-defying ability, if they didn't witness it with their own eyes, no one would believe it. In this world, perhaps only Jiang Chen could do this. Is he really just a mid-heavenly core warrior? How can a heavenly core warrior be so frightening? The skills he cultivates, the combat skills, and the weapons he has, they are all beyond what a heavenly core warrior can possess. It's really frightening to be enemies with a man like him. Sigh, Fan Kuan is going to die for sure. With his current situation, let alone his grandfather, even the sect chief wouldn't be able to save him. He deserves it. If he didn't target Jiang Chen first, if he didn't take advantage of Jiang Chen's absence to attack Yan Chenyu, he wouldn't have ended up like this. No matter how powerful he is in the Black Sect and how he can do whatever he wants, there are still some people who can't be messed with. Everyone were terrified. All eyes were on Fan Kuan, who was being controlled by Jiang Chen. When they saw the frightened expression on Fan Kuan's face and his trembling body, they couldn't help but feel pity for him. Of course, it was only pity. No one thought it was inappropriate for Jiang Chen to kill Fan Kuan. There was a saying, an eye for an eye, an eye for an eye. Fan Kuan only had himself to blame for what he had done. Jiang Chen completely ignored Fan Zhongtang's anger. He stared at Fan Kuan, and with just a glance, Fan Kuan felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. It was a gaze of judgment, as if he could kill Fan Kuan with just a single glance. Grandpa! Fan Kuan's voice was trembling. Right at this moment, everyone could see the fear on his face, the fear he had never felt before. No one was not afraid of death, especially when it came. Jiang Chen, let's talk this out. Let Fan Kuan go first. Fan Zhongtang's tone softened. Now that his grandson had become a fish on the chopping block, he had no choice but to soften his stance. Let him go? Ha! Jiang Chen looked at Fan Zhongtang as if he was looking at an idiot, and then burst into laughter. Fan Zhongtang, have you really gone senile or have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? It is impossible for me to let him go, but I can give Fan Kuan 2 ways to die. The first way, I will put him into the blood banner and let 100,000 evil spirits tear him apart. The second way, I will use fire to burn him until he turns into ashes. Fan Kuan, choose one. Jiang Chen sneered as he looked at Fan Kuan. Fan Kuan almost fainted when he heard Jiang Chen's words. Let alone Fan Kuan. Even those who were watching the fight from the Black Sect were trembling in fear. Besides, no one doubted the authenticity of Jiang Chen's words. If he could do both of them, then Jiang Chen would definitely do it. However, these 2 ways of dying were too cruel. Putting one into the blood demon banner and enduring the bites of 100,000 ferocious spirits, that feeling of slowly dying under endless fear and pain, was not as satisfying as being killed with a saber. As for the second way, Jiang Chen had already used it, and the crowd had witnessed Jiang Chen's flames. Not long ago, he had burned an early Divine Core Sect elder to ashes. Even a Divine Core Sect elder was burned to ashes, let alone Fan Kuan. Jiang Chen, how dare you? Fan Zhongtang was furious. Ah! Too bad. Fan Zhongtang's threat was useless against Jiang Chen. Before he could finish his words, Fan Kuan's miserable shriek resounded throughout the entire Black Sect. Many people could see golden flames coming out from the dragon claw. The flames were like a parasite, and they were drilling into Fan Kuan's body. In the blink of an eye, Fan Kuan was completely engulfed by the sea of flames. Ah! The miserable shriek didn't sound like it was coming from a human, and it sent chills down the spines of those who heard it. Jiang Chen was obviously controlling the temperature of the flames on purpose. He didn't want Fan Kuan to die so easily. Countless people gasped. They couldn't imagine what kind of pain Fan Kuan was suffering right now, but from the miserable shriek, they could tell that Fan Kuan wasn't feeling well. This was an extremely cruel torture, using flames to burn someone to death bit by bit. Jiang Chen had purposely controlled the temperature of the flames to the point where Fan Kuan couldn't bear it, and then slowly burn him to death. With this method of burning, Fan Kuan wouldn't lose his sense of pain until he was burned to ashes. This was Jiang Chen's method. He had to settle the score with Yan Chenyu and Han Yan, and he had to make Fan Kuan pay 10 times the price and suffer 100 times the pain. Arg! Bastard! Fan Zhongtang's pupils dilated, and he let out a furious roar. Watching his own grandson being burned alive, the feeling and the anger he felt was something that no one could imagine or understand. Bang! Fan Zhongtang was really angry now. The golden blade in his hand produced a buzzing sound as he swung it toward Jiang Chen. The gigantic golden blade flew across the sky and transformed into a 300-meter-long golden blade beam. It was bright and dazzling, and its attack was incredibly powerful. This attack contained the full force of a mid-divine core warrior. It was incredibly powerful. Fan Zhongtang could tell that his grandson was beyond saving. Now that he was in Jiang Chen's hands, Fan Kuan was going to die for sure. Bearing the pain of losing his grandson, the only thing Fan Zhongtang could do was kill the murderer, and make Jiang Chen pay for Fan Kuan's life. Right at this moment, everyone held their breaths. A full-force attack from a mid-divine core warrior. Not many people could withstand it. Facing such a powerful attack, Jiang Chen's expression didn't change. He raised his head slightly, and a sneer emerged on his face. "Old dog, I wonder how you'll feel when I ask you to kill your grandson with your own hands." Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Right when the golden blade beam was about to reach him, Jiang Chen suddenly retracted the true dragon flames. Then he casually threw Fan Kuan, who was burnt beyond recognition, away. "Ah! No!" Fan Kuan's eyes were filled with fear, and he let out his last miserable scream. Jiang Chen threw him away, sending him flying toward the golden blade beam unleashed by Fan Zhongtang. Slash! Blood splashed all over the place, and Fan Kuan's miserable scream stopped abruptly. His body was sliced in half by the golden blade beam, and he fell down from the sky. The golden blade beam didn't stop after killing Fan Kuan. It continued flying toward Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen was prepared for it, and with the help of Fan Kuan's defense, Jiang Chen unleashed a pair of blood-red wings from his back. With the help of the dimensional shift, Jiang Chen dodged Fan Zhongtang's attack with lightning speed. As for the shockwaves unleashed by the golden blade beam, they couldn't cause any harm to Jiang Chen. "Ah! Jiang Chen, you little bastard!" Fan Zhongtang roared out. He felt like he was going crazy, and his body was violently trembling. He had killed his own grandson with his own hands. Although Fan Zhongtang knew that his grandson wouldn't be able to escape today, it was a completely different feeling for his grandson to die in the hands of others and to die in his own hands. To Fan Zhongtang, it was a completely different feeling. "Haha! Old dog Fan, you're worse than a beast. You even killed your own grandson. You're such a lunatic, and you still keep saying that you're an evil man? Pooey!" Jiang Chen laughed out loud, and didn't forget to ridicule Fan Zhongtang. "This is too scary. This man's schemes are too deep. Fan Kuan's death is the cruelest and most humiliating way to die." Jiang Chen is extremely shrewd, and he has a lot of battle experience. Today, he wanted to take revenge on Fan Kuan and his grandson. Now, he used some tricks to make Fan Kuan die by his own grandfather's hands. In this way, not only did Jiang Chen kill Fan Kuan and avenge Yan Chen Yu and Han Yan, he also left a deep scar in Fan Zhongtang's heart that will never be erased. Yeah, the difference between Fan Kuan dying by Jiang Chen's hands and Fan Zhongtang's hands is too big. If Jiang Chen killed Fan Kuan with his own hands, Fan Zhongtang would at most be enraged and want to kill Jiang Chen to avenge his grandson. However, Jiang Chen used a borrowed knife to kill Fan Zhongtang, and made Fan Zhongtang kill his grandson with his own hands. This will definitely leave a shadow in Fan Zhongtang's heart. Scary. We can't afford to offend such a person. Everyone were shocked, from the elders to the disciples. All of them were sighing. The way they looked at Jiang Chen was like they were looking at a little devil king. The consequences of offending a man like him were unimaginable. His revenge wasn't something that ordinary people could withstand. Kuan-er! Fan Zhongtang looked at Fan Kuan's broken body that fell to the ground, and he roared even louder. Suddenly, he raised his head, and his eyes fell on Jiang Chen like a venomous snake. "Jiang Chen, you and I are irreconcilable. Today, I will let you accompany my grandson in death." Fan Zhongtang's anger soared to the sky, and the golden blade in his hand transformed into countless golden blade lights. The blade lights interweaved into a huge net, and it flew towards Jiang Chen. Right at that moment, a massive illusory hand descended from the skies. As soon as the massive hand struck out, it instantly shattered Fan Zhongtang's golden net of sabers into smithereens. A mighty warrior had attacked. The crowd were shocked once again, but Jiang Chen didn't mind it at all. He didn't even need to guess to know who it was. In the entire Black Sect, there weren't many people who could shatter Fan Zhongtang's full-force attack with just a single strike. "Stop!" A cold shout sounded out. After that, a man wearing a Taoist robe appeared in the skies, standing between Fan Zhongtang and Jiang Chen. Behind him, a few divine core sect elders appeared. These were the top echelons of the Black Sect, and each of them was a highly respected sect elder. The man wearing the Taoist robe was none other than Taoist Black. Taoist Black was in secluded cultivation, and now that he had appeared at this critical moment, it was obvious that some sect elders had summoned him. Today's situation had gone too far, and only Taoist Black himself could suppress it. Sect Chief. When they saw Taoist Black, everyone bowed and greeted him. He was the #1 man in the Black sect, and he was the person in charge of the entire Black sect. No one dared show him any disrespect. Sect Chief, this guy killed his fellow disciples, and he even killed an inner circle sect elder. He has entered the path of evil. Let me kill him. Fan Zhongtang was still very agitated. Chapter 166. The scene immediately quieted down. Everyone threw their gazes onto Taoist Black. What Taoist Black decided next would determine Jiang Chen's fate. Looking at Fan Zhongtang's expression, there was no way he would let Jiang Chen go. Furthermore, Jiang Chen had killed an inner circle sect elder and a disciple. He had indeed violated the Black sect's taboo. In the history of the Black sect, no disciple had ever dared to be so presumptuous. As the Black sect's chief, it was reasonable for Taoist Black to punish Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen had killed Lord Bloodmoon. He had done a great deed for the Black sect. No matter how big of a sin he had committed, it would still be enough to offset his punishment. Besides, Jiang Chen was a peerless genius. He had the potential to look down on the entire world, and he had the ability to defy all rules. To put it bluntly, he was the Black sect's future hope. From this point of view, even if Taoist Black didn't punish Jiang Chen, it would still be reasonable. In other words, whether Taoist Black wanted to punish Jiang Chen or not, it would still be reasonable. It all depended on his decision. Taoist Black gazed at the furious Fan Zhongtang with an indifferent expression. Then he turned around and looked at Jiang Chen. Humph. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. With one hand placed behind his back, he stared at Taoist Black with a pair of bottomless eyes. His expression was extremely unfriendly. In his mind, Guashan and Taoist Black had to bear some responsibility for their injuries. Taoist Black had met him before, and he had promised to provide him with everything he needed. But now, as the sect chief, he couldn't even protect Jiang Chen's women and brothers. This made Jiang Chen really angry. Taoist Black's heart trembled. He narrowed his eyes, trying to see through Jiang Chen, but he was disappointed. In his eyes, this young man in front of him was emitting a mighty aura. It was the aura of a superior being. The pride that came from deep within his bones could not be faked at all. Moreover, Jiang Chen's cultivation was clearly far below his, but it gave him the feeling of looking up to a great mountain. That kind of natural aura made Jiang Chen feel like a god descending to the mortal world, looking down on the world. For Taoist Black, this was an unbelievable feeling, but it was happening right in his heart. Sect Master, please give the order to eliminate this person. Fan Zhongtang continued speaking. Only now did Taoist Black move his gaze away from Jiang Chen. He took a deep breath, then with a clear voice he said, I know what happened. Fan Kuan is the one at fault. He was lawless. He bullied his fellow disciples. He deserved to die. Jiang Chen's revenge is a matter of course. However, Jiang Chen killed an inner circle disciple and a sect elder. This is an unforgivable crime. But considering that he killed Lord Bloodmoon and all the blood devils in Yellowstone, this is a great merit. We will not pursue this matter any further. Taoist Black's words immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. Such a decision clearly showed that he was siding with Jiang Chen. Killing a divine core sect elder was a huge mistake, and he could easily overlook it. This showed how much Taoist Black cared about Jiang Chen. He was willing to offend a highly respected sect elder like Fan Zhongtang. Did you see that? This is what true ability looks like. This is the capital of a genius. That's right. Sect Chief is obviously siding with Jiang Chen. Think about it. If Jiang Chen wasn't a peerless genius and didn't have such monstrous talent, Sect Chief would definitely kill him without hesitation. It's not a big deal for Sect Chief to make such a decision. A genius like Jiang Chen, he would be an idiot if he didn't cherish him. Besides, Fan Kuan deserved to die. Both grandfather and grandson didn't put anyone in their eyes because they were powerful in the Black sect, but they never expected to bump into a tough guy like Jiang Chen. Many people were whispering among themselves, but most of them felt that it was reasonable for Taoist Black to make such a decision. This was his capital. Jiang Chen's capital. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak, and everything depended on one's strength. The strength Jiang Chen had shown was something that even Taoist Black had to pay attention to. The appearance of the northern and southern dynasties in the Qi province was like a dazzling star. If no other stars came to stop him, with the talents of the northern and southern dynasties, in just a few years, the entire Qi province's structure would be completely changed. The appearance of Jiang Chen was the only hope of stopping the northern and southern dynasties. Taoist Black had realized this, and that's why he valued Jiang Chen so much. Sect Chief. Fan Zhongtong's expression changed dramatically. He didn't expect Taoist Black to make such a decision. If Taoist Black protected Jiang Chen, he wouldn't even have the chance to get his revenge. Say no more. Sect Elder Fan, during your time as the acting sect chief, you've allowed something like this to happen to the sect, causing the sect to suffer a great loss. I'll punish you to face the wall for 1 month, and after 1 month, you'll return to your position as a sect elder. Taoist Black said. He was unleashing a dignified aura from his body. This was the aura of a sect chief. No one would dare disobey the sect chief's order. Sect Chief. Fan Zhongtong's eyes widened. He felt like throwing up blood. What was going on? His grandson was killed, and the murderer didn't get punished at all, but he, the one who lost his grandson, was punished to face the wall and reflect on his mistakes. Sect Elder Fan, how dare you question my order? Taoist Black's expression turned cold. As the sect chief, he had to have a dignified aura. Except for himself, no one was allowed to offend him, not even the highly respected sect elders. You don't dare? Fan Zhongtong cupped his fist and bowed down. No matter how unwilling he was, he didn't dare disobey Taoist Black. Taoist Black's strength was far greater than his, and if they were to fight now, he wouldn't be able to gain any benefits. Go now, face the wall at the Cliff of Reflection. Taoist Black waved his sleeves, signaling Fan Zhongtong to leave. Fan Zhongtong fiercely glared at Jiang Chen. The meaning behind his glare was clear. He would never let what happened today go so easily. Jiang Chen hated this kind of glare, and it made Jiang Chen make up his mind. Once he had the ability to kill Fan Zhongtong, he would be the first one to do so. Fan Zhongtong turned around and left towards the direction of the Cliff of Reflection. His eyes were filled with viciousness. What happened today was like a sharp thorn piercing into his heart, and he couldn't let it go. His entire being was filled with hatred. Jiang Chen, I'll definitely tear you into 1,000,000 pieces. Taoist Black, just you wait, one day, I'll kill you as well. When the northern and southern dynasties unify the Qi province, that will be the day you die, and the black sect will be mine. Fan Zhongtong's mind was filled with viciousness. What happened today had made him hate Taoist Black even more. It was obvious that Taoist Black was biased towards Jiang Chen, and he didn't care about the pain of losing his grandson at all. Jiang Chen, come with me. After saying this, Taoist Black disappeared in an instant. With a sway of his body, Jiang Chen flew towards Palace Black. What happened to Yan Chen Yu and Han Yan had really disappointed him. However, Taoist Black was after all the sect chief of a sect, and he rarely cared about the fights between disciples. Besides, Taoist Black's performance today had satisfied Jiang Chen. Originally, Jiang Chen planned to bring Yan Chen Yu and Han Yan out of the Black Sect and return to Red Sun Town. However, after considering their injuries, he decided to stay in the Black Sect. The conditions here were not something Yellowstone could compare with. Besides, Taoist Black really valued Jiang Chen a lot, and he had completely regarded Jiang Chen as the Black Sect's hope. Most importantly, Jiang Chen had too many enemies. Fan Zhongtong was one of them. He believed that once he left the Black Sect's territory, Fan Zhongtong would do everything in his power to hunt him down. Also, the Tianjian Gate and the Burning Sky Pavilion were his enemies as well, especially the Tianjian Gate. He had just killed Liang Xiao, and the news of this would soon spread to the Tianjian Gate. Once he left the Black Sect, he would immediately become the enemy of the entire world. Of course, he wasn't afraid of that, but he needed to find a good place for Yan Chen Yu and Han Yan to rest. Therefore, Jiang Chen had decided to stay in the Black Sect. With Taoist Black's help, Jiang Chen now had a solid foundation in the Black Sect, so he couldn't just abandon it. Inside Palace Black. Jiang Chen, are you blaming me? Taoist Black asked. I'm not blaming you, I'm just disappointed. I went to kill those blood devils, but my woman and brother were killed. Jiang Chen said with a cold voice. Facing Taoist Black, he didn't show any politeness. In the entire Black sect, perhaps only Jiang Chen had the courage to talk to Taoist Black like this. This is indeed my fault, but I don't want to explain too much. You've killed those Blood Devils and Lord Blood Moon. You've completed an impossible mission. You've exceeded my expectations, and I'm very pleased with that. The speed of your growth has caught me by surprise as well. I have to admit, you are indeed a peerless genius. In the entire Qi province, only you have the ability to fight against the northern and southern dynasties in the future. This is also the reason why I didn't punish you today. Taoist Black's words were very straightforward. The reason why he didn't punish Jiang Chen was because Jiang Chen had a strong foundation. As a sect chief, Taoist Black's cultivation level and vision were much better than ordinary people. Naturally, he could see the potential and ambition of the northern and southern dynasties. The reason why he was loyal to Jiang Chen now was because he wanted to find a genius who could fight against the northern and southern dynasties in the future. In other words, Taoist Black was thinking about the future of the Black sect. I'll deal with the northern and southern dynasties. However, Yan Chen Yu and Han Yan are severely injured, and they need some time to recover. I'll leave them on Guishan's mountain peak. As for Fan Zhong Tang, I don't want to see something like this happen again. Jiang Chen said. Don't worry. Something like this will never happen again. Just focus on your cultivation and focus on dealing with the northern and southern dynasties. As for Yan Chen Yu and Han Yan's injuries, just leave them to Guishan. Guishan is one of the top alchemists in the Qi province, and he's in charge of most of the herbs in the Black sect. If you need anything, just look for him. Chapter 167. With regards to Taoist Black's guarantee, Jiang Chen had no worries. He believed that Taoist Black wouldn't make the same mistake twice. Let me remind you, pay more attention to Fan Zhongtong. Jiang Chen said. There must be a reason why Fan Zhongtong and his grandson wanted to kill him. He didn't know this grandfather and grandson, so there was no hatred between them. However, this man was trying his best to kill him. Jiang Chen guessed that this man might have joined the northern and southern dynasties. He had seen people from the northern and southern dynasties, and he knew that these men had the aura of a king. They were extremely ambitious, and they would never be willing to be mediocre. No matter where they went, they would want to be like a king. Fan Zhongtong is a highly respected sect elder of the Black sect, and he is loyal to the sect. There is no way he would betray us. Although there was some unhappiness between the two of you, I'm sure of this. Taoist Black said. Fan Zhongtong was a founding elder of the Black sect, and Taoist Black would never believe that Fan Zhongtong would do anything that would harm the sect. In his mind, the reason why Jiang Chen said that was because he wanted revenge. Of course, with the grudge between the two of them, it was reasonable for Jiang Chen to want revenge. Whatever. After saying that, Jiang Chen turned around and left. He understood what Taoist Black was thinking, but if he wanted to kill Fan Zhongtong, he didn't need Taoist Black's help. Sooner or later, he would take Fan Zhongtong's life by himself. Jiang Chen's judgment of people was never wrong. If he didn't get rid of Fan Zhongtong, he would sooner or later become a malignant tumor of the Black sect, and he would bring an unimaginable loss to the Black sect. But right now, Jiang Chen didn't have the time to think about all this. He had reminded Taoist Black of everything he needed to do, and now, he had something more important to do. He needed to deal with Yan Chen Yu and Han Yan's injuries. After Jiang Chen left Palace Black, he flew straight towards Guishan's mountain peak. Today's battle had completely established Jiang Chen's status and position in the Black sect. He had killed Lord Blood Moon, Liang Xiao, and even inner circle disciples and sect elders. Jiang Chen's achievements had made everyone pay more attention to him. From now on, no one in the Black sect would dare cause trouble for Jiang Chen. Even those divine core inner circle sect elders would have to treat Jiang Chen politely. At the foot of Guishan's mountain peak, there were a few dozen people gathered. The one leading the group was Yu Zihan, and behind him were Wang Yun, Huang Zheng and a few others. The reason why they were waiting here was because they were waiting for Jiang Chen. Seeing Jiang Chen appear in the sky, everyone's faces immediately lit up. Brother Jiang, how was it? Did sect chief make things difficult for you? Yu Zihan quickly asked. No, don't worry. A rare smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. These people had followed him wholeheartedly, and Jiang Chen knew what they were thinking. Senior disciple Jiang has shown his mighty strength today. He killed that bastard Fan Kuan, This is really satisfying. That's right, that bastard should have died long ago. He actually took advantage of senior disciple Zhang's absence and tried to kill senior disciple Yan. Senior disciple Zhang is a peerless genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. With just a heavenly core cultivation base, he was able to kill a divine core warrior. This is really rare. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement. During the days when Jiang Chen was away, they weren't in high spirits at all. But now, Jiang Chen had returned, wreaked havoc in the Black Sect, killed Fan Kuan, and established a mighty reputation. In the future, perhaps no one would dare offend the Black Sect anymore. Alright, all of you can leave now and focus on your cultivation. I need to check on little Yu and brother Yan's injuries. Jiang Chen casually waved his hand. Then he turned around and walked up the mountain peak. He really didn't have the mood to enjoy these flattering words. Zihan, come with me, Jiang Chen said. Yu Zihan followed behind Jiang Chen and walked up the mountain peak. Wang Yun and the others left as well. After today's battle, Fan Kuan was killed, and Fan Zhongtang was grounded for a month. In the coming period of time, the Black Sect would finally have a peaceful time. On top of the mountain peak, Guoshan had been waiting for quite some time. Brother, little Yu and brother Yan's injuries are very serious. I can't do anything for them. Brother, you're a powerful man. Can you help me find a way to wake them up? Within the room, Guoshan said with a frown on his face. Even now, his heart was filled with guilt. When he looked at Jiang Chen, aside from guilt, there was also a slight fear. This young man was growing too fast, and what he had done today had overturned many people's minds. Although Guoshan was an early divine core warrior, he could still feel a slight pressure from Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded his head. Then he waved his hand and unleashed 2 golden beams. The beams flew into the center of Yan Chen Yu and Han Yan's brows. After the beams circulated within their bodies, they came out from the center of their brows and returned to Jiang Chen's palm. How is it? Guoshan and Yu Zihan looked at Jiang Chen anxiously. Both of their injuries are very serious, and their source is directly injured. All of brother Yan's internal organs are shattered, and if it wasn't for Gu Tianma's bloodline supporting him, he would be dead by now. However, because his life force is too weak, Gu Tianma's energy has stopped circulating as well. In order to save brother Yan, we have to find a way to activate Gu Tianma's energy, allowing it to circulate again. With that, brother Yan can rely on Gu Tianma's energy to recover by himself. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows and said, Little Yu's condition is even worse than brother Yan's. She cut off her own heart meridian, and there's almost no way she could survive. If it wasn't for her 9 yin meridians supporting her, she would be dead by now. However, because she cut off her own heart meridian, her 9 yin meridians have completely quieted down, and it's extremely difficult to wake them up. Both men's condition was much worse than what Jiang Chen had imagined. To put it bluntly, if it wasn't for their special physique, they would have been dead by now. If it was any other ordinary man, there was no way they could be saved. 9 yin meridians. Guoshan and Yu Zihan exclaimed at the same time. They had heard about this ancient physique before, but they never thought that they would actually see it in real life, especially when it appeared in Yan Chen Yu's body. No wonder little Yu's body has such a cold aura. It's the legendary 9 yin meridians. Guoshan was shocked. Brother Jiang, if that's the case, is there any way to save her? Yu Zihan asked. After spending some time with Jiang Chen, in his mind, Jiang Chen had become an omnipotent existence. Of course there is a way to save her, but it's extremely difficult. If brother Yan wants to awaken Gu Tianma's power, there's only one way. Gu Tianma is an ancient great devil, his demonic nature is deep, and his bloodline is noble. If you want to awaken him, you'll need to find an ancient and powerful devil origin. If you can get your hands on the Earth Devil's demon soul, you'll definitely be able to awaken him. And it'll also help brother Yan's cultivation improve greatly. The Earth Devil is a beast with a strong demonic heritage. It's the king of all demonic beasts, and its devil origin is deep and powerful. However, an existence like this is extremely rare. I'm afraid we don't have it in the Qi province. Jiang Chen frowned. Earth Devil? Guoshan and Yu Zihan were shocked at the same time. They had only heard of such a powerful demonic beast, but they had never seen one before. They had never heard of it in the Qi province. Brother, it's true that the Earth Devil doesn't exist in the Qi province, but there's a place where it might exist. Guoshan said. What place? Jiang Chen's eyes brightened up. Inferno Hell. Guashan said with a serious expression. Inferno Hell is a special dimension. 100 years ago, the greatest saint in the world sliced open the gate to the realm of immortals with his sword, causing the barrier of the saint origin world to slacken, and many special dimensions appeared. That's how Inferno Hell came to be. According to rumors, there are all kinds of rare demons and ghosts in Inferno Hell, and at the same time, there are all kinds of rare treasures. It's a place where opportunities and dangers coexist. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but shiver. He had heard about the existence of Inferno Hell from Guan Yun, but he never thought that the origin of Inferno Hell was related to him. It seemed like when he sliced open the gate to the realm of immortals 100 years ago, the structure of the saint origin world had changed. Looks like I'll have to pay a visit to Inferno Hell if I have the chance. Jiang Chen was very interested in Inferno Hell. He wanted to see for himself what kind of place it was. The appearance of this strange dimension meant that he had destroyed the structure of the saint origin world. Entering Inferno Hell has a slim chance of survival. Brother, you have to think carefully before you go. Guashan reminded Jiang Chen out of kindness. I have to go to Inferno Hell. I have to find the Earth Devil. If not, I don't know how long a yen will have to sleep. Of course, I won't go now. I have to solve little Yu's problem first. I'll leave the blood banner here and put a yen inside it. I'll use the demonic nature of the banner to attack him, and it will help him maintain his life. Jiang Chen said. He had to go to Inferno Hell, but not now. Brother, how do you want to solve little Yu's problem? Guashan asked. Just like Yen, if you want to save little Yu, you have to activate the 9 Yin meridians. As long as the 9 Yin meridians are reactivated, little Yu will wake up. However, the 9 Yin meridians are the coldest physique in the world, no matter what kind of Yin energy is used to affect the 9 Yin meridians. Therefore, if you want to revive the 9 Yin meridians, you have to attack them from the opposite direction. If you can concoct a profound 9 Yang pill, you can use the extreme Yang energy in the pill to stimulate the 9 Yin meridians in her body. Jiang Chen said. Profound 9 Yang pill? Guashan exclaimed. As an alchemist, he had heard of the legendary profound 9 Yang pill. He knew better than anyone else how precious and difficult it was to concoct this pill. Brother, it's impossible to concoct the profound 9 Yang pill. I do have a lot of pure Yang herbs here. I wonder if they can help little Yu. Guashan said. No, if it's just a pure Yang herb, it will cause the Yin and Yang to clash, which will kill little Yu instantly. The profound 9 Yang pill requires 49 different herbs to be concocted. The ingredients of these herbs can be used to adjust the Yin and Yang in critical moments, so that little Yu won't be harmed. Jiang Chen said. He knew much more about the study of herbs than Guashan, and he knew the best way to save Yen Chen Yu's life. Chapter 168. But as far as I know, in order to concoct the mystical 9 solar pellet, there is one thing that is absolutely necessary, and that is the holy water of the 9 solar. The holy water of the 9 solar is a true treasure of the heavens and earth. Not just in the Qi province, even in the super-powerful clans of the eastern continent, the holy water of the 9 solar is the most precious of treasures. I, Guashan, have spent my entire life studying alchemy. On this mountain peak, there are all kinds of herbs and herbs. Even most of the herbs needed to concoct the mystical 9 solar pellet can be found here, but the holy water of the 9 solar is nowhere to be found. Guashan said with a frown on his face. The pellet that Jiang Chen wanted to concoct was way too precious. Concocting it would be as difficult as climbing up to the heavens. Of course I know how precious the holy water of the 9 solar is. Jiang Chen smiled. He felt a little bitter in his heart. In his past life, he could drink the holy water of the 9 solar like it was wine. But now, getting even a little bit of it would be as difficult as climbing up to the heavens. In his past life, the holy water of the 9 solar might be a treasure of the heavens and earth to others, but Jiang Chen was cultivating the art of 9 solar. He could absorb the pure Yang Qi from the sky, and convert it into holy water of the 9 solar with ease. However, the art of 9 solar was a top-tier saint-level skill. With his current level of cultivation, there was no way he could absorb the purest pure Yang Qi. Pure Yang Qi was also divided into different levels. The amount of pure Yang Qi that Jiang Chen absorbed now could only be converted into holy water of the 6 solar, which was far from the level of holy water of the 9 solar. I can't concoct the mystical 9 solar pellet in a short period of time, but Xiao Yu's condition cannot be delayed. Therefore, I plan to concoct a mystical 6 solar pellet to ensure that her life force will not disappear. When I get the holy water of the 9 solar in the future, I'll give it to her directly. Jiang Chen said. He had no other choice. With his current level of cultivation, there was no way he could concoct the mystical 9 solar pellet. Therefore, he could only try to concoct the mystical 6 solar pellet. Mystical 6 solar pellet? Guoshan was startled. That's right, the mystical 6 solar pellet and the mystical 9 solar pellet both require the same ingredients. The only difference is the holy water of the 9 solar and the holy water of the 9 solar. Later, I will write down the ingredients I need. I hope Brother Gua can find them. Jiang Chen said. Brother, don't worry. Even if I have to sell everything I have, I will gather the medicinal ingredients for you. Guoshan patted his chest and promised. In fact, both he and Yu Zihan were extremely shocked. After all, even the 6 solar holy water wasn't easy to find. However, Jiang Chen had always been a confident person. Since he said that he would have a way to find the 6 solar holy water, they knew very well what kind of person Jiang Chen was. However, in order to concoct the profound 6 solar pill or the profound 9 solar pill, aside from the 6 solar holy water and the 9 solar holy water, you will need another very important treasure, and that is the demon soul of the Firethorn Savage. The Firethorn Savage is a pure young beast. Its demon soul is very helpful when concocting pills. Do you know if there is a Firethorn Savage in the Qi province? Jiang Chen looked at Guoshan and Yu Zihan. In order to concoct a high-quality pill, he would need a lot of treasures. It was not an easy process to save the two of them, and one could imagine how difficult it would be. However, he had to save them no matter what. No matter how difficult it would be, he had to bring them back to life. Besides, this was also Jiang Chen's path of cultivation. He was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, which meant that he had to defy the natural order. Therefore, his journey was destined to be filled with difficulties. The process of saving the two of them was also a training for himself. Although the Firethorn Savage was a rare beast, compared to the Earth Devil, it was still much more common. At least, it had not reached the point where it had become extinct. I know. There is a Firethorn Savage in the Misty Mountain. Yu Zihan's eyes lit up. Misty Mountain? Where is it? Jiang Chen was shocked. He had been in the Qi province for quite some time, and he had a basic understanding of the geography of the Qi province. However, he had never heard of the Misty Mountain. The Misty Mountain isn't located in the Qi province. It's located in the neighboring Qian province. There is indeed a Firethorn Savage in the Misty Mountain, but Guoshan furrowed his brows. But what? Jiang Chen said. Brother Jiang, Yellowstone is located at the border of the Qi province. Therefore, the Misty Mountain isn't too far away from Yellowstone. The Firethorn Savage in the Misty Mountain has a very powerful cultivation level. It is the true king of the Misty Mountain. I heard that it has reached the peak mid-divine core realm, and with the strength of the beast itself, even a late divine core warrior wouldn't be able to defeat it. Therefore, if Brother Jiang wants to obtain its demon soul, I'm afraid it's impossible. Yu Zihan said. It was because of Yellowstone's geographical location that he had such a clear understanding of the Misty Mountain. That's right. For a beast like the Firethorn Savage to be able to stay safely in a place like this, there must be something powerful about it. Ordinary big sects in the Qian province don't want to offend this Firethorn Savage. Brother, although you are strong and can kill early divine core warriors, I'm afraid you have no chance of winning against this Firethorn Savage. Guoshan reminded Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded his head in his mind. He knew these two men weren't just trying to scare him. Jiang Chen had a much better understanding of Firethorn Savage than these two men. He knew how terrifying this kind of demon beast was. A peak mid-divine core Firethorn Savage. Even if Taoist Black were to fight it himself, he would still be defeated. I don't have time to think too much. I'm going to Misty Mountain now. A determined look emerged in Jiang Chen's eyes. He was never afraid of powerful enemies. The stronger his enemies were, the more challenging they would be for him. He liked challenges. Brother, you have to think twice. A peak mid-divine core Firethorn Savage is really frightening. If you insist on going there, you will most likely die. Guoshan's expression changed. Don't worry, I'll act according to the situation. I won't act recklessly. Before I leave, there's something I need to tell you. Jiang Chen waved his hand and interrupted Guoshan. He wouldn't change his mind once he made up his mind. He was going to Misty Mountain no matter what, but with what happened in the past, He had to solve all his problems before he left. Please tell me, brother. Guoshan nodded his head. He knew Jiang Chen's temper very well. That's why he didn't try to stop him. Besides, Jiang Chen had created too many miracles, and he might be able to create another one during his trip to Misty Mountain. The one I'm most worried about is Fan Zhongtong. Although he has been grounded for a month, we still have to be careful. Older brother Gua, you've reached the peak early divine core realm, and you're no match for Fan Zhongtong. I'll teach you the 6 profound solar energies. It's a high-ranked earth skill. It can help you improve your cultivation. As Jiang Chen spoke, a message was transmitted into Guoshan's divine sense. Guoshan's expression changed. He carefully sensed the chant of the 6 profound solar energies, and an excited expression emerged on his face. What a great skill! What a mystical skill! Guoshan was extremely excited. There's more to this skill. Once you've mastered it, I'll teach you the rest of the skills according to the situation. Besides that, I need to tell you a big secret, and it's very important you have to keep it a secret. Jiang Chen had a serious expression on his face. Brother, what is it? Guoshan and Yu Zihan looked at Jiang Chen at the same time. During my trip to Yellowstone, I found an underground energy vein that hasn't been opened yet. I'll bring you 2 to Red Sun Town now, and you can use the source of the energy vein to cultivate. With the help of the 6 profound solar energy skill, in less than 3 days, you'll be able to break through to the mid-divine core realm. At that point of time, you'll have the strength to fight Fan Zhongtong, and I'll be able to travel to Misty Mountain without any worries. Jiang Chen said, What? An underground energy vein? Both men exclaimed at the same time, especially Yu Zihan. He almost jumped up from the ground. An energy vein. If this news were to spread, the entire Qi province would be in an uproar, especially the 4 big sections. If any of them could get their hands on another energy vein, it wouldn't take them many years to surpass the other 3 big sections. Using the source energy of an energy vein to cultivate, just thinking about it was enough to make anyone excited. There was only one energy vein under the entire Black Sect, and tens of thousands of disciples and sect elders had to use it. The source energy of the energy vein had long since been dispersed. This was simply incomparable. Brother Jiang, you've told me such a big secret. It shows that you trust me. I'll definitely keep this secret. Yu Zihan said in a serious manner. Yu Zihan said in a serious manner. His heart was filled with gratitude and gratitude. Since Jiang Chen had told him this secret, it meant he didn't treat him as an outsider. Being able to be treated as one of his own was a form of affirmation. Besides, both he and Guoshan knew how important an energy vein was. If this news were to spread, with their current strength, there was no way they could keep it. All right, I'll put Brother Yen into the blood banner, then I'll bring you 2 there. Jiang Chen said that they had to use the energy vein. In the Qi province, it was time for Jiang Chen to start building his own forces. These 2 men in front of him were trustworthy, and the stronger they became, the more help they would be to him. Guoshan was an early divine core warrior, and he was also an alchemist. In the future, he would be able to provide a lot of help to Jiang Chen. Most importantly, he would be able to help Jiang Chen fight against Fan Zhongtang for a short period of time, and also protect Yanchen Yu and Han Yanch. As for Yu Zihan, he had great potential. He had broken through to the heavenly core realm at such a young age. This proved that he was a man with great potential. All right. Guoshan and Yu Zihan tried their best to suppress their excitement, especially Guoshan. When he thought about how he was going to break through to the mid-divine core realm very soon, he became extremely excited. Alchemists spent most of their time and energy on concocting pills, and that was why their cultivation levels couldn't compare with others. The fact that Guoshan was able to reach his current level proved that he had extraordinary talent. But after breaking through to the divine core realm, it was extremely difficult to break through to the next level. Therefore, Guoshan couldn't help but feel excited. Swoosh! Jiang Chen immediately took out the blood banner and put Han Yan into it. He had used a formation to control the devilish energy coming from the blood banner, and he had placed it in a secret place, so no one would be able to sense it. Chapter 169. Red Sun Town was bustling with noise and excitement. Under Zhang Zhen's lead, the townspeople were working hard to build a statue for Jiang Chen. The huge statue was built right in the center of Red Sun Town. When Jiang Chen and the other 2 arrived, they saw the bustling scene. Young Master Jiang is back. Someone saw Jiang Chen and shouted out loudly. At this moment, thousands of townspeople bowed deeply towards Jiang Chen, as if they were worshipping their own god. Although it had only been half a day since Jiang Chen left, Jiang Chen's image and status had been deeply rooted in the hearts of the townspeople, and it was impossible to change it. Brother, I didn't expect you to be so popular in Red Sun Town. Even if the sect chief were here, he wouldn't be as popular as you. But, this is normal. You killed the blood devil, so you're their savior. This is a great favor that the townspeople will never forget for the rest of their lives. Guoshan nodded his head and said. Guoshan had a rough idea of how Jiang Chen killed the blood devil. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, everyone in Red Sun Town would have died a horrible death. Such a great favor was more than enough for the townspeople to worship Jiang Chen like a god. The blood devil is a cruel man. Everyone has the right to kill him. Jiang Chen waved his hand at the townspeople of Red Sun Town. Then he flew towards his own mansion. After Jiang Chen left, Zhang Zhan gave an order that no one was allowed to get close to Jiang Chen's mansion. This was the first time Guoshan had entered Jiang Chen's mansion, so he wasn't too surprised. Aside from the exquisite design of the mansion, there was nothing special about it. Compared to those courtyards in the Black Sect, it was still lacking. Jiang Chen pushed open the door. The three of them immediately saw De Huang Dog quietly lying on a cushion. There was a faint golden glow around his body. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This damn monster. Jiang Chen was speechless because he realized that he had only been gone for half a day. But De Huang Dog's aura had at least doubled compared to before. I heard that De Huang contributed a lot in killing Lord Bloodmoon this time. It seems like he has suffered quite serious injuries. Guoshan was shocked when he saw the De Huang Dog lying on the ground. At this point, anyone who wasn't an idiot would be able to sense how miraculous this dog was. That's right. De Huang is an incredibly brave man. Although he suffered a huge backlash this time, it was a blessing in disguise. When he wakes up next time, I'm afraid he will break through to the late heavenly core realm. Jiang Chen sighed. The method of advancement of the De Huang Dog couldn't be estimated with common sense at all. The complete bloodline of a divine beast was not something that could be compared with ordinary demonic beasts. Brother, where is the spirit vein you mentioned? Guoshan asked. The underground spirit vein was sealed by Jiang Chen with a formation. Without Jiang Chen's help, no one would be able to sense the energy of the spirit vein even if they were standing on a cushion. De Huang's body is connected to the spirit vein. De Huang is currently absorbing the source energy from the spirit vein. With the help of the source energy, De Huang should be able to wake up soon. I'll need his help during my trip to Misty Mountain. Jiang Chen said, Older brother Gua, Zihan, there are quite a lot of rooms here. You two can choose any 2 rooms, and I'll help you connect to the spirit vein. I hope you two can make good use of this opportunity and break through as soon as possible. All right. Guoshan and Yu Zihan looked at each other. They could see the excitement in each other's eyes. The difference between sharing an energy vein with 3 men and sharing an energy vein with tens of thousands of people was unimaginable, and the benefits they could get from it were unimaginable as well. After that, Guoshan and Yu Zihan didn't waste any more time. They found 2 rooms respectively. Then Jiang Chen used the dimensional shift and went back underground. He then used the formation to connect 2 nodes of the energy vein to the 2 rooms. Guoshan and Yu Zihan sat on cushions. When they sensed the pure energy coming from underground, they immediately became excited. What a pure energy! Not only is it rich, the quality is not something the Black Sect can compare with. I never thought there would be an energy vein hidden in this small Red Sun town, and it wasn't discovered by the 4 big sections. Brother Jiang is indeed a man with great luck. Only a man like him could discover such a huge treasure. Guoshan was shocked. In his mind, Jiang Chen was an omnipotent existence. Although it was De Huang Dog who discovered the energy vein, but since De Huang Dog was following Jiang Chen, they were a team. De Huang Dog was also Jiang Chen's luck. On the other side, Yu Zihan's eyes lit up. He was shocked as well. Red Sun Town is under the jurisdiction of our Yu family, but we didn't know there was such an energy vein hidden here. If we can get our hands on this energy vein, our overall strength will definitely increase by a huge margin. Of course, with our Yu family's current strength, not only will we not be able to use this energy vein, we might even get ourselves killed. I'll follow Brother Jiang wholeheartedly from now on, so I'll definitely keep this energy vein a secret. Yu Zihan said with mixed emotions. After you break through to the next realm, return to the Black Sect as soon as possible. Jiang Chen left a thread of his divine sense in Guoshan and Yu Zihan's hands, and at the same time, he left a thread of his divine sense into Huang Dog's hands. After that, he flew up into the sky and returned to the Black Sect. He dared not neglect the safety of Yan Chen Yu and Han Yen. More importantly, Jiang Chen needed some time to enter secluded cultivation as well. Because he killed Fan Kuan, the dragon transformation skill had evolved, and he had obtained a lot of benefits. Now, he needed to go back and digest all these benefits, especially the True Dragon Flame and True Dragon Palm. The inherited True Dragon Flame and True Dragon Combat skill had given Jiang Chen a powerful boost. Back at the Black Sect, Jiang Chen returned to Guoshan's mountain. After settling Yan Chen Yu and Han Yen down, he chose to enter secluded cultivation. Buzz, a buzzing sound could be heard coming out from Jiang Chen's body. Streams of golden flames emerged from his body like snakes, causing the air around him to produce crackling sounds, and the temperature around him had risen. What an amazing True Dragon Flame! This is the king of myriad beasts' flame. It can burn anything in this world. With this flame, I'll be able to concoct pills in the future. Too bad, with my current strength, I'm still far from being able to unleash the full power of the True Dragon Flame. However, this dragon transformation skill actually allowed me to obtain the True Dragon Flame and the combat skill of True Dragon Palm. Judging from this, I'm afraid this dragon transformation skill isn't just a simple skill. If my guess is correct, this skill most likely contains the inheritance of a powerful true dragon. As the dragon transformation skill continues to evolve, I'll be able to obtain even more benefits in the future. Jiang Chen was secretly shocked. He had the cultivation experience of a saint, and his ability to search for things was not something ordinary people could compare with. Initially, he thought the dragon transformation skill was just a simple skill, but judging from the current situation, that was not the case at all. It was highly possible that this skill contained the inheritance of a true dragon. Once the person who cultivated this skill was recognized by the skill and achieved the highest degree of compatibility with the skill, he would be able to obtain the inheritance from the skill. This was the most frightening part of the dragon transformation skill. According to Jiang Chen's estimation, if he cultivated this skill to the end, along with the continuous evolution of the dragon transformation skill, his bloodline would also undergo a real transformation. With a thought in Jiang Chen's mind, a gigantic blood-red dragon claw appeared out of nowhere. At the same time, his palm had undergone a complete transformation. It was now covered with blood-red dragon scales, and it was glowing brightly. When unleashing the true dragon palm, the 300 dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body were constantly vibrating. Jiang Chen's entire body was unleashing a massive amount of blood energy, making him look like an ancient barbaric beast. The energy he unleashed was enough to frighten anyone. The True Dragon Palm is a true dragon combat skill. It was passed down from the ancient era, and it is a true secret skill. With the True Dragon Palm in my hand, my combat strength will be like a tiger that has grown wings, and it will become even more powerful. With the support of my 300 dragon marks, the force unleashed by the True Dragon Palm is more than enough to kill any ordinary early divine core warrior. Jiang Chen's eyes were glowing brightly. With 300 dragon marks, just his body alone would be able to unleash a force of 1.5 million Jin. Such a tremendous force was more than enough to tear a mountain apart. Humph. I wonder if the northern and southern dynasties have broken through to the divine core realm. If they haven't, I can kill them right away. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. The northern and southern dynasties did have some peerless geniuses, but Jiang Chen didn't believe they could be stronger than him. He was the reincarnation of a great saint, and with the help of the ancient dragon transformation skill, he was a peerless genius that had never been seen before. He was an existence that could shock the entire world. If the northern and southern dynasties' geniuses were still at the peak heavenly core realm, Jiang Chen was confident he could kill them. But he had a 1-year agreement with the northern and southern dynasties, so he wasn't in a hurry right now. He was in a period of rising, and all he needed was time. Besides, with the potential of the northern and southern dynasties, they might have broken through to the divine core realm by now. Besides, Jiang Chen's mind wasn't on the northern and southern dynasties right now. His next target was the Misty Mountain in the Qian province. The peak mid-divine core Firethorn Savage was enough to give him a headache. With his current mid-heavenly core strength, there was no way he could be a match for the peak mid-divine core Firethorn Savage. 3 days later, 2 figures suddenly appeared on top of the mountain. They were Gua Shan and a Huang Dog. At the same time, Jiang Chen had woken up from his secluded cultivation. In these 3 days, he had completely mastered the true dragon flame and true dragon palm, and his combat strength had stabilized. When Jiang Chen saw De Huang Dog and Guoshan, he found out that Guoshan had broken through to the mid-divine core realm, and De Huang Dog had broken through to the late heavenly core realm. Their cultivation levels were even higher than Jiang Chen's. Jiang Chen didn't feel surprised about this. With the help of the 6 profound solar energies and the energy vein, if Guoshan still couldn't break through, he would be better off dead. As for De Huang Dog, Jiang Chen wouldn't feel surprised no matter how hard he broke through. De Huang Dog was able to break through to the late heavenly core realm, and Jiang Chen was really excited about it. The stronger De Huang Dog was, the more help he would be to Jiang Chen. This was without a doubt. Damn it! Buddy, I heard that while Daddy was in a coma, you did something amazing in the Black Sect. But I, De Huang Dog, didn't participate in that scene. This is really infuriating. I, your daddy, lost the chance to show my prowess. If not, I would have been in the limelight. Sigh, what a pity, what a pity. De Huang Dog started talking non-stop. Chapter 170. De Huang Dog had a sad expression on his face. Obviously, Guoshan had told him everything that had happened 3 days ago. De Huang Dog had broken through to the late heavenly core realm. Initially, he thought he would be able to suppress Jiang Chen, but when he heard from Guoshan that Jiang Chen could even kill an early divine core warrior, he immediately became dispirited. However, with De Huang Dog's current abilities, he was more than enough to deal with an ordinary early divine core warrior. After all, he possessed the complete bloodline of a divine beast, so fighting someone with a higher cultivation realm wasn't a problem for him. De Huang, it's easy for you to show off. You'll have plenty of chances in the future, Jiang Chen said with a grin on his face. Without De Huang Dog by his side, he had lost a lot of fun. Besides, now that De Huang Dog had broken through to the late heavenly core realm, it would be a great help to him during this trip to Misty Mountain. I heard little Yu is severely injured. Damn it, luckily that Fan Kuan is dead. If not, Daddy would definitely tear him into pieces to avenge little Yu. How dare he bully my little Yu? Damn it! De Huang Dog said angrily. When he heard about Yan Chen Yu's injuries, he was extremely worried. Along the way, he and Yan Chen Yu had built a deep relationship, and now that Yan Chen Yu was severely injured and in a critical condition, De Huang Dog was furious. Fan Kuan is dead, but Fan Zhongtang is still alive. This man will be killed sooner or later. When Fan Zhongtang was mentioned, a cold light emerged in Jiang Chen's eyes. After that, he turned to Guoshan and said, Older brother Gua, you've broken through to the mid-divine core realm, and with the help of the 6 profound solar energy skill, it shouldn't be a problem for you to stop Fan Zhongtang. De Huang Dog and I are going to Misty Mountain in the Qian province now. I'll leave this place to you. Don't worry, brother. I'll risk my life to protect little Yu. I won't make the same mistake twice, Guoshan said in a serious manner. For him, Yan Chen Yu and Han Yan's situation was the greatest shame of his life, and it was a knot in his heart. What he needed to do now was to make up for his mistake and get rid of the guilt in his heart. Besides, Jiang Chen was Guoshan's benefactor. He could even be considered as his teacher. From Jiang Chen, Guoshan had learned a lot of alchemy principles, and he had also obtained the Great Soul Derivation skill and the Profound Solar Yang skill. Either one of these 2 skills was a priceless treasure. Little brat, this time you are going to kill Firethorn Savage and obtain its demon soul. This is not an easy task. I heard that you left the blood banner behind to help Han Yan. In my opinion, you should bring the banner with you. Although I don't know the details of your trip to the Qian province, the blood banner is a very powerful magical weapon. It might come in handy during a critical moment. At least, it can be considered as a trump card. De Huang Dog reminded. He already knew what Jiang Chen was going to do from Guoshan. No need, I have the True Dragon Flame and True Dragon Palm now. I can kill ordinary early divine core warriors without the blood banner. Brother Yan needs the environment inside the blood banner, and if I seal him inside it and use it to fight my enemies, it will have a huge impact on him. I think I should just leave him here. Jiang Chen waved his hand. He didn't plan to take the blood banner with him. Han Yan was sealed inside the banner, and if he used it to fight his enemies, it would affect Han Yan's strength greatly. Furthermore, their opponent this time was the mighty Firethorn Savage. If the blood banner was destroyed, Han Yan's life might be in danger. Furthermore, no matter if it was Yan Chen Yu or Han Yan, Staying in the Black Sect would be much safer than staying with him. He had no idea what would happen during his trip to the Qian province, so bringing Han Yan with him was not a wise decision. In fact, since Jiang Chen had mastered the True Dragon Flame and the True Dragon Palm, his battle prowess had increased by more than one level, which filled him with confidence. Suit yourself. De Huang Dog wagged his tail. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go to the Qian province now. After saying that, Jiang Chen flew up into the sky and flew towards the exit of the Black Sect. This trip to the Qian province was not going to be an easy one. Their enemies were too strong, and if they wanted to obtain Firethorn Savage's demon soul, they would have to use their wits. De Huang Dog let out a loud howl. Then he turned into a golden beam and chased after Jiang Chen. This dog was a restless person, and if he had nothing to do, he might go crazy. Just thinking about the trip to Misty Mountain with Jiang Chen to deal with Firethorn Savage was enough to make him feel excited. Buddy, where's my broken sword? Not long after they left the Black Sect, De Huang Dog immediately asked for the broken sword from Jiang Chen. This showed how much he valued the broken sword. De Huang, tell me, what kind of treasure is that broken sword? Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He was very interested in this broken sword as well. Since it was a treasure that even he could tell what it was, of course he would be interested in it. I don't know either, but with my innate ability, I can sense the nature of the treasure. This broken sword shouldn't be something that belongs to this world. Although it's broken, it still shouldn't be underestimated. I have the bloodline of a divine beast in my body, that's why I can barely control it. De Huang Dog didn't hide anything this time. He told Jiang Chen everything he knew. However, it seemed like he didn't know much about the origin of the broken sword. Treasure hunting was De Huang Dog's innate ability. As long as it was a treasure, he would be able to sense it. Furthermore, he could use the intensity of his senses to determine how precious the treasure was. An innate ability like this was really abnormal. If it's not something that belongs to this world, then it might have fallen from the realm of immortals. Jiang Chen murmured. He didn't doubt De Huang Dog's words. If it was a treasure that belonged to Saint Origin World, with his eyesight, Jiang Chen would definitely be able to identify it. If the broken sword fell from the realm of immortals, then it would be too rare. Jiang Chen yearned for the realm of immortals from the bottom of his heart. Saint Origin World was just a lower plane. Since the ancient times, all the nodes connecting to the realm of immortals had been sealed. This had cut off the path of the saints of Saint Origin World. Every saint who had reached the pinnacle had the most fundamental yearning for the realm of immortals. Jiang Chen was one of them. That was why he slashed the heavens with his sword and opened the door to the realm of immortals. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to enter the realm of immortals. This was the biggest regret of Jiang Chen's previous life. In this life, he must enter the door of the realm of immortals to make up for his regret. Brat, quickly give the broken sword to me. That thing is temporarily useless in your hands. De Huang Dog urged. Here you go, stingy bastard. After that, Jiang Chen threw the broken sword to De Huang Dog. He had tried many times, but he couldn't activate it. This meant that his cultivation level was not high enough. Therefore, the broken sword was still useful in De Huang Dog's hands. De Huang Dog opened his big mouth and swallowed the broken sword. It was as if this guy's stomach was a huge storage space. He could swallow anything. Brat, I heard that Firethorn Savage has a very strong cultivation level. It has reached the peak mid-divine core realm. That's why he's the king of this mountain, and no one dares to offend him. Do you have any good ideas on how to deal with him? De Huang Dog asked. We can only defeat Firethorn Savage with our wits. We can't fight him with brute force. With our current strength, even if we join forces and fight him head-on, we still won't have any chance of winning. We'll just die. But, I don't have any good ideas either. We can only take it one step at a time. Let's get to the Qian province first. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders. He knew nothing about the Qian province and Misty Mountain right now, and he knew nothing about Firethorn Savage as well. There was no way he could come up with a way to deal with this beast right now. The Qian province and the Qi province were neighbors. Among all the big provinces in the eastern continent, the Qian province was one of the weakest. Therefore, there was almost no difference between the two provinces. Although they were neighbors, there was still a vast wasteland between the Qian province and the Qi province. It took Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog an entire day to fly across the wasteland and arrive at the territory of the Qian province. Don't waste any more time. Let's go straight to Misty Mountain. After saying that, Jiang Chen flew straight towards the direction of Misty Mountain. Misty Mountain had a circumference of over 10,000 miles. It was a very vast mountain range. The huge mountain range looked like a coiling dragon, and the sky was always covered by a thin layer of fog. That was why it was called Misty Mountain. Powerful demons roamed the mountain. It was a truly fertile land. When Jiang Chen and a Huang dog arrived at the outer area of Misty Mountain, it was already evening. With their eyesight, even though they were flying in the air, they could still see the crowds of people walking around Misty Mountain. There are quite a lot of people coming and going. Let's go down and have a look, and also check out the situation in Misty Mountain, Jiang Chen said. He and a Huang dog descended from the sky and arrived at the outer area of Misty Mountain. Jiang Chen saw a lot of people returning from the direction of Misty Mountain. Many of them were cursing, and their faces were filled with dissatisfaction. Damn it, I'm so pissed off. The Green Sanctuary sect is so arrogant just because they are powerful. How can they let small powers like us survive? Humph. Misty Mountain is a common mountain range in the Qian province. Since when did it become the exclusive property of the Green Sanctuary sect? How dare they seal it off just like that, and seal it off for a few days? This is so infuriating. That's right. The disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect have to train every month, and every time they train, they have to seal off the entire Misty Mountain, not allowing outsiders to enter. Many caravans have been kicked out. These people's faces were filled with anger and dissatisfaction, but their voices were not loud. It was obvious that they were deeply afraid of the Green Sanctuary sect. Jiang Chen heard most of it, but he didn't really understand, so he called out to a muscular man. Big brother, please wait a moment. Jiang Chen walked in front of the muscular man. The muscular man was already in a bad mood. Seeing a young man standing in front of him, he waved his hand and said, "Get lost, I'm still angry. Big brother, I've just arrived in Qian province, and I want to ask for some information." As Jiang Chen said that, he took out 20 human elixir pills and put them in the muscular man's hand. When the muscular man saw the human elixir pills, his eyes immediately lit up. Little brother, it's your first time in Qian province. If you have any questions, just ask me. There's no information that I don't know. Chapter 171. Jiang Chen did have a lot of questions in his mind. In his mind, since Firethorn Savage was the king of the Misty Mountain, it could be considered as a forbidden place. No one would be able to get close to it, and no one would dare to approach it. But what he saw right now was different from what Jiang Chen had imagined. Not only did he see the crowds of people walking around the mountain, he also heard the news about the Green Sanctuary sect locking down the mountain. Since Firethorn Savage was guarding the mountain, why would the disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect dare enter the mountain to train? Wasn't that the same as courting death? Therefore, Jiang Chen was really puzzled. Besides, the Qian province was similar to the Qi province. Even though the Green Sanctuary sect was the biggest sect in the Qian province, it was at most equal to the Black sect. A peak mid-divine core Firethorn Savage was someone even the Black sect wouldn't dare offend. If they really did, the loss to the sect would be unimaginable. Big brother, I'd like to ask, is there a powerful demon beast named Firethorn Savage in this Misty Mountain? Jiang Chen asked. Looks like this is your first time coming to the Qian province. There is a powerful Firethorn Savage in Misty Mountain, and his cultivation level is at the peak mid-divine core realm. Everyone knows about him. Do you really need to ask? The muscular man said. If that's the case, people should be afraid of this Misty Mountain. But why do I see so many people walking around? What are you guys doing here? Jiang Chen asked again. Misty Mountain is rich in resources. The reason we're here is to hunt demon beasts and look for natural treasures. But the Green Sanctuary sect has locked down the mountain again. Damn it, the Green Sanctuary sect is taking advantage of their influence to treat Misty Mountain as their backyard. Every month, they hold a training session for their disciples, and every time they hold a training session, they will lock down the mountain. We came here for nothing again. This is so frustrating. The muscular man said angrily, but Jiang Chen was getting more and more confused. Big brother, is the Green Sanctuary sect really strong? Jiang Chen continued asking. Of course, the Green Sanctuary sect is one of the biggest sects in the Qian province, and they have a late divine core warrior protecting them. If not, how could they do whatever they want in the Qian province? Speaking of the Green Sanctuary sect's strength, The muscular man's face showed a hint of fear. The Firethorn Savage is a powerful demon beast, a peak mid-divine core beast. Even the Green Sanctuary sect chief wouldn't be able to defeat it. The Firethorn Savage is the king of this mountain. How could it allow outsiders to trespass into its territory? Could it be that this Firethorn Savage has a gentle nature and is very friendly to humans? Jiang Chen was puzzled. Gentle? Little brother, looks like you're still too young. No demon beast has a gentle nature, let alone a powerful demon beast like the Firethorn Savage. The Firethorn Savage in Misty Mountain is not gentle at all. It's extremely brutal. A few years ago, it kept fighting with the Green Sanctuary sect. The Green Sanctuary sect doesn't want to give up on such a good resource like Misty Mountain, so the Firethorn Savage is brutal. It has occupied this mountain and called itself the king, and it has hurt many disciples and sect elders of the Green Sanctuary sect. It seemed like the muscular man knew a lot. He was talking excitedly. He had obtained 20 human elixir pills, and he would answer all of Jiang Chen's questions. Besides, the questions Jiang Chen asked weren't secrets. Anyone on the street would be able to find out. 3 years ago, the Green Sanctuary sect chief and sect elders personally fought with the Firethorn Savage. In the end, they came to an agreement and divided Misty Mountain into 3 areas. The first 2 areas are for the disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect to train as they wish, and even people from small sects like us are allowed to enter the mountain. The Firethorn Savage is not allowed to hurt anyone, and the third area, which is the deepest area of Misty Mountain, is the Firethorn Savage's territory. If anyone dares step into the third area, he or she will be attacked by the Firethorn Savage. Therefore, no matter if it's us or the disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect, we are only allowed to train in the first and second areas, and no one dares enter the center of Misty Mountain. No one would joke around with their lives. After the muscular man told Jiang Chen the reason, Jiang Chen finally understood what was going on. I see. It seems like the relationship between the Green Sanctuary sect and the Firethorn Savage isn't that good after all. Jiang Chen nodded his head in his mind. He knew it. It was hard for humans and demon beasts to get along, especially a powerful demon beast like the Firethorn Savage. It was born with pride, and it would never get along with humans. Little brother, don't tell me you're planning to enter Misty Mountain to train as well? You can't go in. The Green Sanctuary sect is going to seal the mountain for 7 days. You should wait for their disciples to finish their training before coming back. The Green Sanctuary sect is not someone you can mess with. The muscular man kindly reminded Jiang Chen. Then he left with big steps. The Green Sanctuary sect. Jiang Chen mumbled to himself. He exchanged a glance with De Huang Dog, and he saw De Huang Dog was grinning from ear to ear. Little brat, looks like we've run into some obstacles. What are you going to do? De Huang Dog asked while gritting his teeth. I don't have the patience and time to wait for 7 days. I have to enter Misty Mountain, and the Green Sanctuary sect better not mess with me. Otherwise, even if they are one of the biggest sects in the Qian province, they will still have to face the consequences. A cold smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. Only he knew how determined he was to enter Misty Mountain this time. Anyone who stood in his way would be his enemy. Kaka, I like your attitude, let's go. De Huang Dog laughed out loud. This guy, who always wanted to see the world in chaos, would never mind causing trouble. Looking at De Huang Dog's expression, if he could offend a big sect as soon as he arrived in the Qian province, it would be a wonderful thing indeed. Therefore, a man and a dog started walking towards Misty Mountain at high speed. Their actions immediately attracted a lot of surprised gazes. Hey, little brother, Misty Mountain has been sealed by the Green Sanctuary sect. You can't go in. What the fuck? Is this guy deaf? There must be something wrong with this guy's brain. The Green Sanctuary sect just sealed Misty Mountain and chased everyone out, and he still wants to go in. Isn't he looking for death? What an idiot. If he offended the disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect, they would kill him with one slap. He wouldn't even have a place to cry. Everyone threw their gazes onto Jiang Chen and Big Yellow, who were running towards Misty Mountain. They felt like they were looking at 2 idiots. Although the Green Sanctuary sect was a domineering sect, they had the right to do so. No matter how angry they were, no one dared offend the Green Sanctuary sect. After all, no one could touch a tiger's butt. Judging by the way this guy is acting, he really wants to go to Misty Mountain. Let's go, let's see how he dies. There was no lack of people who liked to watch a show. A few people immediately followed behind Jiang Chen and a Huang dog. Everyone wanted to see how this guy who came from nowhere would die. Outside of Misty Mountain stood 6 men wearing green robes. They were all at the Heavenly Core realm. 2 of them were old men, and they should be the Outer Circle sect elders of the Green Sanctuary sect. The other 4 young men should be the Inner Circle disciples. A few of them stood there with their hands behind their backs. Their faces were filled with arrogance. Today was the training for the Outer Circle disciples. There were 2 types of training for the Green Sanctuary sect. One was for the Mortal Core Outer Circle disciples, and the other was for the Heavenly Core Inner Circle disciples. According to the division of the Misty Mountain, the Outer Circle disciples' training grounds were in the first sector, and the Inner Circle disciples' training grounds were in the second sector. The Green Sanctuary sect had just sealed off Misty Mountain, so all the Outer Circle disciples who wanted to train had entered the mountain. Soon, the Inner Circle disciples would enter the mountain. How dare those people be dissatisfied with what we did? They really don't know what's good for them. A young man with a prideful expression said, "In my opinion, Misty Mountain shouldn't be open to the public anymore. We should just turn it into the Green Sanctuary sect's backyard. Besides the disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect, no one is allowed to enter. Letting them in is just a waste of the resources inside." That's right, that's how we should do it. Reaching an agreement with Firethorn Savage is also the credit of the Green Sanctuary sect. That's why we should monopolize all the resources here. Sealing off the mountain is not a good idea. If we do that, it will affect the reputation of the Green Sanctuary sect in the Qian province. Besides, we can just seal off the mountain whenever we need it, and those people will just leave. A few of them kept discussing. Their words were filled with arrogance, and they didn't put anyone else in their eyes. Right at this moment, a young man in white clothes, who looked to be about 16 or 17 years old, and a huge Huang dog was following behind him. The dog's fur was completely yellow, and there wasn't a single blemish on its body. "Stop right there!" An Inner Circle disciple of the Green Sanctuary sect shouted at Jiang Chen. However, it seemed like the young man and the dog didn't hear him, and they just kept walking forward. The disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect immediately became angry. "Little brat, I told you to stop right there. Are you deaf?" The disciple shouted even louder, and the rest of the disciples looked at Jiang Chen with hostility. In their eyes, this little brat who came out of nowhere was simply courting death. The Green Sanctuary sect had sealed off the Misty Mountain, and everyone else was walking out of the mountain. Yet, there was still someone who didn't care about the Green Sanctuary sect's dignity and kept walking inside. If this wasn't courting death, then what was? A lot of people were watching from afar. When they saw the young man in white clothes didn't seem to have any intention of stopping, a shocked expression appeared on everyone's faces. What the fuck? Is there really something wrong with this brat's brain? He's already been scolded, and he's still walking forward. Isn't he courting death? This is a typical case of courting death. Offending the Green Sanctuary sect, even the gods can't save him. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen as if they were looking at an idiot. They had seen some brave people, but they had never seen someone who didn't care about his own life. Courting death. The disciple from the Green Sanctuary sect unleashed his early Heavenly Core energy and threw it towards Jiang Chen. However, the energy didn't affect Jiang Chen at all. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen and a Huang dog arrived in front of the few men. "Little brat, I told you to stop right there. Didn't you hear me?" The disciple's gaze could kill. "I'm going into the Misty Mountain. I have something important to do. I hope your sect can let me go, and we'll mind our own business." Jiang Chen tried his best to speak in a polite tone. His target this time was Firethorn Savage, and if he could avoid conflict with the Green Sanctuary sect, he would try his best to avoid it. Chapter 172. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, the few Heavenly Core warriors from the Green Sanctuary sect were immediately amused. Even the angry disciple couldn't help but laugh out loud. Fuck, this guy is really an idiot. If not, how could he say something so stupid? Maybe he doesn't know how strong the Green Sanctuary sect is. The Green Sanctuary sect has sealed off Misty Mountain, and he dares to say something like that? He's just courting death. Those who were watching from behind started laughing as well. This young man in white who came out of nowhere was really funny. Or, it could be said that he didn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. Every time the Green Sanctuary sect sealed off Misty Mountain, no one dared to resist. Young man, what did you say? Are you crazy? The Green Sanctuary sect has sealed off Misty Mountain, and you still want to go in? What do you think the Green Sanctuary sect is? You offended us just now, and you've offended the Green Sanctuary sect's dignity. I'll give you a chance to live, kneel down and kowtow to each of us 3 times, then I'll let you go. The disciple said. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's face was filled with anger. He had already expected such an ending. These people from the great sects were all arrogant and despotic. He would definitely be looked down upon by them if he appeared here with the identity of a rogue cultivator. Humph. Misty Mountain doesn't belong to the Green Sanctuary sect. I want to go in today. If the Green Sanctuary sect doesn't want any trouble, just let me in. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. He didn't want to cause any trouble, but if someone came to provoke him, he wouldn't be afraid. He had to enter Misty Mountain no matter what, and if the Green Sanctuary sect wanted to stop him, then he wouldn't show any mercy. Good lad. You're quite arrogant. How dare you yell at us, the Green Sanctuary sect? No one has ever dared to do this before. Your grandpa, will give you one last chance. Kneel down and kowtow to us. The disciple pointed his finger at Jiang Chen. No one dares point at me like this. Looks like you don't know the consequences of your actions. Jiang Chen's expression became extremely cold. Right after he finished speaking, a golden light suddenly appeared between Jiang Chen and the disciple from the Green Sanctuary sect. After that, a cracking sound was heard, followed by a painful scream. Pooey! It stinks, it's disgusting. A sudden voice rang out. De Huang Dog opened his mouth and spat out a bloody palm. The palm fell to the ground, still twitching and twisting. My hand! The disciple from the Green Sanctuary sect screamed out in pain. His entire wrist had been bitten off by the De Huang Dog, and fresh blood was gushing out from the wound. Right at this moment, everyone were shocked. De Huang Dog's movement was too fast, like a bolt of lightning. He bit off the early Heavenly Core warrior's wrist, and he didn't even have the chance to react. What an unpleasant cry. Why don't you just die? De Huang Dog leapt forward once again and pushed the screaming disciple onto the ground. After that, he opened his mouth and bit off the disciple's head. The screaming stopped abruptly, and what was left on the ground was the twisted body of the disciple, and blood kept spraying out from his neck. When this disciple first asked Jiang Chen to kneel down, De Huang Dog couldn't hold back his anger any longer. With his late Heavenly Core cultivation, killing an early Heavenly Core warrior was as easy as killing an ant. De Huang Dog didn't show any mercy when he attacked. De Huang Dog knew Jiang Chen's temper very well, and there was no point in wasting time with a man like this. This guy was extremely arrogant, and it was obvious that he wanted to mess with them. Since Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had to enter Misty Mountain, a conflict was inevitable. Besides, when De Huang Dog attacked, he would definitely kill someone. What? The 5 sect elders and disciples from the Green Sanctuary sect suddenly cried out in shock. They were just waiting for a good show, and they were waiting for Jiang Chen to embarrass himself. But they never expected this guy to be so cruel and kill their disciple right away. The 5 of them opened their eyes wide, and their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. This was something they couldn't even imagine. Someone actually dared to kill a disciple of the Green Sanctuary sect in Misty Mountain? This guy was really courageous. Oh heavens, what did I just see? A disciple of the Green Sanctuary sect was killed? That dog is a demon lord, and it killed a Heavenly Core warrior with just one attack. This is so scary. No wonder that young man is so arrogant. He has a demon lord with him. But, killing a disciple of the Green Sanctuary sect. I'm afraid this is going to get out of hand. In the Qian province, there hasn't been a rogue cultivator who dares to kill an inner circle disciple of the Green Sanctuary sect in front of everyone, let alone in Misty Mountain. He's finished. This young man is finished for sure. Young men these days are so impulsive. He thinks he can do whatever he wants just because he has a demon lord with him? Fighting against the Green Sanctuary sect, he is just courting death. How can a disciple of the Green Sanctuary sect be killed so easily? Those who were watching the show were all shocked. Many of them looked at De Huang Dog with fear in their eyes. De Huang Dog was too cruel, and the scene of him biting someone to death was really scary. Young man, do you know what you've done? How dare you kill a disciple of the Green Sanctuary sect? No matter where you go, you won't be able to live. Only now did the men from the Green Sanctuary sect react. One of the sect elders scolded Jiang Chen. They were in charge of the outer circle disciples' training, and they never expected something like this to happen. You guys better get out of my way, and don't mess with me in the future. Jiang Chen ignored the old man's anger and spoke in a cold tone. In his mind, he was giving these men a chance to live, and if they didn't cherish it, then he wouldn't show any mercy. What an arrogant disciple. How dare you come to the Green Sanctuary sect? You're courting death, but you don't even know where to go. Capture him. This time, it was another young man who spoke. He was a mid-heavenly core warrior, and even amongst the inner circle disciples, he had a certain status. He unleashed his energy and transformed into a huge yuan energy net that flew towards Jiang Chen. At the same time, the other 4 men took out their combat weapons and unleashed their ultimate attacks, trapping Jiang Chen and a Huang dog in the middle. What an arrogant disciple. How shameless. Big Yellow, destroy them. Jiang Chen shouted out loudly. A strong killing intent emerged on his face. He would never give anyone a second chance. Killing 1 was killing. Killing 6 was also killing. Fine. The Huang dog laughed out loudly. All the golden fur on his body suddenly stood up. The Huang dog's muscular body suddenly shook, and 5 strands of fur shot out from his body like 5 sharp swords towards the 5 men. Bang! The fur shot out by the Huang dog instantly destroyed the combined attack of the 5 men. It shattered into pieces, and dazzling lights shot out in all directions. Following a cracking sound, a bloody hole appeared on each of the 5 men's foreheads, and there was still some golden fur floating around the hole. Plop plop after that, all 5 men fell onto the ground and died. Blood kept oozing out from the bloody holes on their foreheads. It was a terrifying scene. Swoosh. At this moment, all the men who were watching from behind were shocked. Everyone held their breaths as they stared at the scene in front of them. Their expressions were filled with fear. This was too frightening. Fur could kill. The combined attack of 5 heavenly core warriors couldn't even block a few strands of fur from a giant head. The sect elders and disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect who were acting arrogantly just moments ago were now lying on the ground like cold corpses. Jiang Chen didn't even lower his head to look at them. With an indifferent expression, he turned around and said to the crowd, "Tell the Green Sanctuary sect, don't provoke me again." After saying that, Jiang Chen brought the Huang dog and entered Misty Mountain. This was a warning to the Green Sanctuary sect. If the Green Sanctuary sect didn't know what was good for them and continued coming to Misty Mountain to deal with him, the Green Sanctuary sect's loss wouldn't just be 2 sect elders and 4 inner circle disciples. Only when Jiang Chen disappeared from the scene did the crowd regain their senses. Finally, the scene became restless. Heavens! Who is this guy? He is so daring. He killed 6 men from the Green Sanctuary sect, and he even told them not to provoke him. This is so overbearing. The world is going to change. I don't think Misty Mountain will be peaceful from now on. The Green Sanctuary sect is a big sect, and they just lost 6 heavenly core warriors during their training, and someone even broke their rules. I'm sure they won't let this go easily. I'm sure they will send some strong warriors into Misty Mountain to hunt down that young man. I think that young man looks ordinary, but that dog beside him is really strong. But it looks like he is only at the heavenly core realm. Since he has offended the Green Sanctuary sect, he will definitely die. Everyone were discussing amongst themselves. What happened today was definitely a big deal. Not long after Jiang Chen entered Misty Mountain, another 2 figures descended from the sky. They were also 2 young men, but their cultivation levels were much higher than the previous 6. Both of them were late heavenly core warriors. Obviously, these 2 men were here to check out the situation, because soon, the inner circle disciples from the Green Sanctuary sect would arrive. They were the ones in charge of the inner circle disciples' training. When the 2 of them saw the situation at the scene, their expressions instantly changed and they were filled with anger. Their eyes were like torches as they fell on the crowd not far away that had not really left. One of them immediately shouted, "Who did this?" Everyone were frightened, but none of them dared say a word. Swoosh! The inner circle disciple moved his body and arrived in front of a strong man. He grabbed the man's collar with his hand and said fiercely, "Tell me what happened just now. Who killed them?" It's a young man, and a Huang dog." The strong man was so scared that his forehead was covered with sweat. He didn't dare hide anything. He was afraid that if he didn't tell the truth, he would be killed by the furious disciple, and that would be a terrible death. Where did this young man and dog come from? The disciple shouted out loudly. No, I don't know. Under the pressure of a late heavenly core warrior, the strong man was so scared that his body was trembling, and he couldn't even speak properly. You don't know? Then go to hell. The disciple from the Green Sanctuary sect slapped the strong man's face. Under the tremendous force, the strong man's head spun a few dozen times, and in the end, he died on the spot. The strong man had died a terrible death. What he said was the truth. He really didn't know where that young man in white came from. It was his fault for not being clear with his words, and that had angered the angry disciple from the Green Sanctuary sect. Chapter 173. Seeing this, the expressions of the other men changed dramatically. They couldn't help but take a few steps back. They stared at the Green Sanctuary sect's inner circle disciple in fear. This was too frightening, too domineering. He killed someone with just a few words. This was the cruel world of cultivation. Sometimes, human lives were like grass, and there was no logic to it. The only thing that mattered was strength, and strength was logic. The Green Sanctuary sect was a mighty sect in the Qian province, and a disciple from the Green Sanctuary sect could kill a rogue cultivator without any reason. It was just like killing an ant. Tell me. The disciple pushed the dead man's body onto the ground. Then he walked up to an old man who looked to be in his 50s. This old man had a strong cultivation. He was an early heavenly core warrior, and he came from a small sect. Although he had a fearful expression on his face, he was more mature than the younger generation, so he looked much calmer. The old man cupped his fist towards the disciple from the Green Sanctuary sect and said, I've never seen that young man before. It should be the first time he appeared in Misty Mountain. Just now, someone saw him asking for information about the Green Sanctuary sect and Misty Mountain. The young man wanted to enter Misty Mountain, but he was stopped by your sect elders and disciples. That's why a conflict broke out. The young man was wearing white clothes, and he had a handsome face. He looked to be about 17 years old, and his cultivation level was average. However, the dog beside him was really strong. It was a real demon lord. All these men from your sect were killed by that dog. When the young man entered Misty Mountain, he told the Green Sanctuary sect not to mess with him. That's what happened. I'm telling the truth, and everyone was there. Humph. Where did this arrogant guy come from? How dare he kill so many men from the Green Sanctuary sect? No matter where he goes, he must die. Junior disciple Sue, wait here. I'll go into Misty Mountain and kill this man. After that, I'll prepare a big pot and stew that dog. Another young man let out a cold snort. Then he turned around and walked into Misty Mountain, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Junior disciple Sue furrowed his brows. He was a meticulous man. He looked at the 6 men lying on the ground. Then he turned to the old man and said, Tell me how that dog killed all these men. That dog is really scary. It used its fur to kill people, and killed all of them with just one strike. The old man didn't dare hide anything. When he thought about how the Huang dog killed those men, a frightened expression emerged on his face. Hair kills people? The disciples' gaze finally landed on their foreheads. He was shocked to discover that all of their foreheads had been pierced through, and there was even a piece of golden hair on the outside. His expression immediately changed. He killed so many heavenly core warriors with just a single strike, and there was even a mid-heavenly core warrior among them, and he only used a few strands of hair. Looks like this demon lord has some extraordinary abilities. I should inform the sect elders about this. After saying that, the disciple flew up into the sky and started flying towards the direction of the Green Sanctuary sect. Although he was a late heavenly core warrior, he was a calm and steady man. Before getting to the bottom of his opponent's strength, it was better for him not to act recklessly. Besides, there were many outer circle disciples cultivating in Misty Mountain right now, and if he couldn't kill that dog with a single strike, it might bring unimaginable losses to all the outer circle disciples. After Jiang Chen and a Huang dog entered Misty Mountain, they kept moving towards Sector 2. There should be some powerful demon beasts in the deeper region of Sector 2, and Jiang Chen could kill some of them to increase his strength. As for Firethorn Savage, he would have to slowly interact with it. Rumble. Continuous rumbling sounds could be heard coming from different directions. It was the sound of a battle, and it seemed like the outer circle disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect were fighting with demon beasts. Jiang Chen wasn't interested in Sector 1. No matter if it was demon beasts or disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect, he wasn't interested in them. As long as the Green Sanctuary sect didn't provoke him, He wouldn't cause any trouble for them. After all, his main target was Firethorn Savage, and the conflict with the Green Sanctuary sect was just an accident. The roads in Misty Mountain were rugged, and there were dense forests everywhere. However, the Yuan energy here was rich, and it was filled with natural essences. It was a great place for cultivation. No wonder the Green Sanctuary sect had to seal off the mountain every month, and let their disciples come here to train. The disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect could fight with demon beasts here. Not only could they increase their combat experience, they could also obtain some precious demon souls. If they were lucky, they might even find some precious natural essences. This Misty Mountain was a land of treasures. Not long after, 3 men suddenly jumped out from the front. 2 men and a woman. All of them were wearing the uniform of the Green Sanctuary sect. The 3 of them stood in front of Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog, glancing at them. "You're not from the Green Sanctuary sect, but you're able to enter Misty Mountain?" The woman said in an unfriendly tone. "Young man, who are you? How did you get in?" A young man asked. This man was at the late mortal core realm, and he was a respectable existence among the outer circle disciples. Sigh. Jiang Chen sighed and shook his head. He really didn't want to cause any trouble, but there were some things that had to be done to him. He knew too well about the arrogance of these disciples of the major sections. Plus, they didn't put any rogue cultivators in their eyes. "I killed those men outside, that's why I'm here. You 3 better not stand in front of me. I don't want to kill you," Jiang Chen said straightforwardly. "What?" Hearing what Jiang Chen said, the 3 of them shouted out at the same time. The late mortal core young man stared at Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog. Then he started laughing out loud. "Haha, you really know how to talk big. All the outer circle disciples are heavenly core warriors. They are the outer circle sect elders and inner circle disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect, and you think you can kill them? Besides, no one in the Qian province dares to kill the disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect. What a joke. Buddy, I think you're just trying to fish in troubled waters. How dare you violate the rules of the Green Sanctuary sect? You must be tired of living." The young man laughed out loud. "Senior disciple, this dog is pretty fat. I think we should kill him and make dog meat out of him." Another outer circle disciple stared at De Huang Dog with a mocking expression. It was as if he felt that De Huang Dog's meat would be extremely delicious, and he couldn't help but lick his lips. Sigh. Jiang Chen let out another sigh. He rubbed his forehead with his hand. Some people just didn't know how to spell the word death, and they would never think that death was actually so close to them. Since that disciple dared to say something like that, his ending had already been decided. De Huang Dog was even more dangerous than Jiang Chen. Indeed, right after the disciple finished speaking, De Huang Dog turned into a golden beam and leapt towards the disciple. He bit off the disciple's head while he was still in mid-air. "Damn you, how dare you make dog meat out of me? I'll bite you to death." De Huang Dog was extremely angry. The dragon horse bloodline was extremely noble, and compared to these men from the Green Sanctuary sect, De Huang Dog was the real noble. The pride that came from his bloodline gave him his own dignity, and whoever dared to offend him would die. "What?" The other 2 men shouted out in shock. Both of them stared at the headless corpse that was twitching on the ground, and their faces instantly turned pales. "You 2 bastards, why are you still here? Do you want to die?" De Huang Dog bared his teeth and threatened the 2 men. He had no interest in killing mortal core warriors. Both of them were terrified. They had never seen such a ferocious dog before. "You, how dare you kill a man from the Green Sanctuary sect?" The young man's voice was trembling. "Fuck you, where did the Green Sanctuary sect get their sense of superiority?" De Huang Dog's bad temper rose. He spat out a golden beam from his mouth and killed the young man instantly. He had already killed so many of them. One more wouldn't make a difference. De Huang Dog had given him a chance to live, but he didn't know how to cherish it. In the blink of an eye, 2 out of the 3 men had died. The last female disciple was so scared that her body was trembling. She looked at De Huang Dog as if she was looking at a devil. Her face was filled with fear. "What should I do? I'm going to die too, I don't want to die." The female disciple had lost all hope. She had a feeling that this ferocious dog would never let her go. In fact, De Huang Dog didn't have any interest in killing her. Right at this moment, a loud shout sounded out from the sky. "How dare you? How dare you kill a disciple from the Green Sanctuary sect? You're courting death." The voice was loud and clear. In the blink of an eye, a man appeared in front of Jiang Chen and a Huang dog. When the female disciple saw the man, her desperate expression immediately turned into one of joy. Senior disciple Wang Yu. The female disciple was so happy that she started crying. Wang Yu was a late heavenly core warrior, and he was one of the most powerful men in the inner circle. As long as he showed up, she would be saved. These two crazy disciples in front of her were no match for senior disciple Wang Yu. This man's name was Wang Yu. He was the inner circle disciple who had just entered Misty Mountain. When he lowered his head and saw the two dead bodies on the ground, a furious expression emerged on his face. How dare you kill a disciple from the Green Sanctuary sect? I don't care who you are, or where you came from, you'll die a horrible death. Wang Yu's energy shot up into the sky, and together with his loud shout, it immediately attracted the attention of many outer circle disciples who were in the middle of their training. Some of them were rushing towards the scene and saw what happened. Senior disciple Wang Yu, they were killed by that dog. The female disciple stood next to Wang Yu and pointed her finger at the Huang dog. I'll say it one last time, the Green Sanctuary sect better not provoke me. You can continue with your training, and I'll handle my own matters. Don't interfere with each other's business. Jiang Chen said, giving his last warning. How arrogant! I'll kill you right now. Wang Yu shouted out loudly. He waved his hand and unleashed a golden beam, which turned into a huge Yuan energy hand and flew towards Jiang Chen and a Huang dog. This man had an extraordinary cultivation level, but he had just broken through to the late heavenly core realm. Compared to Fan Kuan, he was still weaker. But now, he dared attack Jiang Chen and a Huang dog. He was just like a clown. De Huang, don't worry about it. From now on, let's start a killing spree. Anyone who stands in our way will be killed. A cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. What happened just now was his last warning, and since these guys still didn't know what was good for them, they couldn't blame him for being impolite. Jiang Chen's patience was limited. Chapter 174. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Big Yellow's face immediately became filled with excitement. His sturdy body suddenly leapt into the air, and with his head that was as hard as diamond, he rammed towards Wang Yu's giant palm made of Yuan energy. Bang! Energy rumbled. The giant hand made of energy released by Wang Yu was completely vulnerable under the attack of the Huang dog's head. It was destroyed like a piece of rotten wood, like a bubble. What? Wang Yu cried out in shock. Only when the Huang dog made his move did he realize how powerful his opponent was. Even the aura emitted by the Huang dog was stronger than his own. He had underestimated his opponent this time. Wang Yu knew that he had underestimated his opponent, so he didn't dare to be careless. Immediately, a shining long sword appeared in his hand. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed dozens of sword lights that interweaved into a sword net. With the sword as the center, the net fiercely slashed towards the Huang dog. Kaka, your grandpa's head is as sturdy as a diamond. You want to hurt me with your broken sword? You're too naive. The Huang dog laughed out loud. Under everyone's horrified gaze, he actually dashed towards the sword with his head. Even Jiang Chen couldn't help but be shocked by this move. The sword in Wang Yu's hand was no ordinary weapon. It was a mid-ranked combat weapon that could cut through iron like mud. It was extremely sharp. Although the Huang dog's head was hard, it shouldn't be able to fight against a mid-ranked combat weapon. Haha, you're courting death. Even Wang Yu laughed out loud. In his opinion, no matter how strong the Huang dog was, he couldn't fight against a mid-ranked combat weapon with his head. Unfortunately, the Huang dog had disappointed him. Just as his head was about to collide with the sword, a mystical rune suddenly appeared between the Huang dog's eyebrows. With the help of this rune, the Huang dog's head was instantly enveloped by a golden light. Clang! A shocking scene appeared. Wang Yu's mid-ranked combat weapon collided with the Huang dog's head, and the sword was broken. What? Wang Yu and the disciples from the Green Sanctuary house who came from afar screamed in shock at this scene. However, the Huang dog's movements were too fast. He didn't give Wang Yu any chance to react at all. With his head filled with golden light, he crashed into Wang Yu's chest in the blink of an eye. Bang! Wang Yu's entire body flew out like a kite with a broken string, continuously smashing through several big trees before stopping. After being hit by the Huang dog like that, there was no need to think about the consequences. De Huang dog's head could even break a mid-ranked combat weapon, let alone a human. Wah! Wang Yu opened his mouth and spat out several mouthfuls of blood. The blood was mixed with pieces of his internal organs. His chest had completely caved in. Thump! Wang Yu fell to the ground with a thud. He couldn't be more dead. Such a way of dying was really too vexing. Being killed by a dog's head was simply a grievance. Wha! Everyone were shocked. All the disciples from the Green Sanctuary sect had their eyes wide open, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Wang Yu was a Heavenly Core Inner Circle disciple, and with his late Heavenly Core cultivation level, he had a certain status in the Inner Circle, and it was hard for him to find a worthy opponent. But today, he was killed by a dog. This was too brutal. Ah! The female disciple screamed out in fear. She thought Wang Yu would be able to defeat his opponent, but she never expected this to happen. Let's go, Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. After that, he brought De Huang dog and walked deeper into Misty Mountain. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from everyone's sight. They didn't kill me, and I'm still alive? The female disciple murmured to herself. She was almost scared out of her wits just now. Their opponent was too brutal. He had killed 3 disciples in one go. She thought she wouldn't be able to escape, but she never thought he would let her go. She was really lucky today, and she was still alive. All the outer circle disciples looked at each other with ugly expressions on their faces. Who is that young man? How dare he kill disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect in Misty Mountain? He is really courageous. That dog is really frightening. Even senior disciple Wang Yu couldn't withstand a single strike from him. With such a powerful demon lord here, how are we going to continue our training? We need to report this to the sect elders and ask them to kill this man. Don't panic. It won't be long before the Inner Circle disciples start their training, and this incident will definitely alert the Inner Circle Divine Core sect elders. At that point of time, they will completely seal off Misty Mountain and kill this man and dog. All the disciples were discussing amongst themselves. The Green Sanctuary sect had occupied Misty Mountain for so long, and nothing like this had ever happened before. In Misty Mountain, apart from angering Firethorn Savage, no one had ever dared attack a disciple of the Green Sanctuary sect. Not long after that, another 2 figures arrived from afar and landed on Misty Mountain. One of them was an old man, and the other was a young man. The young man was the Inner Circle disciple who had just returned to the Green Sanctuary sect. His name was Su Yun, and just like Wang Yu, he was a late Heavenly Core warrior. The man who came with him was an Inner Circle sect elder, and he was an early Divine Core warrior. When both of them arrived, they immediately saw the dead bodies lying on the ground, and Wang Yu who had died a horrible death not far away. What? Even Wang Yu was killed? What an arrogant disciple. I'm going to tear him into a million pieces. The old man was furious. Looks like that dog is really strong. Even Wang Yu was no match for it. Luckily, I went back and invited a Divine Core sect elder, so I didn't rush in like Wang Yu did. If not, I'm afraid I would have died here just like Wang Yu. Su Yun felt lucky in his mind. How did Wang Yu die? Su Yun asked all the Mortal Core Outer Circle disciples. Senior disciple Su, Wang Yu was killed by that dog. That dog's head is very hard. It even broke Senior disciple Wang's mid-ranked combat weapon. Senior disciple Wang was killed by that dog's head. As for that young man, he didn't even do anything. But judging from his age, he shouldn't be that strong. He only relied on that big demon. An Outer Circle disciple explained what happened just now. When they recalled how terrifying that dog was, all of them couldn't help but feel their hearts palpitate. What? That dog's head is so strong? Su Yun was shocked. Where did that young man and dog go? The Divine Core sect elder asked. They went deeper into Misty Mountain. They just left not long ago. A disciple pointed at the direction where Jiang Chen and a Huang dog disappeared. Humph. Little arrogant disciple. How dare you disrespect the Green Sanctuary sect? You really don't know how to write the word death. Let me kill them myself. The old man let out a cold snort. Then he started flying towards the deeper areas of Misty Mountain. Su Yun moved his body and followed behind the old man. This time, with a Divine Core sect elder here, they would definitely be able to kill that dog. Su Yun decided to follow them and kill the young man in white. The young man had an ordinary cultivation level, and he had never fought before. He looked young, and that was all. This description had left a deep impression in Su Yun's mind, and it made him focus all his energy on that dog. He didn't care about the young man in white at all. What Su Yun didn't know was that fake news like this could actually kill someone. Bang! Within Sector 2 of Misty Mountain, a violent explosion sounded out. Jiang Chen had just killed a late Heavenly Core Demon Lord. Then he took out its demon soul. With the help of the dragon transformation skill, the demon soul was absorbed in an instant. With his current cultivation level, early and mid-Heavenly Core Demon Souls were basically useless to him. But late Heavenly Core Demon Souls were still useful. One demon soul had helped Jiang Chen form 3 dragon marks. Jiang Chen now had 303 dragon marks in his body. But there was still a long way to go before he could break through to the late Heavenly Core realm. He needed to form 400 dragon marks before he could break through to the late Heavenly Core realm. 3 dragon marks is just a drop in the bucket. Besides, the further I go, the more energy I'll need. Looks like in order to break through to the late Heavenly Core realm, I'll need to kill some divine core demon beasts. Jiang Chen sighed. However, since Firethorn Savage had occupied Misty Mountain, he didn't think there would be any other divine core demon beasts here. The only reason Jiang Chen came to Misty Mountain was to kill Firethorn Savage. But it wasn't an easy task to deal with him. Therefore, Jiang Chen wanted to kill as many demon beasts as possible in Sector 2, and improve his overall strength. Suddenly, 2 powerful auras came from the outer perimeter of Misty Mountain. In the blink of an eye, 2 figures appeared in front of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Damn it, are you done yet? De Huang Dog's nostrils were fuming. After offending a superpower like the Green Sanctuary sect, he couldn't stay calm any longer. Troubles kept coming one after another. A divine core warrior has appeared so soon? A sneer emerged on Jiang Chen's face. He had expected this to happen. The grudge between him and the Green Sanctuary sect had been resolved, and it was irreconcilable. That's them. Su Yun threw his glance at Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog with a cold look. I'll deal with that dog, you go catch that young man, but don't kill him. Today, we'll capture both of them and torture them to death. How dare they challenge the dignity of the Green Sanctuary sect and kill disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect? We can't let them die so easily. All right, be careful, sect elder. This dog is really strong. As for that young man, I can kill him with just a raise of my hand. Su Yun said with a sneer. No matter how strong he is, he's still just a Heavenly Core warrior. Watch me capture him and bring him back to cook dog meat. The old man said with a smile on his face. When De Huang Dog heard about cooking dog meat, he immediately became angry. He howled loudly. Then he turned into a golden beam and dashed towards the old man. Although his opponent was an early divine core warrior, Jiang Chen didn't worry about De Huang Dog at all. The bloodline of a divine beast was too strong. Even though De Huang Dog was only a late Heavenly Core warrior, he was more than enough to fight an ordinary early divine core warrior. You're courting death. The old man unleashed his energy and forcefully punched out with his fist. A golden beam appeared out of nowhere and shot towards De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog didn't show any signs of fear. He simply rammed his head into the beam. Bang! The energy spread in all directions. De Huang Dog's head shattered the golden beam, but at the same time, his body was forced to stop. After all, his opponent was a divine core warrior, and it wasn't easy to deal with him. This time, the old man and De Huang Dog were equally matched. What a tough dog head. The old man's expression changed slightly, but he didn't mind it at all. The energy in his body was rumbling, and he was getting ready to unleash a stronger attack. Chapter 175. Rumble. Shockwaves swept across the place, and continuous rumbling sounds could be heard. De Huang Dog and the old man were fighting fiercely, and it was hard to tell who was the winner. The old man was furious. He never expected a dog to be so strong. With just the strength of a late Heavenly Core warrior, he was able to fight evenly with him. This was really unimaginable, because there was an insurmountable gap between the Heavenly Core realm and the Divine Core realm, but this dog in front of him was able to fight a warrior who was at a higher stage than him. On the other side, Su Yun was unleashing a powerful energy as well. He had locked onto Jiang Chen, not giving him any chance to escape. Buddy, you're really daring. How dare you fight against the Green Sanctuary sect? Do you really think you can do whatever you want with just a demon lord? You're an idiot. Did you see that? Your dog is no match for a divine core warrior. Now, I'm going to capture you, bring you back and torture you. Su Yun said word by word. His face was filled with disdain, and he didn't take Jiang Chen seriously at all. It was normal that he didn't take Jiang Chen seriously. After all, the Huang dog had been too overbearing, and Jiang Chen hadn't even attacked once since the beginning. Therefore, everyone thought Jiang Chen had an ordinary cultivation level, and he was only relying on a demon lord. Su Yun had the same thought, and it was because of this that he was walking step by step towards the abyss. How do you know I'm only relying on a dog? What if I'm stronger than that dog? A mocking smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. Haha, you? Die now. Su Yun let out a loud laugh, as if he was confident that he could defeat Jiang Chen. With a sway of his body, a vast amount of energy rushed out from his body. Layers upon layers of energy rippled out from his body, and under the sunlight, it looked extremely dazzling. It was like a tidal wave crashing towards Jiang Chen. What a clown! Jiang Chen sneered. He stood still, his palm covered with dragon scales. With a casual wave of his hand, the energy ripples unleashed by Su Yun were shattered like bubbles. After that, Jiang Chen moved. He moved like lightning, and in an instant, he appeared in front of Su Yun. He grabbed Su Yun's neck with his icy cold blood-red dragon claw. Hiss! Su Yun sucked in a breath of cold air. An extremely dangerous aura with the threat of death rose from the bottom of his heart. He only felt that the dragon claw that landed on his neck weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. He couldn't even muster the will to resist. Don't kill me. Su Yun was scared, and his forehead was drenched in sweat. As the saying goes, an expert skill would be known the moment he made his move. The moment Jiang Chen made his move, he immediately regretted it. Jiang Chen could easily tear apart his energy light wave and had him firmly controlled in the blink of an eye. Jiang Chen's battle prowess was clearly far above his own, and with his strength, he was completely no match for Jiang Chen. At this moment, Su Yun started cursing in his heart. Which bastard said that this young man's cultivation is average? Is he fucking average? This was even more powerful than that dog. It was simply too terrifying. Su Yun's heart was trembling. He had always been astute, but today, he suffered a huge setback. If this youth's cultivation was ordinary, how could he make a powerful great demon follow him willingly? Unfortunately, by the time Su Yun realized this, it was already too late. He could already feel Jiang Chen's killing intent. Jiang Chen, never give anyone a second chance. Since your green sanctuary sect has come to provoke me again, then there's nothing more to say. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he squeezed his hand and broke Su Yun's neck. A young genius from the green sanctuary sect fell to the ground and died miserably. What? On the other side, the elder who was fighting with the Huang dog exclaimed. He knew Su Yun's strength very well, but he didn't expect that this young man, who he looked down on, could kill Su Yun in one move. Where did these two monsters come from? How could they be so terrifying? Brat, who are you? Why are you going against the green sanctuary sect? The elder stopped what he was doing and yelled. I've never thought about becoming your green sanctuary sect's enemy. I just want to enter Misty Mountain and mind my own business. But, you've stopped me, and even tried to kill us. Since that's the case, I won't show any mercy. Old fool, since you're here, why don't you stay here as well? Jiang Chen's energy soared into the sky. He was decisive in his killing. A golden light appeared on his palm, and he suddenly pointed his finger forward. In an instant, 4 huge golden fingers appeared out of nowhere. Each of them looked like a pillar that could support the heavens, and they all dashed towards the elder. Now, Jiang Chen had cultivated the 6 solar fingers to the 4th finger. It was incredibly powerful, and it was supported by over 300 dragon marks. Even an ordinary early divine core warrior wouldn't be able to withstand it. What a strong young man. He's only a mid-heavenly core warrior, but he can unleash the combat strength of a divine core warrior. Where did this abnormal monster come from? There's no one like him in the Qian province. The elder was shocked. When Jiang Chen attacked, he could tell Jiang Chen's cultivation level with just a single glance. But because of this, the elder was even more shocked. At such a young age, with such a cultivation level, and with such combat strength, he was definitely a monster among monsters. As an inner circle sect elder of the Green Sanctuary sect, he knew all the powerful young men in the Qian province, but he had never heard of anyone like this. But before he could think any further, Jiang Chen's attack had already arrived in front of him. He had no choice but to defend himself. The elder let out a loud shout. He used his yuan energy to form a shining spear. This was a powerful combat skill. It allowed the user to form a weapon that was convenient for them. The spear produced a buzzing sound, and it looked like it was going to pierce through the air and collide with Jiang Chen's 6 solar fingers. Bang! The energy swept across the sky, wreaking havoc within a few dozen miles in circumference. The colorful energy ripples swept across the place, destroying all the flowers and trees within a few dozen miles, turning the entire area into a barren land. Many demon beasts were startled by the energy ripples, and they started fleeing in all directions. Even the ripples from the battle between divine core warriors were enough to kill them. Tap tap tap. Although the elder's spear had destroyed the 6 solar fingers, he was still knocked back a dozen steps before he could stabilize his body. The yuan energy spear in his hand had shattered as well, and he could feel both of his arms going numb. His hands were in pain, and his blood and chi were tumbling inside his body. How can a mid-heavenly core warrior be so strong? Is he still a human? The elder was completely shocked. He had never seen a heavenly core warrior who could be so strong. With his current strength, he couldn't fight him at all. What a young monster. But, since you've offended the Green Sanctuary sect, you're still going to die. Not long after, the Green Sanctuary sect will send their real warriors here, and you won't be able to escape from this place. The old man threatened Jiang Chen. After saying that, with a sway of his body, he flew towards the exit of Misty Mountain. He wasn't an idiot. After fighting for a while, he knew that he was no match for this young man in white. If he continued fighting, he might follow in Su Yun's footsteps and die a miserable death here. That would be an unjust death. Trying to run? It's too late. Jiang Chen unleashed his killing intent. He immediately unleashed the true dragon palm, and a blood-red dragon claw appeared out of nowhere. It looked like a house, and it immediately trapped the escaping elder. Break! The elder shouted out loudly. He used all his strength, trying to break free from Jiang Chen's true dragon palm. But too bad, he was disappointed. Damn it, this is an inherited true dragon combat skill. Damn it, what kind of secret does this guy have? How can he use a true dragon combat skill? De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. He was extremely shocked. Last time, Jiang Chen had used the true dragon palm in the Black Sect, but De Huang Dog wasn't there that day, so he didn't see it. Now that he saw it, how could he not be shocked? He was a dragon horse, and he had the bloodline of a dragon. He could easily tell if it was a true dragon combat skill or not. You want to struggle free after being trapped by my true dragon palm? Stop dreaming. Jiang Chen shouted out loudly. He exerted more force with his dragon claw, and the elder immediately felt an immense force pressing down on him from all directions. Cracking sounds could be heard coming from his body, and his yuan energy was being crushed. It was as if a few huge mountains were pressing down on him, and he couldn't even breathe. Stop! Right at this moment, another loud shout sounded out from afar. After that, 3 figures appeared like a meteor. They were 3 old men, and all of them were emanating powerful energy. All of them were divine core warriors, and one of them was a mid-divine core warrior. With Jiang Chen's current abilities, he couldn't defeat a mid-divine core warrior. Judging from the clothes these 3 men were wearing, they were all sect elders from the Green Sanctuary sect. When the mid-divine core old man saw Jiang Chen had trapped his own man, he immediately shouted out loudly. Humph! Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. He ignored the mid-divine core old man's words. Golden flames suddenly shot out from his dragon claw, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a sea of flames. Ah! The early divine core old man let out a miserable shriek. Under the pressure of the true dragon palm and the intense burning of the true dragon flames, he finally couldn't hold on any longer. In just a few breaths' time, he was burned into ashes. The fuck? This is even more powerful. This is the true dragon flames. This guy is going to defy the natural order. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. When he saw Jiang Chen's attack, it was as if he had just seen a ghost. This was an eye-opener for him. Bastard! The mid-divine core old man furiously shouted out. This guy had just killed a divine core sect elder from the Green Sanctuary sect right in front of him. This was really despicable. The Green Sanctuary sect was a big sect, and they were supported by divine core warriors. The death of a divine core warrior was an unimaginable loss to the sect. Kill this maniac. The other sect elder was furious as well. The mid-divine core warrior immediately unleashed a bright barrier towards Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. De Huang is no match for him, let's go, Jiang Chen reminded. After that, he and De Huang Dog immediately leapt up into the sky and flew towards Misty Mountain. With incredible speed, they disappeared from the place in the blink of an eye. Chase after him. If we don't kill him, the Green Sanctuary sect will lose a lot of face, and we won't be able to stay in the Qian province anymore. The mid-divine core old man unleashed powerful energy waves. The trio turned into 2 arrows that were shot from the bow and chased after Jiang Chen. Chapter 176. The entire Misty Mountain was in chaos. Sector 2 was filled with destructive energies, and the mighty auras of divine core warriors had been unleashed. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were running for their lives, and the 3 men were chasing after them like crazy. The Green Sanctuary sect was one of the biggest sects in the Qian province, and they had always been in a high position. Since the establishment of the sect, nothing like this had ever happened before. The Green Sanctuary sect had suffered a great loss, and if they didn't kill that young man and dog, how could they maintain their prestige in the Qian province? Kaka, these 3 old fools are so clumsy, and they want to catch up with us? They must be dreaming. De Huang Dog was laughing out loudly while flying. He and Jiang Chen were both warriors who specialized in speed and strength, and when they unleashed their full speed, only a late divine core warrior could catch up with them. De Huang Dog's words were clearly heard by the 3 men behind him, and they almost threw up some blood. They were divine core warriors, but they were called clumsy by a dog. This was really intolerable. Sect Elder Lu, this dog is really despicable, an old man said while gnashing his teeth in anger. I'm going to skin this dog and make it into barbecue. The mid-divine core sect elder was gnashing his teeth in anger as well. His name was Lu Hong, and he was a high-ranking man in the Green Sanctuary sect. His position in the Green Sanctuary sect was no weaker than Fan Zhongtang's position in the Black sect. Where did this young man come from? His combat strength is so terrifying, and he killed an early divine core warrior with just a mid-heavenly core cultivation base. This is really rare. Their speed is so fast, even we can't catch up with them. The 2 early divine core sect elders looked at each other. They were both shocked. No matter who he is, we have to kill him today. The dignity of the Green Sanctuary sect will not be challenged by anyone. Let's use our sword. Lu Hong shouted out loudly. In an instant, a golden combat sword appeared in front of him. Under his control, the combat sword grew to a length of 3 meters. The 3 sect elders stepped onto the combat sword and injected their yuan energy into it. In an instant, with the help of the combat sword, the trio's speed increased by a lot, and they quickly shortened the distance between Jiang Chen and Big Yellow. Damn it, this old man really has some tricks up his sleeve. Kid, hurry up and shake them off. 2 wings of light suddenly appeared onto Huang Dog's back, and his speed soared once more. A pair of blood wings also appeared on Jiang Chen's back. Combined with spatial evasion, his speed was on par with De Huang Dog's. Once again, he pulled away from the 3 elders. Damn it, chase after him. Lu Hong was furious and chased after him relentlessly. Damn it, I really want to stop and fight with that old thing, De Huang Dog said in a gloomy manner. However, he knew that with his and Jiang Chen's current strength, there was no way they could defeat a mid-divine core warrior. Under such circumstances, the only thing they could do was run. Humph. Don't worry. We'll have plenty of time in the future. Let's shake them off first. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. It won't be easy to shake them off. That old man has locked onto our aura, De Huang Dog said. If we run into Sector 3, I'm sure they won't dare chase after us. That's Firethorn Savage's territory. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Don't tell me you're going to look for Firethorn Savage right now? That's no different than courting death. De Huang Dog said in a gloomy manner. Let's go check on Firethorn Savage first. Then we'll figure out a plan. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He couldn't fight Firethorn Savage with brute force. He had to use his wits. However, since they had arrived at Misty Mountain, and the Green Sanctuary sect was forcing them, it was a good time for Jiang Chen to enter Sector 3 and check on Firethorn Savage. The group speed was extremely fast. Soon, they arrived at the border of Sector 3. Jiang Chen could clearly feel that the natural yuan energy here was much denser than before, and the fog in the air was much denser as well. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen and a Huang dog immediately entered Sector 3. After that, Lu Hong and the other two stopped at the border of Sector 3. That guy has entered Sector 3. What should we do? One of the men asked. The Green Sanctuary sect has an agreement with Firethorn Savage. No one from the Green Sanctuary sect will step into Sector 3. If we offend Firethorn Savage, it won't be fun. This guy doesn't know his place. He actually entered Sector 3. Once he offends Firethorn Savage, he'll die for sure. Lu Hong said with a sneer on his face. Since he's going to die for sure, can we go back now? Another sect elder asked. No, we have to stay here and guard. We won't give that guy any chance to come out. The training of the inner circle disciples and outer circle disciples will continue, and the training will last for 7 days. After 7 days, we'll leave together. If that guy doesn't come out after 7 days, it means he's been killed by Firethorn Savage, and he won't have a chance to come out anymore. No one can stay in Sector 3 for 7 days. Lu Hong said confidently. Fine, that guy must die. He made our Green Sanctuary sect suffer such a great loss, damn it. Another sect elder said with a face filled with anger. Go give the order to all the disciples. Tell them to guard all the exits from Misty Mountain. Once they find that guy and a Huang dog, immediately send out a signal. A turtle in a jar, there's a powerful Firethorn Savage in front of us. Let's see how he's going to survive. Lu Hong's face was filled with ruthlessness. He had made up his mind to kill Jiang Chen. All right, we'll go give the order now. Both of them left. At the same time, Jiang Chen and a Huang dog had completely entered Sector 3. They descended from the sky, concealed their auras, and slowly walked deeper into Sector 3. De Huang, make sure to conceal your aura. Don't get entangled with any demon beasts along the way. Just avoid them. We need to find the lair of Firethorn Savage and check it out first. Jiang Chen reminded. Understood. De Huang dog lowered his voice, but his face was filled with excitement. Doing something so exciting, De Huang dog simply couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. Both of them walked at a fast pace, and soon, they arrived at the center of Sector 3. Because they had completely concealed their auras, they didn't attract any demon beasts along the way. Besides, there weren't many demon beasts in Sector 3, and with Firethorn Savage, the king of demon beasts here, the other demon beasts wouldn't dare to live here. Along the way, Jiang Chen saw a lot of strange flowers and herbs, and some rare herbs. He simply picked them and put them into his storage ring. Misty Mountain is really a treasure land. No wonder the Green Sanctuary sect didn't want to give it up, and wanted to come to an agreement with Firethorn Savage. De Huang dog, can you sense if there are any treasures or rare treasures here? Jiang Chen looked at De Huang dog. Treasures my ass, how could there be so many treasures here? De Huang dog glared at Jiang Chen. If there were really any treasures here, De Huang dog would definitely be able to sense it immediately. Walking along the mountain stream, Jiang Chen was surrounded by cliffs on both sides. When he looked forward, his eyes suddenly lit up. Not far away from him, there was a purple flower growing in the crevice of a cliff. Under the sunlight, it was glowing in a purple hue. Purpling orchid, haha, I didn't expect to find a purpling orchid here. What a lucky day. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. This purple flower was only the size of a palm, and it had 9 petals. It had a thick root system and obviously it had reached its mature stage. This purpling orchid is one of the main ingredients for concocting the profound 6 solar pill. I didn't even find it in the black sect. I didn't expect to find it here. Without saying anything, Jiang Chen immediately picked the purpling orchid. According to his memory, Guashan had all 49 ingredients needed to concoct the profound 6 solar fingers, and the only thing he lacked was this purpling orchid. He didn't expect to find it in Misty Mountain. It had saved Jiang Chen a lot of trouble. I didn't expect you to be so lucky. De Huang dog snorted disdainfully. Get lost, this is called luck. You're just a dog, what do you know? Jiang Chen slapped De Huang dog's head, producing a loud smacking sound. Woof! Daddy is not a dog. De Huang dog bared his teeth. Damn dog, lower your voice. Don't disturb Firethorn Savage, damn you. Jiang Chen glared at De Huang dog. They had reached the deepest part of Sector 3, and they could attract Firethorn Savage's attention at any time. The man and dog continued moving forward. Suddenly, a violent beast roar sounded out from not far away. Oh! The roar was loud and powerful. It carried the majestic aura of a king of beasts, and with just a single roar, all beasts would submit to it. It's Firethorn Savage. Jiang Chen and a Huang dog cried out at the same time. The roar is coming from not far away from us. From the roar, we can tell how terrifying this Firethorn Savage is. Let's go check it out first. We can't make any noise. Jiang Chen said. There was a small hill in front of them, and the Firethorn Savage's roar was coming from here. Jiang Chen and a Huang dog quietly climbed up to the hillside, and both of them stuck half of their heads out. They immediately saw a huge monster lying not far away from them. There was a small and clean square at the hillside, and behind it was a huge cave. Right now, a majestic demon beast was lying on the square. Even though this demon beast was lying on the ground, it was still over 6 meters tall. Its body was covered with golden scales, and under the sunlight, it was shining brightly. This was Firethorn Savage. It had a ferocious face, and 2 sharp fangs were protruding from the side of its mouth. Right now, Firethorn Savage was lying on the ground motionlessly with both of its eyes closed, as if it was enjoying the sunlight. But Jiang Chen knew that Firethorn Savage was cultivating, and he was absorbing the pure yang energy that shone down from the sun. This was Firethorn Savage's innate ability. Ordinary demon beasts would be able to transform into human form after breaking through to the heavenly core realm, but it would be harder for powerful demon beasts to transform. For example, Firethorn Savage had reached the peak mid-divine core realm, but he had yet to transform. Perhaps he would need to break through to the combat soul realm, or even the demon king realm before he could transform. As for a divine beast like the Huang dog, it was even harder for him to transform. Perhaps he would need to break through to the demon saint realm. The demon saint realm was equivalent to the human saint realm. Firethorn Savage was cultivating, and he didn't notice that there were 2 uninvited guests not far away from him. Right now, as long as Firethorn Savage scanned the area with his divine sense, he would be able to find Jiang Chen and a Huang dog. But obviously, Firethorn Savage didn't expect that someone would dare enter Sector 3 and come so close to him. Chapter 177. Swoosh. It seemed like Firethorn Savage had fallen asleep, and it was making a deep breathing sound. Every time it breathed, golden bubbles would come out from its nostrils, and it would create a strong wind. If there was a pile of dust in front of it, just a single breath from it would create a sandstorm. Damn it, a peak mid-divine core Firethorn Savage is really strong. But, if Daddy breaks through to the divine core realm, I can still kill him. De Huang dog said using his divine sense. Firethorn Savage's bloodline was noble, but it was still far from being comparable to a dragon horse. What a powerful Firethorn Savage. The aura it's releasing is terrifying. Even if Taoist Black is here, he won't be able to deal with this Firethorn Savage. If I can absorb this Firethorn Savage's demon soul, I'll be able to break through to the late heavenly core realm immediately, and I'll be able to break through to the divine core realm. A Firethorn Savage's demon soul can help me form at least 300 dragon marks. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. But too bad. Killing this Firethorn Savage was as difficult as climbing up to the heavens. This big guy was just too strong. Buddy, are you going to ignore little Yu's injuries? De Huang dog angrily glared at Jiang Chen. I'm just kidding. There are so many divine core demon beasts here, and once I enter Inferno Hell, I won't have to worry about not having enough demon souls. I'll use this Firethorn Savage's demon soul to concoct the profound 6 solar pill to save little Yu. Jiang Chen said. Although he really wanted this Firethorn Savage's demon soul, he knew that Yan Chen Yu needed it more than him. What should we do now? Are we just going to stand here and watch? De Huang dog was getting impatient. What can you do? Why don't you give it a try? A smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. Get lost. De Huang dog moved his body, keeping a certain distance from Jiang Chen. This Firethorn Savage is too powerful. We can't attack him directly. We have to outsmart him. Let's hide our energy and wait here. This Firethorn Savage has lived in Misty Mountain for so long. I'm sure he has his own way of living. Let's wait and see. Jiang Chen said. The man and dog held their breaths, quietly watching Firethorn Savage sleep. De Huang dog opened his mouth and yawned. With a gloomy expression he said, Damn it, we are squatting here and watching a demon beast sleep. What the hell is this? Even I am feeling sleepy now. Jiang Chen glared at De Huang dog, feeling even more depressed in his heart. He was the once greatest saint under the heavens, But he had nothing better to do than to lie down here and watch Firethorn Savage sleep. An hour later, the scorching sun hung high up in the sky. It was noon, the time when the pure yang energy in the world was the densest. Firethorn Savage, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly opened its eyes. 2 beams of golden light shot out from its eyes, looking extremely terrifying. Roar! Firethorn Savage let out a deep and resounding roar. Its majestic body slowly stood up from the ground, and its original 20 feet tall body suddenly grew to 50 feet tall. Its 4 thick golden legs were fully covered with golden scales, making them look like 4 huge pillars. It was too huge. Firethorn Savage looked like a small golden mountain, and the light it emitted was so bright that no one dared to look at it directly. Firethorn Savage suddenly woke up. Jiang Chen and a Huang dog were shocked, and they didn't dare to make any sound. They even held their breaths. Obviously, Firethorn Savage didn't expect that someone would dare to intrude into its territory, so it didn't pay much attention to them. It wasn't because Firethorn Savage's senses were weak, it was because Jiang Chen and a Huang dog's ability to hide themselves was too good. If it was any other ordinary person, perhaps they would have been discovered by Firethorn Savage. Roar! Firethorn Savage suddenly let out another loud roar that resounded through the woods. With a sway of its huge body rose into the sky and shot towards another direction, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It left? The Huang dog was startled. It's noon now, the time when the pure yang energy in the world is the densest. Firethorn Savage should be cultivating right now. Why did it choose to leave at this time? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows in puzzlement. Who cares? Let's go into the abode and have a look while it's gone. The Huang dog leapt forward and was about to walk into the abode, but Jiang Chen pulled him back. Brat, why are you pulling me back? The Huang dog grinned. Be careful, if Firethorn Savage comes back, we'll be finished. Jiang Chen pulled the Huang dog down from the Huang dog's back. Let's observe Firethorn Savage's daily routine first, then we'll decide what to do next. Jiang Chen was a meticulous man. His opponent was so powerful, he couldn't act recklessly. He had to figure out Firethorn Savage's daily routine first, then think of a plan. They waited for half an hour. The Huang dog grumbled for half an hour, complaining that Jiang Chen was a coward. Half an hour was more than enough for him to enter Firethorn Savage's abode and wreak havoc. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face. Before he figured out Firethorn Savage's daily routine, he wouldn't act rashly. Swoosh, swoosh. Right at this moment, Firethorn Savage flew back from afar. Jiang Chen and a Huang both saw that when Firethorn Savage came back, its mouth was wide open. Within its mouth, there was a ball of liquid that was glowing brightly. Boom! Firethorn Savage landed on the square, causing the entire mountain to shake. After that, the gigantic Firethorn Savage walked back into the abode. Another half an hour had passed since he entered the abode. Half an hour later, Firethorn Savage came out from the abode again, and went back to sleep at the same spot. It's sleeping again. The Huang dog rolled his eyes. Finally, he found someone who could sleep even better than him. Be patient, let's continue waiting. Jiang Chen comforted the Huang dog. This dog's patience was seriously lacking. Firethorn Savage was indeed a good sleeper. He only woke up at noon the next day. At this time, Firethorn Savage once again soared into the sky, heading towards the direction where it disappeared yesterday. It left again at the same time. The Huang dog's eyes widened. This is the pattern. When Firethorn Savage came back yesterday, it seemed like there was something in its mouth. You should have seen it too, right? Jiang Chen said. There was indeed something in its mouth. The Huang dog nodded his head. Come, let's follow it and see where Firethorn Savage went. While saying that, Jiang Chen flew towards the direction where Firethorn Savage went. He and the Huang dog didn't fly, they were only running on the ground. Flying would attract the natural yuan energy, and it would be easy for Firethorn Savage to notice them. Tens of miles away from Firethorn Savage's cave, there was a valley. There was a pond in the valley, and in the center of the pond, there was a huge floating rock. The center of the rock was hollowed out, and right now, Firethorn Savage was lying in the pond, placing its head in the center of the rock. Jiang Chen and a Huang dog saw that in the center of the rock, there was a crystal-clear spring water. The spring water was transparent and dazzling. Jiang Chen and a Huang dog were familiar with this spring water. It was the rare energy spring water. Jiang Chen and a Huang dog had found it in the water curtain cave, but they didn't expect that there would be an energy spring water here as well. Right at this moment, Firethorn Savage stretched out its red tongue and dipped it into the energy spring water. It could be seen that Firethorn Savage wasn't drinking the energy spring water. His tongue was still in the energy spring water, and it didn't move at all. What is he doing? De Huang dog asked curiously. He's releasing his own life essence. Firethorn Savage released his life essence into the energy spring water. Why is he doing this? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. Firethorn Savage was releasing his life essence into the energy spring water with the help of the intense pure yang energy during noon. Such a method confused Jiang Chen. If Firethorn Savage was here to drink the energy spring water, it would be easy to explain. After all, the energy spring water was a rare treasure, and both humans and demon beasts had a great need for it. However, not only did Firethorn Savage not drink the energy spring water, he was releasing his life essence instead. This was not beneficial to him at all, and instead, it would consume a lot of his life essence. Half an hour later, Firethorn Savage opened his mouth and swallowed the energy spring water that contained his life essence. After that, he leaped up into the sky and created a huge wave on the surface of the pond. After that, he flew up into the sky and flew back to where he came from. The thing that Firethorn Savage was talking about yesterday was this energy spring water. De Huang dog said. Of course. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. Kaka, there's a lot of energy spring water here. Why don't I take it all? De Huang dog let out a loud laugh. His face was filled with excitement. No, if you take the energy spring water, you will definitely alert the enemy. If I'm not mistaken, Firethorn Savage will come back tomorrow, and when he finds out that the energy spring water is gone, he will definitely be furious. Jiang Chen grabbed De Huang dog tightly. The two of them went back the way they came. When they were halfway up the mountain, Firethorn Savage came out from the cave again. The energy spring water in his mouth had disappeared, but not a single bit of energy ripple could be sensed from his body. Instead, because of losing his life essence, Firethorn Savage felt a little tired, so he lay down on the ground and began to sleep again. For the next 2 days, Firethorn Savage would go to the pond at noon every day, bring the energy spring water back to the cave, and then come out to sleep. Firethorn Savage didn't use the energy spring water himself. There must be something in the cave that he cares about. I'll enter the cave tomorrow at noon. Jiang Chen made up his mind. After 3 days, he had finally figured out Firethorn Savage's pattern. He was sure that there must be something in the cave that he cared about, and whether he could defeat Firethorn Savage or not, the thing in the cave might be the key. At noon the next day, Firethorn Savage went to the pond just like before. After he left, Jiang Chen and a Huang dog jumped out from the pond and entered the cave at lightning speed. They knew that Firethorn Savage would be gone for half an hour, which was more than enough time. Firethorn Savage's cave was very big, but it was also very simple. In the center of the cave there was a small pond, and in the center of the pond there was a golden egg the size of a human head. The surface of the golden egg was emitting layers of golden light, and there were also numerous golden symbols floating around it. A strong aura of life was leaking out from the egg. Underneath the golden egg was the energy spring water that contained Firethorn Savage's life essence. This is Firethorn Savage's golden egg, it's his cub. No wonder he wants to water it with his life essence. Chapter 178. Inside this golden egg is a baby Firethorn Savage. This Firethorn Savage is really willing to spend a lot of resources by using the energy spring water that contains its own essence to nourish the baby Firethorn Savage. If this continues, once the baby Firethorn Savage hatches, it will definitely become a monster. De Huang dog said with mixed emotions. That's right. A baby Firethorn Savage that is nourished by the energy spring water will definitely become a monster that defies the natural order. The old Firethorn Savage is really considerate. Jiang Chen said. Buddy, this golden egg is a priceless treasure. It has absorbed so much energy spring water, and it also contains the Firethorn Savage's essence. Just this golden egg alone contains a huge amount of pure energy, and it also contains the innate yang energy. If you can absorb it, the benefits you'll get will be unimaginable. De Huang dog's eyes lit up. This golden egg was a rare treasure, and any warrior who could obtain it would receive great benefits. If Jiang Chen could absorb it, not only would his cultivation level improve greatly, He would also have the possibility of breaking through to the late heavenly core realm. He might even be able to obtain Firethorn Savage's innate abilities. It was like killing two birds with one stone, and it would make up for the loss of Firethorn Savage's demon soul. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Obviously, this golden egg was a huge temptation to him. Just like what De Huang Dog said, if he could absorb this golden egg, the benefits he would get would be unimaginable. Of course, although it was a huge temptation, Jiang Chen didn't act rashly. De Huang Dog, you can't take this golden egg. Jiang Chen said. Why? If you don't take such a good thing, you will be punished by the heavens. De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Chen with a gloomy expression. It was not Jiang Chen's style to not take such a good thing. If we take the golden egg, Firethorn Savage will definitely go crazy. With his ability to sense the golden egg, he won't even have a place to run. Besides, our goal is to kill Firethorn Savage, so we can't take this golden egg for now. But, we can make good use of it. This is our only chance. Jiang Chen revealed a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth. De Huang Dog came to a sudden realization. His ears straightened up, and his dog eyes shone brightly. What the fuck, young man? You sure are cunning. You are trying to use this golden egg to shift the blame to the Green Sanctuary sect. De Huang Dog jumped up in excitement. You are smart. Let's take the egg and apologize to the Green Sanctuary House's elder. Then, we will give the egg as a gift. Jiang Chen said. The old man from the Green Sanctuary sect has never seen the golden egg before, so of course he wouldn't be able to tell that it's a baby of Firethorn Savage. He will definitely treat the golden egg as a precious treasure and bring it back to the Green Sanctuary sect. When Firethorn Savage comes back from the pool and finds out that the golden egg is gone, he will definitely be furious and attack the Green Sanctuary sect. At that point of time, both of us will be able to reap the benefits. Kaka, you're really too cunning. How could you come up with such an evil plan? I like it. De Huang Dog was overjoyed. This was definitely a brilliant plan. Hee. The relationship between the Green Sanctuary sect and Firethorn Savage has always been tense. If the Green Sanctuary sect touches the most important thing of Firethorn Savage will definitely go crazy, and the Green Sanctuary sect will be like fire and water. At that point of time, we won't even have a chance to reconcile. At that point of time, the Green Sanctuary sect will definitely use all their power to fight against Firethorn Savage, and we can use the Green Sanctuary sect's power to deal with Firethorn Savage. When Firethorn Savage is severely injured, we can take the opportunity to kill him and obtain his demon soul. If we're lucky, we might even be able to get the golden egg. Jiang Chen said with a smirk. The man and the dog looked at each other. One was laughing so hard that he was shrugging his shoulders, while the other was grinning from ear to ear. Ruthless, so ruthless. The Green Sanctuary sect has offended you. They really deserve it. De Huang Dog couldn't help but click his tongue. He looked at Jiang Chen with a pair of eyes filled with admiration and worship. Don't waste any more time. Firethorn Savage will be back in half an hour. We don't have much time left. After saying that, Jiang Chen waved his hand and put away the golden egg. After that, the man and the dog left the cave and flew towards the outside of Misty Mountain at top speed. Right at this moment, at the border between Sector 3 and Sector 2, the 3 sect elders from the Green Sanctuary sect were still waiting. All 3 of them had ugly expressions on their faces, especially the mid-divine core Lu Hong. Sect Elder Lu, it's been 4 days. I'm afraid that guy has become Firethorn Savage's poop by now. There's no point in us waiting any longer. An early divine core sect elder asked. That's right, they dare to enter Sector 3. With their abilities, they are no match for Firethorn Savage. They will die for sure. Another sect elder said. Let's wait a little longer. If that guy still doesn't come out after the training is over, we don't have to wait any longer. Lu Hong had an evil expression on his face. Right after his words left his mouth, he saw 2 figures running towards them from Sector 3. They moved as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived not far away from the 3 sect elders. Lu Hong and the other 2 sect elders' eyes lit up. These 2 figures, a man and a dog, were the targets they had been chasing. Bang! Right when they saw Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog, Lu Hong and the other 2 sect elders unleashed their powerful energy and killing intent. These 2 bastards in front of them had made them wait for 4 days, and they had even killed so many men from the Green Sanctuary sect. They deserved to die. I didn't expect Firethorn Savage to still be alive. You're pretty lucky. But, since Firethorn Savage didn't kill you, I'm going to take your lives. I'll let you know that when you offend the Green Sanctuary sect, you'll have to pay with your lives. Lu Hong's killing intent soared into the sky. The 3 divine core warriors surrounded Jiang Chen and a Huang dog, not giving them any chance to escape. Don't attack, Jiang Chen quickly said. Why? Are you scared? Lu Hong had a sneer on his face. Sect elders, there is no enmity between me and the Green Sanctuary sect. I was reckless when I killed your disciples and sect elders a few days ago. I apologize for that. Jiang Chen cupped his fist. The Huang dog looked at the sincere expression on Jiang Chen's face, and he almost threw up a mouthful of blood. This young man was really an insidious man. Not only was he an insidious man, he was also good at acting. Haha, apologize? Are you out of your mind? Now you're scared and apologizing? If you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have killed so many men from the Green Sanctuary sect. This debt will be repaid with your lives. I'll use your blood to defend the Green Sanctuary sect's dignity. Lu Hong burst into laughter. The other 2 old men were sneering as well. In their minds, this young man in front of them was scared. Perhaps he had been living in fear in Sector 3 for the past 4 days, and when he wanted to escape, he found out that all the exits had been sealed. He knew he couldn't escape, so he stood out and apologized. Sect Elder Lu, don't waste your breath with this young man, just kill them. The other old man had a 5-foot-long long sword in his hand. He was emanating killing intent, and he had locked onto Jiang Chen and a Huang dog's aura. If they dared move, he would attack without hesitation. Young man, face your death. Lu Hong let out a loud shout. The golden yuan energy in his body kept rolling like an ocean, and he completely unleashed his mid-divine core energy. He was getting ready to kill Jiang Chen and a Huang dog right away. Sect Elder, please spare my life. Jiang Chen pretended to have a changed expression as he begged for mercy. Haha, now you know how to beg for mercy? It's too late. I'll let you witness the abilities of a mid-divine core warrior. Remember, my name is Lu Hong. In your next life, you better open your eyes before offending someone. Lu Hong let out a hearty laugh. Jiang Chen's fear and begging for mercy made him feel extremely satisfied. The feeling of having his enemy tremble in front of him was a wonderful feeling for anyone. Sect Elder Lu Hong, please don't attack. I have a rare treasure here, and in order to save my life, I have no choice but to give it to you. I just hope Sect Elder can spare my life and let us leave Misty Mountain. From now on, the Green Sanctuary sect and I will mind our own business. Jiang Chen quickly said. His face was filled with nervousness, as if he was afraid that Lu Hong would kill him. At the same time, his expression showed that he had made a firm decision, which made people feel that the rare treasure he mentioned was really the rarest thing in the world. Jiang Chen hurriedly said, "Oh, you have a treasure?" Lu Hong was surprised. He stopped what he was doing. In his eyes, this young man in front of him was like a turtle in a jar. There was no way he could escape from his palm. He just wanted to see what kind of treasure this young man could take out, and if he couldn't, he would just kill him. That's right, Sect Elder, please have a look. Jiang Chen flipped his palm and retrieved the golden egg from the cosmos world. The golden egg was the size of a human head, and it was emitting layers of golden light. Right when the golden egg appeared, a pure and vigorous energy immediately burst out from it. A powerful life force and energy ripple spread out from the golden egg, immediately attracting Lu Hong and the other 2's attention. What treasure is this? I've never seen it before. What a powerful energy. There are some mystical symbols on it. It looks really mystical. Lu Hong was shocked. What exactly was this golden egg? Even he had never seen it before. However, as a divine core warrior, he was no fool, and his eyes were better than those of ordinary men. With just a single glance, he could tell how extraordinary and precious this golden egg was. Buddy, what is this treasure? Lu Hong asked. I don't have good eyesight, so I can't tell what this treasure is. But, I've had this treasure for quite some time. When I absorbed a tiny bit of energy from this treasure, I broke through from the peak of the mortal core realm to the heavenly core realm. After that, with the help of this golden egg, in just 10 days, I broke through from the early heavenly core realm to the mid-heavenly core realm. My combat strength has increased by a few hundred times, and I can even fight an early divine core warrior now. Jiang Chen boasted shamelessly. When the Huang dog heard this, he immediately started coughing and rubbed his head on the ground. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold back his laughter. Damn it! Chapter 179. Remarks on shelving. Being on the shelves was like being on your period. What was meant to come couldn't be stopped. Being on the shelves was also an affirmation of a book. Dragon Mark was going to be on the shelves. Dragon Mark will officially be on the shelves on the 1st of March. Tonight, at midnight, I will release 8 chapters in a row. Dragon Mark was Old Sue's 4th book, and it was also the book that Old Sue had spent the most effort on. It could be said that it was his first time here, and he had to rely on the support of his brothers to allow Dragon Mark to achieve decent results. However, whether it was a good book or not could only be seen after it was published. How apprehensive! Logically speaking, this was the 4th time a book had been published, and it wasn't the first time a young lady was getting married, so she shouldn't be nervous. However, this was Old Sue's most nervous time. The brothers who were familiar with Old Sue all knew that Old Sue didn't have a job, and he relied on writing novels to support his family. Therefore, writing novels was his job. 3 books, 8 million words. My luck is still pretty good. I don't want to talk too much. I have already written my acceptance speech on the shelves several times. This time, there are many things I want to say, but I don't know what to say, so I might as well not say it. Once it was published, it meant that there would be a fee. 3 cents per 1,000 words. That's only a few dollars a month. To you guys, it might only be a few dollars, but to Dragon Mark, it's the greatest support. To Old Sue, it's the greatest gratification. I hope that everyone will support me and our little Chenzi. Dragon Mark is an extremely refreshing piece of writing. From the beginning to the end, there won't be a break in passion. This is Old Sue's usual style of writing. After it's published, it will be updated with great vigor. I believe that everyone will truly enjoy reading it. Tonight, at midnight, I will release 8 chapters consecutively. Chapter 180. Indeed, after listening to Jiang Chen's words, Lu Hong and the other 2 old men's expressions changed dramatically. The way they looked at the golden egg had become extremely passionate, and they couldn't move their eyes away from it. This guy does have the ability to fight an early Divine Core warrior, and an early Divine Core sect elder was killed by him just now. How can a young man be so monstrous? Looks like it's all thanks to this treasure. Lu Hong was really excited. 4 days ago, he had witnessed Jiang Chen killing an early Divine Core warrior with his own eyes. That's why Jiang Chen was so young. He looked like he was only 16 or 17 years old. If he didn't have some extraordinary encounters, there was no way he would be able to reach his current level. Therefore, the 3 old men believed Jiang Chen's words without any doubt. This treasure must have been born from the heavens and earth, and it might be a rare treasure left behind from the ancient era. The energy contained in it is massive, and this guy is really lucky. He only absorbed a tiny bit of energy from it, and he broke through to the heavenly core realm, and in just 10 days, he broke through to the mid-heavenly core realm. This is really rare, and it's all thanks to this treasure. One of the sect elders thought to himself, it's such a waste for this rare treasure to fall into this guy's hands. If I can absorb the energy within it, I'll definitely be able to break through my bottleneck and break through to the mid-divine core realm. Another old man couldn't move his passionate gaze away from the golden egg. It really is a rare treasure. With this treasure, the overall strength of the Green Sanctuary sect will be greatly improved. At that point of time, we will be able to rule the entire Qian province. Lu Hong had a surprised expression on his face. The 3 old men were deeply attracted by the golden egg. Or, it could be said that they were tempted by Jiang Chen's words. In fact, Firethorn Savage's golden egg didn't have such a great effect. At most, it was just a powerful body of energy. But after hearing what Jiang Chen said, the golden egg immediately became different. There weren't many treasures that could help a man break through from the early heavenly core realm to the mid-heavenly core realm in just 10 days. Also, the 3 of them didn't know anything about Firethorn Savage's golden egg, so naturally, they believed what Jiang Chen said. None of them would have thought that this was Firethorn Savage's treasure. In their minds, no one would dare to take Firethorn Savage's treasure. If this man and dog had really bumped into Firethorn Savage, they wouldn't have been able to stand here, they would have been killed in Misty Mountain. This treasure is my life. But no matter how good the treasure is, it is not as important as my life. I am now using this treasure to apologize to your sect. I hope you can spare my life. As for the dead Qing Ming sect disciples and elders, I can only say that it is a pity. But the dead cannot be revived. It is all my fault for being too reckless. Jiang Chen was dejected and had a bitter look on his face. His expression of apology was too sincere. Humph. Leave the treasures, but you have to kill him. One of the old men let out a cold snort and threatened Jiang Chen. I'm sincerely apologizing for the sake of preserving my life. If the three elders feel that I'm not sincere enough, then forget it. I'll destroy this treasure in front of the three of you. Since I'm going to die anyway, I won't give you the treasure. A crazed expression emerged on Jiang Chen's face. It was the kind of expression that a cornered dog would do anything to break the net. Don't. As expected, when Lu Hong heard that Jiang Chen was going to destroy the golden egg, he immediately shouted out to stop him. If such a rare treasure was destroyed, then wouldn't it be like a cooked duck flying away? It would be worse than killing them. Little brother, what's your name? Lu Hong's tone became gentler, and he retracted the energy and killing intent from his body. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen cupped his fist. Just like you said, the dead cannot come back to life. Even if I kill you, they won't be able to come back to life. I can see that you are sincere in your apology. As long as you give me the treasure, I will let you live. Lu Hong spoke. Although he looked kind, he was sneering inside. As long as he got the treasure, he would immediately kill this man and dog. How could Lu Hong's thoughts be hidden from Jiang Chen? But Jiang Chen didn't care. What he needed to do now was to make Lu Hong believe that the golden egg was a rare treasure and that he wanted it with all his heart. How can I trust you? Jiang Chen purposely asked. He had to show his desire to live so that Lu Hong wouldn't be suspicious of the golden egg. I am a highly respected sect elder of the Green Sanctuary sect. I guarantee your safety with my own name. Lu Hong patted his chest and promised. All right, I will trust you. After saying that, Jiang Chen casually tossed the golden egg into the air. It turned into a golden arc and flew towards Lu Hong. Lu Hong rolled up the golden egg and held it in his hand. When he sensed the vigorous energy coming from the golden egg, an excited expression immediately emerged on his face. He no longer doubted Jiang Chen's description of this treasure. Haha, Jiang Chen, thank you for giving the Green Sanctuary sect such a valuable gift. However, I cannot let you go. Lu Hong laughed out loud and put the golden egg into his Qian Kuan ring. Old dog, you are going back on your words. Jiang Chen pretended to be angry. I did say I won't kill you, but I never said I won't cripple you. Offending the Green Sanctuary sect will not end well. Today, I will cripple you myself. I will spare your life. Consider that I am being merciful to you. Lu Hong was merciless. Waves of qi shot up into the sky and he dashed toward Jiang Chen again. You old bastard, you want to kill me? No way. Jiang Chen cursed. He and a Huang dog turned around and ran back into the third sector, disappearing in a blink of an eye. He escaped again. A sect elder was extremely angry. No need to chase after him. Just let that guy die on his own. If they run into Firethorn Savage, they will die for sure. Even if they manage to survive, they won't dare to fight the Green Sanctuary sect again. Lu Hong said with a proud face. Sect Elder Lu, what is that treasure? Do you know what it is? A sect elder asked. That treasure is very rare. I have never seen it before. But I am sure it is a rare treasure. We can't keep it to ourselves. Let's bring it back to the sect leader. Maybe he can recognize it. The three of us have contributed a lot in getting this treasure, so the sect leader will definitely reward us. We can also get some benefits from this treasure, and it is not impossible for us to level up with it. Lu Hong said with a smile. He was so happy to get such a valuable treasure. The gloomy mood he had been feeling for the past few days was gone. All right, we will follow sect elder Lu's arrangement. The other two sect elders were filled with excitement as well. When they thought about how happy their sect leader would be when he saw the treasure, they were extremely excited as well. Send out the signal immediately. Gather all the inner circle and outer circle disciples. The training time has ended early. Everyone needs to return to the sect immediately. Lu Hong said. All right. The two sect elders cupped their fists at Lu Hong. They didn't dare to neglect Lu Hong's words. At the same time, in the third sector of Misty Mountain, Jiang Chen and a Huang dog were laughing their heads off. De Huang Dog was crawling and rolling on the ground in excitement. His hard dog head slammed into the ground, creating a huge pit. Scammer. This is too much of a scammer. Kid, you're the most cunning person under the heavens. You're too cunning. Those 3 old men are still excited after being tricked by you. It won't take long for the Green Sanctuary sect to cry. De Huang Dog was completely impressed by Jiang Chen. He had always thought he was cunning enough, but he never expected Jiang Chen to be even more cunning than him. Jiang Chen's plan was to use someone else to do his dirty work, and then reap the benefits of the third party. It was truly a brilliant plan. Only by doing this will we have a chance to deal with Firethorn Savage. Otherwise, I don't know how long we'll have to wait before we can obtain its demon soul. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. He didn't feel the slightest bit guilty for tricking the Green Sanctuary sect. Since the Green Sanctuary sect was determined to kill him, there was no need for him to be polite. Let's hide for now, and wait for Firethorn Savage to go berserk. After that, we'll follow and watch the show together. The smile on De Huang Dog's face almost reached his ears. Jiang Chen had used the golden egg to trick a big sect. Just thinking about it was really exciting. After receiving the order from the sect elder, all the outer circle and inner circle disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect left Misty Mountain and returned to the Green Sanctuary sect in the shortest amount of time possible. Deep within the Green Sanctuary sect, within a magnificent palace, 4 old men were gathered in the main hall. 3 of them were Lu Hong and the other 2 early Divine Core sect elders. The last old man looked to be in his 50s. He had no beard on his face, and his face was covered in grease. He wore a green robe, and he was emitting a threatening aura. His cultivation level was much higher than Lu Hong's. He was a late Divine Core warrior, and he was no weaker than Taoist Black. This man was the sect chief of the Green Sanctuary sect, and his name was Qing Sticks. Right at this moment, a golden egg was floating in the middle of the 4 old men. Sect chief, do you know what this treasure is? Lu Hong asked. At the same time, he repeated Jiang Chen's words to Qing Sticks without missing a single word. I can't tell what it is either. I can sense a powerful life force within it, and it looks like a demon egg. But, how could it have such a powerful energy? Qing Sticks furrowed his brows. He was puzzled as well. No matter what it is, this is a rare treasure. Lu Hong said. It is indeed a treasure, but I can sense a familiar aura from this egg. Qing Sticks furrowed his brows even deeper. He had never seen this golden egg before, but he could sense a familiar aura from it. This was a ridiculous feeling. Besides, no doubt, this was a rare treasure. But, Qing Sticks had a bad feeling about it. But, he had no idea what was wrong with it. Misty Mountain, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were hiding in a quiet place, counting the time. Half an hour is up. De Huang Dog's ears stood up. Firethorn Savage should be back from the pool. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Roar. Right after their words left their mouths, a furious roar sounded out from the depths of Misty Mountain. The roar carried a tearing emotion, and it was filled with extreme anger. It immediately alerted half of Misty Mountain. Roar. Roar. After that, the roar continued, and each roar was more violent than the previous one. It caused huge waves in the depths of Misty Mountain. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.